nonchalant. Are you noticing something? And you? You don't care at all? It's not time yet, the younger brother replied. So why do you think it's because of Yoon-ki? Dad adores Dojun, so obviously he'd value Yoon-ki. Besides, the kid is a real moneymaker right now. Maybe Dad wants to hand something over to his youngest son. The eldest brother frowned. You mean fantasy? Is Dad giving Yoon-ki both the construction and auto divisions? Don't you think Dad is playing favorites way too much? You mean Daya Construction? The younger brother asked. Daya's assets are only half of Sunyang Construction's. Dad isn't breaking up Sunyang just to give it to him. Hearing this speculation, the eldest brother gave a smug, mocking laugh. He continued his attack. Since you're so chill about it, it seems you don't know what Daya's first project for this year is yet. The younger brother silently admitted he was out of the loop on this one. Could he have already figured out the secret? The eldest brother dropped the intel. I know you're dying to find out, but his ego wouldn't let him ask. The project that Daya is eyeing is a multi-trillion-won deal. One! The second brother jumped up in shock. Did you just say a trillion-won project for Daya? Exactly. If it pulls through, Daya could go toe-to-toe with Sunyang Construction. We need to figure out why Dad is handing this project over to someone else. The younger brother was still reeling. Are you for real? With the whole country struggling under the IMF crisis, how can there be a trillion-won project? Especially for a company on the brink of bankruptcy like Daya. They should be using that money to pay off their debts. But what if the one pulling the strings and orchestrating everything is Dad himself? Then what? The eldest brother hinted. The younger brother stared at his brother with suspicion, unsure if he was being serious or just trolling him. The eldest brother doubled down. Like you said, Dad already gave Yoon-ki an auto company. So what about that trillion-won business over there? Could we consider that the next gift for Yoon-ki? Hearing his brother take things way too far, the younger brother clenched his fists and shouted, What are you implying? What do you want me to do? The eldest brother calmly replied, Go ask Dad. Who is he trying to protect? And why is he protecting them? In this Sunyang power struggle, just the two of us should be enough. Right? The younger brother was nearly losing it. You're always like this. Whenever something happens, both sons go whining to Dad. Aren't you afraid Dad will get sick of us? After his outburst, the younger brother fell silent, reflecting on his brother's words. He continued to analyze. If we tell Dad we're going to acquire Daya and go all in to make the project a success, then we're talking business, not just running to him to complain. If we don't want Dad to see us begging like losers, we need to trade info first. The younger brother was annoyed by his brother acting so superior. He composed himself and said, It's not Yoon-ki. I've already talked to him. This isn't what Yoon-ki wanted. He just wanted to give Dojun something. The eldest brother, Young-ki, was surprised. Yoon-ki? No way, the younger brother replied. He's a father, too. If he really had designs on Sunyang, he wouldn't have said those things. We just need to make sure we don't let him down. Compared to Yoon-ki, Dojun seems to be holding a lot more power. Dad thinks very highly of Dojun, and the kid has never disappointed him. The brother then concluded, It's not Yoon-ki. It looks like Dad is grooming Dojun to be a financial expert. Investing in, are you sure? Absolutely. The kid is currently under OC, Hyun, to learn more. The younger brother pushed back again. If you can't think of anyone else, Se-hyun was sidelined a long time ago, and Hwa Young doesn't even have a shot. The two brothers hit a dead end, lost in thought, because they couldn't identify the final mystery figure. Behind these moves, that night at the chairman's mansion, he asked his two sons, You two asked what my relationship is with Powerhouse. Why were both Jin Young-ki and Jin Dong-ki silent? The chairman was extremely annoyed. He raised his voice and called them out one by one. Jin Young-ki and you two. Jin Dong-ki, you must know how to tell the difference between a knife wielder and a rose bearer. Don't you two think you have the right to discuss the position of Sunyang Group's successor? Oh, too. The sons were shocked by their father's blunt question. The chairman continued, Don't you remember? Just about 3 or 4 months ago, they brought $1 billion and said they'd exchange it for local currency, including the conversion fees and even the shares that Sunyang Motors is currently holding. In my entire life, I've never seen such a blatant robber, yet you two still have the nerve to ask what my relationship is with them? Why is the eldest son dripping with sweat and not dare to say a word? The second son asked, If you didn't know for sure, why did you accept such an unfair, shady deal, Dad? The chairman fired back, And what if I hadn't? The second son thought to himself, I messed up. Back then, the company couldn't have lasted more than 10 days. Never mind half a month. I was once desperate, thinking the company would go bust. At that time, no matter how outrageous the demands were, any of us would have been forced to accept. Then he bowed his head to apologize. I'm sorry, Dad, I spoke out of turn. The chairman, still looking annoyed, continued. I used Sunyang Motor as a small piece of the conglomerate to help the company survive the IMF crisis. You two shouldn't feel so victimized. Now the eldest son spoke up. But Dad, we didn't need to lift a finger to help a thug with a knife. The father replied irritably. Before trying to justify yourselves to me, you two should think about why I did what I did. How ridiculous. You two actually dare to second-guess my decision. The two sons quickly denied it. Dad, don't get us wrong. That's not what we meant at all. We only asked so we could better understand your thinking. The chairman continued, what do they call it? During the war, they built a giant wooden horse with soldiers hidden inside. Oh, the Trojan horse. The eldest son asked back in shock. Hearing this, the chairman gave a cunning smirk. Of course, I have to get back my principal plus interest. The two sons finally realized, so that was it. In the end, they were just grown-up babies who only knew how to run to their father for help even in their 50s. But Dad still hasn't answered about the matter of Dojun and Dea construction. The chairman looked at Dojun, who was holding his ground with an increasingly meaningful smile. He spoke up, fantasy is using us. They will use Sun Yang's power and connections to swallow Daya construction whole and pull off that massive project. They will grow to be massive. By then, Daya will infiltrate Ajin Group, and at that point, we will take over Ajin. Consider the loss of Sun Yang Motor as the price we have to pay. But in exchange, we get Ajin Construction and Daya. That's a profit, wouldn't you say? The eldest son felt like he was being treated like a total fool after hearing that. The chairman continued, although I don't know the exact timing, it will likely be you two who make it happen. The eldest son replied joyfully, I will keep your words in mind, father. However, the second son sitting next to him still looked pensive. He knew very well that this wasn't the whole truth. His father always pretended to have said everything, but he was definitely hiding some ace cards. The second son spoke up to question him. Even if we take back the group, Ajin and Dea Construction, the final owner won't be Sun Yang. The chairman was surprised. What are you talking about? The second son continued, Sun Yang Motor has been completely spun off. I think we should hand this division over to Yunki. Of course. The immediate priority is still to reclaim Ajin Group first. The chairman was utterly shocked when he heard his second son mention Yunki. Standing nearby, the eldest son ground his teeth in rage. This little brother! How dare he try to bypass the eldest grandson of this house? The chairman silently observed his two sons. He realized the eldest was struggling to contain his fury, while the second son acted indifferent, but was cleverly concealing all his calculations. He wondered in the end who was really protecting whom. They were just bystanders staring blankly as a wet-behind-the-ears youngest grandson snatched the company away. The chairman called out to his second son, Dong Ki. The second son quickly responded. He asked irritably, where did you get the habit of treating my belongings as your own? The second son, who was playing the nice guy, didn't expect to be scolded. He hurriedly bowed his head to explain, I'm sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. It's just that I felt bad for Dojun, so I... The chairman cut him off. Enough. I've heard everything you two had to say. Go home and remember what I told you. Worrying about how to take back what was snatched away, the two sons obediently nodded. Yes, sir. The chairman added, at the end of this month, they will announce the relaunch of Ajin Group. You two should also attend and offer your congratulations. Oh, I almost forgot. Don't forget to encourage Director Juho. He's going to have his hands full fighting on another front. He looked at his two children again, his voice softening, and take a real good look. Our Sun Yang falling into someone else's hands. Got it? The two sons, each with their own vibe, both clearly understood the hidden agenda. They said nothing and quietly turned to leave. After the two sons disappeared from sight, the old chairman let out a heavy sigh. He thought to himself, protecting my grandson from these wild sons is no walk in the park. He mocked himself. At this sunset stage of my life, and I still have to lie like a total clown. Later, at the relaunch ceremony of a group, Jin and the inauguration of the new company director, the director took the podium. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for taking the precious time to be here, to make our day today even more complete. Once again, I stand in this position after having pushed Ajin to the brink of disaster. He paused for a moment, pretending to be moved, then continued. A young enterprise always looking toward the future, always preparing thoroughly to achieve the unthinkable, realizing dreams through creative thinking and an iron will. This is the image we must strive to reclaim. From this moment on, we will cast aside the names, Ajin and Sun Yang of the past. In their place is a new name, Ajin Moto. We commit to making this place last forever. Inside the massive mansion, the chairman appeared surprised. At Dojun's early arrival, he walked in, maintaining the demeanor of a well-behaved grandson. "Hello, grandfather. Why are you here so early? The party's just starting to get lit. Thanks to you, I have officially become the chairman of a Jin group." Dojun replied politely. "How could I possibly keep all this success to myself, sir? I'd like to offer you a celebratory toast." The chairman looked at the glass and raised an eyebrow. "Liquor from a company that's about to go bust?" Dojun just smiled. "This is a liquor that carries 75 years of history. The founder of the Baekhwa brand, CEO Jang Hak, probably never expected this product line to stand its ground for this long. Even though the company collapsed, Baekhwa liquor is still widely sold." He looked directly at his grandfather and asserted, "In the future, Baekhwa liquor will never disappear." The old man took the bottle and examined the label closely. Indeed, even if the owner changes, the brand stays strong. He raised his glass. "I'm very pleased with those words. Let's have a drink." He must have caught my drift. Baekhwa liquor is the future of Sunyang. Or more simply, as long as the bloodline remains, the owner can be replaced. The chairman raised his glass in a toast. "Congratulations, my grandson. I am so proud of you. At your age, I only had a few scraps of gold. But you're only 20. Yet you already own things that took me until I was 40 to achieve." Dojun stood up to express his thanks. "That's because you weren't gifted a ranch, worth millions, when you were just 10 years old like I was." He bowed. "I'm extremely grateful to you, grandfather. It's all thanks to you." "It wasn't me." The chairman countered, his voice beaming with pride. "Many other trust fund babies have owned million-dollar ranches since they were children, millions of dollars since age 50. But now that they're in their 20s and 30s, they only know how to flex and party. Only you managed to grow that ranch 10,000 times over. What you've achieved today wasn't a gift from me. You worked your own miracle. You have every right to be proud." Hearing the praise, Dojun couldn't help but feel on cloud nine. It's truly strange. Today, the old man is unusually hyped and wholesome. He drained his glass. "I've had this countless times, but I just can't catch that same vibe anymore." Dojun swirled the drink in his hand, thinking, "Same here. Back then, I'd happily down this with some pork belly. But now the taste has changed." "How's the Daya construction deal coming along?" the old man asked. "I'm in talks with the banks," the grandson replied. "Both sides are starting to give some ground. The admin team is also crunching the final numbers. They are slowly clawing back the money that Director Kang Moosin embezzled." The chairman feigned sympathy. "The prosecutor's office must have been grinding hard. I sent over a very generous thank you fee. But Director Kang is still standing his ground, refusing to hand over his shares. Even though the police threatened to haul in both his daughter and grandson for his embezzlement of company funds." Dojun sighed to his grandfather. "Money is truly scary. To be that stubborn even at this point." The chairman paused, then said, "It's not about the money." This caught Dojun off guard. "Those shares are his final ace in the hole." The chairman explained. "He believes it's not time to fold his cards just yet." "A decisive moment?" Dojun questioned. "But Director Kang is practically out of time, sir. If his entire family is convicted and locked up, all those shares will be confiscated for restitution. Right? There's no way he has another move." Hearing this, the chairman gave a knowing veteran laugh. Dojun is still a total rookie in this Game of Thrones. He waited blankly for an explanation. "That money will just end up in the government's pockets." "Even you wouldn't be able to touch it," the old man said. Dojun ran the numbers in his head, though he didn't quite get his grandfather's point yet. If Kang gives the shares back to DAEA, his family stays out of the slammer. If he keeps playing hardball, the money goes to the state and the family gets busted. The first choice is clearly the big brain move. Everyone could see Kong was out of options. Why did grandfather say he still has a chance? This is the rewritten version. Chairman Jin looked at Dojun. His tone was one of cold philosophy. "You are getting caught up in pointless emotions and letting opportunities slip through your fingers. You've forgotten the core spirit of a true merchant." Dojun immediately countered, "Pointless emotions? Absolutely not. I'm only thinking about profit. Daya's construction will be stabilized by that money." Chairman Jin suddenly shouted the word justice, startling Dojun. The old man continued, "You are fuming because of some righteous feeling. Director Kang and his family. He's willing to rob a dying company, blind just to live, large without paying his employees. That's absolutely unforgivable, right, old man? Director Kang is out there treating you like a real businessman. He believes Jun will make an offer to squeeze out maximum profit. That's why he's trying to hold out." Dojun was surprised by his grandfather's insight. Chairman Jin continued his declaration. A merchant is not someone who evaluates or judges the morality of others. How others live or what they think is none of our business. A merchant's sole duty is to find a way to move money from someone else's pocket into their own, even if it's just a single penny. Those ruthless words left Do-jun nearly shattered. He realized his rage toward Kang Musin was a reflection of the compassion he felt for the Daya employees, an emotion the chairman was trying to eliminate. Chairman Jin ordered, "Think it over carefully. To get a cut of the money in Kang's pocket, how much do you have to leave him so that he'll submit?" Do-jun asked tentatively, testing the waters. "You mean I should leave a portion, so Director Kang's family can get off the hook and have their sentence reduced?" The chairman let out a loud laugh. "Exactly. If he agrees to return half of the proceeds from selling the company shares, it'll count as a sign of remorse and his sentence will be lightened." This scenario was a huge win for the group. Do-jun felt absolutely livid, but he knew he was being pulled into his grandfather's chess game. Chairman Jin seemed to read his mind. "Don't look for other solutions. Don't even think about pocketing that money for yourself, and then dealing with Kang later. Let me repeat, you only need to care about the money, unless Director Kang becomes a direct threat to your interests. Otherwise, just leave ethics out of it." Do-jun was stunned by the old man's sheer pragmatism. He bowed his head. "I will keep your teaching in mind. My decision will meet the standards of a businessman." He felt as if he were being crushed by this raw, pure capitalism. The next morning at the high-security prison, Do-jun sat across from Kang Musin. "Is the prison food to your liking?" Do-jun asked politely. Kang Musin replied, "It's my own fault for underestimating a no-name company like Fantasy. That's why I'm in this mess." Do-jun was annoyed by his arrogance, even while behind bars. He silently noted that the man was still sharp. His weapons were still intact, just as grandfathers had warned. Do-jun cut to the chase. "Visiting time is limited. I'm here to convey Manager O's proposal. Are you going to return all the proceeds from the share sale to the company, or hand over all the remaining shares to the company?" Kang Musin replied haughtily, "I know what you're getting at, forfeiting assets to the state." Do-jun sighed in relief. "The prosecution will stop the investigation here. Your sentence will be suspended. We're inviting you to be an advisor for Daya Construction. The advisory salary is quite generous. You just need to cooperate fully from now on." The man remained silent. Do-jun continued with the prepared script. "We'll help you whitewash that shameless label of bleeding the company dry. It was all just a big misunderstanding. Your reputation was only tarnished while you were putting in work for the firm. We see your good intentions, which is why we're inviting you to be an advisor. The media will use some fancy PR talk to clean up public opinion." Do-jun looked at him and thought to himself, this old geezer definitely cares about his image. Even if the Daya advisor title isn't a huge flex, it's way better than being a convicted embezzler. Kang Musin listened, then he finally spoke up. "So at the end of the day, what is it you want?" Do-jun replied decisively. "Bring back every cent you skimmed off the top. We will buy back the shares your family currently holds at a fair price. As for your retirement fund, you won't have to worry about a thing. Manager O is indeed very thorough about the company funds I'm holding. Technically, an advisor should get a much fatter paycheck, shouldn't they?" Do-jun simply replied, "Well, the taxes are sky-high too." Director Kang burst out laughing. Then he stood up and reached out his hand. "Paying taxes honestly is a civic duty. I look forward to working with you." And with that, Do-jun reached out and shook hands with the old man who had just robbed the company. He replied, "I'll have the contract ready for the advisory position." That afternoon at Oh Se-hyun's office, he was stunned. "He actually agreed to be our advisor?" Do-jun said nonchalantly. "Yes, he agreed to hand over all Daya shares. All he gets in return is an advisory salary, even though that salary is pretty high." Oh Se-hyun asked again, "Are you sure he accepted those terms?" Do-jun replied calmly, "Either way, his whole family wasn't getting out of prison anyway. He accepted using all the shares to pay the fines. Plus, he probably figured it's better to take a small piece of the pie than to fight to the death." Oh Se-hyun followed up. "How much are you planning to pay him?" Do-jun already had an answer ready. He wants a salary equal to 4% of the stock value, to be received within 15 years. Oh Se-hyun fell into thought. That amount should be enough for a rainy day fund. But for sure, his salary will be much higher than the salary of the previous Daya CEO. Do-jun smiled and said, "It's only higher at the start." Oh Se-hyun was surprised. He didn't understand what "at the start" meant. Do-jun gave a sinister explanation. "Yes, for the first few months I'll pay exactly what was promised. After that I'll gradually cut it back. He needs to get a taste of his own medicine and feel the struggle when the paycheck doesn't come in." Oh Se-hyun looked at him. not yet understanding how Do-jun planned to make those cuts. Do-jun continued, "The country is going through a rough patch. Until Daeha turns a profit, everyone has to tighten their belts. You know how it is." He always promised the Daeha employees that back pay would depend on the actual situation. At this moment, Do-jun was sitting in a plane seat, leisurely reading a book. Assistant Kim sat next to him, looking around blankly. Seeing this, Do-jun said, "Just make yourself at home. Every service on this flight is on my dime. Order whatever you want to eat, even a drink is fine. It's a long flight. Have a glass and get some rest." Assistant Kim quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Then he asked, "Excuse me, manager. There's some news regarding Vice Director Jin." "Sung-jun, you mean Sung-jun?" Assistant Kim confirmed, "Yes. He was appointed as director, but it's under Sunyang Construction. Actually, he wanted to be the managing director of the electronics division. But Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki ignored that request." Do-jun replied, "Daeha was removed from the leadership board. There must have been plenty of vacancies. He should have at least landed an executive director position. That's quite cold-blooded." Assistant Kim continued, "I heard that although the construction sector is top tier, it isn't exactly a walk in the park yet." Do-jun turned and asked, "So what do you think, Assistant Kim, between the director of Sunyang Electronics and the permanent director of Sunyang Construction? Which position holds more clout?" Assistant Kim scratched his head. "I'm afraid that a key role at Sunyang Electronics would carry more power." Do-jun muttered something very softly. Then he spoke up, "For things like driving, running errands, or reporting on internal shifts within the company, I could ask any of the thousands of employees at Sunyang to do it." Assistant Kim was taken aback but remained silent and listened. Do-jun asked again, "I once told you and Manager Shin that we have a transactional relationship. What do you think we need to do to get past this transactional barrier and build mutual trust?" Assistant Kim pondered in his mind, maintaining a professional silence. Do-jun continued to guide his subordinate. "Don't just report what has already happened. You need to analyze the root causes, predict potential changes in the future and their consequences. I want to hear those assessments from you." Assistant Kim bowed and replied, "Yes, I understand." Do-jun gave a slight smile and added, "Only when your judgments are accurate and consistently proven right can you build trust. A business partner can change at any time, but trust is irreplaceable." Assistant Kim replied in a respectful tone, "I will take your words to heart. I haven't been able to shake off the habits of a mere gopher." And he corrected himself, "Thank you for your advice, no, for your warning." Do-jun remained silent, thinking to himself that he hoped the man truly meant it. Many people talk a big game about their resolve, but those who actually prove it through their actions are incredibly rare. The plane continued its journey toward the distant horizon. The next morning at ISG University in the U.S., the scene shifts to the archives room. Countless books and newspapers are piled up in a mess on the floor and on the stools. Do-jun is there with a middle-aged man, a chubby man who asks in surprise, "Why would Hollywood magicians want to see me? I'm just a guy struggling with some math formulas." Do-jun replies, "Hollywood is only a small part of our investment strategy. We are always interested in startups that possess cutting-edge technology and features." Samuel asks, "You're interested in Conatech? Professor, please tell me more about it." Do-jun suggests. Samuel ponders for a moment, then explains, "Conatech is a 3D scientific solution capable of measuring with absolute precision the components of metal parts or complex assembly details. It is both the name of the solution and the company." Do-jun smiles. Although he doesn't fully grasp the technical details yet, it doesn't matter. This man is a genius professor. Every product he makes has a huge impact. Yes, I want to add this company to my investment list. Samuel is surprised. "To the list?" "Yes. The reason I reached out to you, Professor, is because I'm specifically interested in technology that can provide information captured from cameras to users with minimal error." Professor Samuel is stunned. "How did you know about that?" Do-jun replies, "I once skimmed through an article about AI and computer vision systems, right? It wasn't exactly me, but an employee in my company who found that article. I only have a rough idea of the concept." Samuel asks, "Do you think that concept is game-changing enough to break the Sigma-6 barrier?" Do-jun strokes his chin. "The value will vary depending on the field of application. Which field have you thought about applying it to, Professor?" Samuel replies, "Of course I have, but I'm also curious about your take on this." Do-jun answers seriously, "The eyes of a car." Professor Samuel is stunned. Do-jun continues his pitch. "I've tried to envision a car using your technology, Professor. If a tiny camera captures surrounding environmental data and alerts the driver within a minimal margin of error, then what? It would give a heads up before any external collision happens. If a camera is mounted on the rear bumper, it could project a panoramic view onto the internal dashboard monitor. Drivers won't need to look back when reversing or parking if the front camera accurately calculates the distance to the car in front. Collisions and accidents will drop significantly. Plus, it could automatically brake when it detects traffic light signals. Samuel is hyped up. In that case, I will focus on enhancing lane recognition capabilities. That would keep cars from drifting out of their lanes. If we convert the data from analog to digital, we can integrate it into modern automotive systems. Dojun smiles. Exactly. The ultimate goal you are aiming for is a vehicle capable of navigating on its own. A self-driving car? Professor Samuel jumps up in excitement. Dojun smiles. So from here on out, let's get straight to the point. Samuel wonders, what main point are you talking about? Dojun replies, the reason I crossed the ocean to come all the way here. Samuel crosses his arms. I only have basic concepts and theories so far. You want to invest? Dojun replies, I haven't even brought up investment terms yet. But Professor, don't be too surprised. Samuel's eyes widen. Hold on a minute. The odds of developing a self-driving car are extremely low. That only happens in sci-fi movies. Theoretically, it's possible, but who knows when it'll ever be practical. Dojun gives an enigmatic smile. There's no greater high than turning a dream into reality. Our company is Fantasia, and I'm staying at the Cedar. Take your time to think over the investment terms and get back to me whenever you're ready. Oh, and that includes Conatec as well. Goodbye, Professor. The professor is still standing there, frozen in shock. He snaps out of it and says, goodbye, Mr. Selden. Oh, and I'll be in touch. Dojun smiles and leaves the room without a word. He will soon become a major shareholder of a company worth over 10 trillion won, owning the core technology for self-driving cars. I'll accept any proposal he makes. I'll use this technology to boost Hajin Motors' market share in Korea and compete with foreign high-tech systems. The scene shifts back to the chairman's villa. The old man has his arms crossed, looking furious. You brat, why did you sneak off to such a dangerous place? Dojun gives a fake smile. I've been doing just fine, Grandpa. The old man continues. I tried so hard not to call you, for fear of getting in the way of your work. Dojun replies, it's fine if you call me Grandpa. I just went out for some fresh air. Fresh air, and you fly to the other side of the world? Fine, I won't ask. Stop with the BS. Don't give me those empty words anymore. Dojun smirks coldly. The old man gets straight to the point. That's not why I needed to see you urgently. Just then, there's a knock on the meeting room door. The chairman's daughter walks in. Oh, Dojun is here too? The old man watches his daughter and son-in-law enter and announces with a stern face, sit down, I have something important to announce. The old man looks at his son-in-law Choi. Regarding your nomination for the mayor of Seoul, everything is going smoothly, right? Choi replies, yes, it's going very well. Dojun quietly observes their joyful expressions. They've completed the first step. Winning the mayorship is practically in the bag. The chairman continues, his voice like a cold shower. I hate to rain on your parade, but there's a fact you need to know. The ruling party has chosen Gogu PL as their candidate for the mayor of Seoul. The two are horrified. Dojun thinks to himself, Gogu PL. In my past life, he was the ruling party's nominee. Was elected mayor in the second local elections. He has just run into a real heavy hitter. The old chairman looks toward Dojun and says with a smile, looks like you threw your money away for nothing, Dojun. Dojun replies, but Grandpa, I haven't seen any media outlets reporting on this yet. How did you find out about it? The chairman answers, how else? That Gogu Pel guy called to pay his respects this morning. He asked how he could get himself into the top 5 of the ruling party. Dojun wonders, why would he need your permission? The chairman replies, someone using my money to climb that high obviously needs my green light. Before daring to go head-to-head with my son-in-law, I also wanted to hear him say that he wouldn't interfere in this matter. Evening at the estate. Chengda pleads earnestly, please, father-in-law, help me. The only response is dead silence in the room. Yang John frowns, clearly showing his annoyance. What are you doing? It shouldn't matter who the candidate is. You want to win but don't even have enough confidence? He turns pale and explains, that's not it, sir. It's just that Gokyum Jun was someone I never expected. Seo Yoon chimes in, Dad, you just need to say one word for us. Tell them my son-in-law is also running. Do you really want to go up against him? If you just say that, Gokyum Jun will know to back down on his own, right? The old man roars in anger. You think just stopping him is enough? What if someone even scarier shows up behind him? Do I have to step in and stop them too? The couple is speechless. Young Jun clicks his tongue in disgust. Pathetic. If you only want to walk a path lined with roses, you'd better just quit now. Do-jun stays quiet. He easily sees through it. These words weren't aimed at his aunt and uncle. Grandpa's trying to tell him that turning an employee into a close confidant is no easy feat. Do-jun ponders. Is this another one of his ways of testing me? This test is way too intense for a kid in his 20s. He points directly at Chang Jae's face. Instead of sitting around whining for my help, you should be talking to the officials. Yang John raises his voice. The most prestigious position in the local elections is the mayor of Seoul. You should be giving it your absolute all. Hurry up and find a solution. The two of them leave submissively. Yes, sir. He pensive as he sees the guests out. He clicks his tongue in disapproval. Tisk, tisk. Those who have been pampered since childhood start bawling the moment they hit a little snag. The Choi family really doesn't know how to raise their kids. Yang John suddenly asks, "What do you think? You know who Go Kyung-jan is, right?" Do-jun thinks to himself, "Of course I know him." During his term as mayor of Seoul, the media was always reporting on his achievements and his blunders. But he claims instead, "This is the first time I've heard that name, sir." He gives a brief summary. He came from the foreign ministry, served as the ambassador to the U.S., and held many key positions in the government. He's a bit older, but that gives off the sense of stability, so he probably won't face many hurdles. Do-jun simply asks, "So my uncle has many hurdles?" Yang Kion clicks his tongue. How could the son-in-law of Sun Yang Group possibly have any dirt on him? His father-in-law is the chairman of Sun Yang, and his wife owns a department store. Only an idiot would take a bribe. He points out bluntly, the problem is exactly that he's the son-in-law of a chaebol family. Yang Jun closes his eyes tight. The press always reports that the IMF crisis started with the chaebols. That's going to make the average person on the street look at him unfavorably. He reflects deeply, feeling a surge of regret. I didn't care about politics back then. I can't remember who the opponent was, or how the election played out when Go Kyung-jeon became mayor. Do-jun wonders, don't you have any intention of helping my uncle, Grandpa? The old man is momentarily stunned. Me? Why? Yang John sighs wearily. I have nothing to lose either way. If Go Kyung-jeon becomes the mayor, it's not like he's going to turn down my requests. Even if it's my son-in-law Choi, it's the same deal. He smirks with a cynical sneer. It's a win-win situation for me no matter what, but you'll find it a total waste. He frowns judgmentally, looking at his smug face, acting all high and mighty while enjoying the perks. Yoon Yeon waits, calculating his next move. If we don't build a major project like Media City, Dia will become a leech and create a real headache. But I've already sent plenty of Sun Yoon people over there. I guess they'll just have to starve. Do-jun almost loses his cool. The old man wants to see his reaction. If I ask for his help now, I'll be no different from aunt and uncle. He calmly observes, Go Kyung-jeon is only human. He'll scream once we hit him where it hurts. We just need to find that weak spot. Moreover, even though uncle is the chaebol's son-in-law, this can actually be seen as a major strength. The old man raises an eyebrow and looks up. How so? Do-jun analyzes, being a chaebol's son-in-law is a plus. Since he's already loaded, he won't make rookie mistakes like embezzlement. Plus, uncle can leverage your name, Grandpa. Yang Cheon finds it a bit odd. Leverage my name? He happily paints a picture of the future. Yes. Uncle just needs to promise that the chairman of Sun Yang will create massive job opportunities in Seoul and build new apartment complexes. The old man questions him irritably. Why on earth would I do business in Seoul? Do-jun doesn't care. He just needs to say it, Grandpa. Everyone knows perfectly well that politicians' promises are nothing but hot air, but they still make them just in case. Yang Keon nods in satisfaction. He looks at him with intrigue. That actually sounds reasonable, but you know that's not a foolproof strategy, right? Do-jun sits up straight and replies, elections are essentially where you compete over things like this. I'm actually planning to go meet him for a talk. Yang John is surprised. You want to talk to Go Kyung-jeon? What do you plan on saying? He expresses himself frankly. I'm not sure yet. But if he and I get to know each other better, I might just switch horses midstream. The old man is full of suspicion. You've already invested a fortune in your uncle. Switching horses. Does that mean you're okay with flushing all that money down the drain? Do-jun gives a calculating smile. He asserts with confidence, I have a business that can rake in tens, even hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not about losing 40 billion, it's about gaining 400 billion. Yang Qian questions him. Your uncle? You're going to use Media City as leverage everywhere. But will Go Kyung-jeon actually honor a loser's promise? The old man assesses the situation. The chances of both sides shaking hands are slim to none. Do-jun explains, that's exactly why I want to meet and talk to him. The old man falls into deep thought. Early the next morning, Sehyun pulls out some files. Just as I thought. The military demarcation line is protecting the South Korean people. He reads through the exemptions and quickly confirms, right, he himself got an exemption. Both his older brother and his son got exempted too. Sehyun is intrigued. They really are the children of God. Do-jun replies cheerfully, for now, just throwing this at the military angle should do the trick. In reality, the election had already begun long ago. By the time the official campaign started, the only weak point Go-kyung-jun had was his draft evasion, while my uncle's weak point was being a chaebol son-in-law. While the two sides were duking it out, Grandpa introduced me to someone. He was Go-kyung-jun's right-hand man, and the most capable person to command the entire election campaign. If Go-kyung-jun became mayor, he would take the office of deputy mayor. Kwon-hyuk enters. Are you the one who wanted to see me? He hands over his business card. A pleasure to meet you. I am Jin Do-jun. He sits down across from him. It's hard for me to turn down an invitation from this person. Kwon-hyuk looks up. But he didn't expect to meet someone from the company that acquired Agent Group. Do-jun begins. Thank you for taking your precious time to come here. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. It won't take much of your time. He searches through his pocket. Kwon-hyuk hands over his business card. I'm Kim Kwon-hyuk. He takes it and looks it over. Do-jun responds politely. You're a busy person, so it must be hard to find time for a proper meal. I've ordered some light dishes. I hope I'm not being disrespectful. His attitude is the total opposite. Forget it, I'm busy. Get straight to the point. Kwon-hyuk states firmly, I don't know what you're planning to say, but the answer is no to everything. In particular, you'll never get an audience with the candidate. Do you still have something to say? He maintains his smile. Talk about having a short fuse. Do-jun wonders, or is he looking down on me because I'm just a kid? He adjusts his composure, but I'm used to dealing with high-level brass. Do-jun starts to show his cards. The one I want to meet isn't the candidate. He looks the other man straight in the eye. It's you. Do-jun thinks with confidence, just you wait. I'll make sure to pique your interest. Kwon-hyuk gasps in shock. Me? Do-jun confirms, that's right. I have no intention of meeting candidate. Go-kyung-jun, now or ever. He lets out a disdainful laugh. Kwon-hyuk mocks him. You invest overseas. But you sure know a lot about domestic politics, don't you? The core of a favor is usually to meet the person in question. He quickly clarifies, you've misunderstood. I don't intend to oppose Go-kyung-jun. He takes a sip of tea and continues. If a businessman has no intention of opposing, then why meet me at all? Kwon-hyuk probes. Ah, was I too blunt? Is that why you're being so cautious? Am I right? Do-jun repeats once more. Not at all, like I said earlier. My whole point is to meet Director Kim. He falls into deep thought. Fine. Kwon-hyuk sets down his teacup. He listens intently. Let's hear it then. Let's see what you're really after. He gets down to business. Thank you, sir. I'm still quite green, but I'd like to ask one thing. Do-jun speaks suggestively. Is there ever a case where the number 2 actually inherits the top spot from number 1? Kwon-hyuk frowns slightly. He continues calmly. A number 2 will always just be a number 2. The right-hand man of someone powerful eventually becomes nothing more than a tail. And in the end, they'll be cut off from the body of power. He is visibly agitated. Keep talking. Do-jun probes, sir, where do you think terms like number 2 or right-hand man even come from? These words aren't meant to lift someone up. He delivers a sharp observation. They're used to manipulate one's loyalty, making them think they're as vital as a limb to the person in charge. At the end of the day, it's just an excuse to avoid resentment from the top, after they've treated the second in command like a gopher and used them for all they're worth. Enough! Kwon-hyuk clenches his fists. Old voices echo in his head. You're the only one I trust. Let's make it to the top together. Side by side. He can't help but question everything. How sweet those words were. Do-jun feels a sense of nostalgia. I used to be intoxicated by that sweetness. Willingly acting as a lackey. He had dedicated himself entirely, taking the fall for things he never even did. All just to be considered a part of what they called loyalty. Do-jun was discarded like it was the most natural thing in the world. He was taken out in the forest. And yet, here Do-jun is. Surely, Kim, Kwon-hyuk can't escape those very same thoughts. Kwon-hyuk is about to snap. I just need to trigger those thoughts. He smiles with a calculating look. Do-jun affirms. In reality, you hold the director's entire life, specifically Go-kyung-jun's, in the palm of your hands. He builds him up. His future political career will be a roller coaster, filled with highs and lows depending on Director Kim's actions. Am I right, sir? Kwon-hyuk purses his lips tightly. He lets out a forced, tense laugh. You're one devious young man. Kwon-hyuk breaks into a cold sweat. You're exactly like the person who got me this gig. He tries to cut to the chase. Stop beating around the bush. What is your main goal, for real? He's already well aware of those things. Do-jun makes a bold offer. I want to buy the rest of the life of director Kim Kwon-hyuk. Kwon-hyuk is stunned. What? He continues to press his case. To serve as the right-hand man for the next mayor of Seoul, someone with a real shot at the Blue House. Sure, the mayoralty isn't a lock yet. And the path to the Blue House is brutal. Do-jun gets even more blunt. From what I see, the chance of you, director, securing that position is basically zero. He tries to negotiate. Instead of aiming for such fragile power, why don't you think about selling your future to me for a premium price? His hands are shaking. Kwon-hyuk glares and snaps back. You! What exactly are you implying? Do-jun acts as if he just remembered. Oh, I'll take responsibility for your children as well. He is momentarily rattled. He makes a calm promise. I will fully support your children, letting them do whatever they desire. If they want to live as trust fund babies and just enjoy life, I am more than willing to bankroll that. Do-jun puts on a friendly front. Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking for anything huge. I just need you to give me your word. Kwon-hyuk isn't stupid. He knows that because of that one word, the tie between me and Go Kyung-jun will be severed. Right? He confirms bluntly and accurately. But if your candidate truly considers you his right-hand man, he won't just toss you aside over one little slip of the tongue. Do-jun works his charm on him. Isn't it true? This is your chance to see if you're really the top dog's right hand. For real. Is Kwon-hyuk sold on this, or is it just noise? The room falls dead silent. Once the seeds of doubt and distrust are planted in a person's heart, they are bound to bloom one day. He has succeeded in the first step. Even if they weren't there before, from now on, those seeds have been sown. Do-jun continues. Just say one thing. That makes candidate Go Kyung-jun lose the election. Just make it look like an accidental leak. Name your price. I'll give you 20 billion won. He freezes instantly. Do-jun keeps pressing him. I'll wash the money and put it wherever you want. Switzerland, the Virgin Islands, you name it. Furthermore, I'll invite you to join the board at Fantasy. If you want to live abroad, just tell me the country. I'll set up a branch there and hire you. He gives a rock-solid assurance. Of course. You'll enjoy all the perks of being a board member. Do-jun is incredibly confident. The issue with any deal always boils down to the price. Just throw out a number, so big it's unpredictable, and the other side will cave. He reminisces about his time following Jin Yang-jun. He once said this: the easiest way to deal with powerful people, as Do-jun learned, was to offer a 100 million won allowance while investigating that family's finances. He had it all figured out early on. 20 billion won to betray Go Kyung-jun. Do-jun is unfazed by that amount. Whether it's the ruling party or the opposition, it just takes a few billion in special party fees. He watches every single gesture. It's possible to aim for the National Assembly badge through proportional representation. Do-jun thinks to himself, from being someone's right-hand man to becoming someone capable of making others his own right hand. He speaks up to reassure him. I don't know who arranged this meeting, but you should trust that person. Kwon-hyuk looks up, visibly tense. He stands up. The things I'm saying aren't nonsense, and the things you say won't be leaked either. Do-jun calmly calculates, I'll give you some time to think it over carefully. By this time tomorrow, if you don't get in touch with me, I'll find someone else. Someone is bound to expose the weaknesses of candidate. Go Kyung-jun anyway. He seems taken aback. He gives a friendly smile. In an era where people are digging out gold bars, hidden deep in their closets, to join the gold collecting campaign, I'm certain there are many who would sell their souls for 20 billion won. Kwon-hyuk's entire body stiffens. That night, Yang Cheol wonders, who exactly is Kim Kwon-hyuk? He indifferently says, how should I know who he is? I just asked an acquaintance to set a date with Go Kyung-jun's inner circle. I told them not to mention my name. That's the only way to avoid misunderstandings. Do-jun gives a bitter smile. Yang Cheol is quite intrigued. So what did you talk about? Did you promise to jump ship? Or did you dangle some bait for the election? He answers frankly, no, I told him to betray Go Kyung-jun. The old man's eyes go wide. What? Do-jun continues his story. I promised to make sure his life would be completely transformed from here on out. But Yang Cheol doesn't get it. You just need to pull Go Kyung-jun's strings, so why mess with one of his underlings? He explains, Go Kyung-jun was a great fit for your era, grandfather. Yang Cheol gives a simple analysis. Let's say he takes the deal and shakes your hand. Even if you bankroll his campaign, he'll probably just say thanks and be done with it. He carefully weighs his moves. Even if the SMC project moves forward, He'll just see it as a favor from you. The dynamic between the giver and receiver is different. You can't have a relationship where the guy taking the money still looks down on you. Do-jun immediately asserts, people like your son-in-law or Kim. Kwan-hyuk will work with the mindset of trying to repay the favor I've granted them. He suddenly asks the old man, people who jump the moment you call usually bow down before you. Don't they? Yang Cho laughs heartily. This kid, you wanted to buy people out. And you're even calling out the generational gap? Do-jun tests the waters. How will he judge this? The old man suddenly remarks, turns out I still only thought of you as my grandson. Yang Kyol shows immense interest. I thought you were going to control Go-kyung. Jun threw that Kim guy. But instead you threw your chips his way. He smiles with deep satisfaction. Yang Cheol praises him sincerely. I never imagined you would exceed my expectations like this. Suddenly Do-jun feels a chill run down his spine. He celebrates quietly. All right. Early the next morning, posters for Kyung-jun are plastered everywhere. Kwan-hyuk sits in contemplation, his mind racing. Kwan-hyuk recalls the promise. Just say one thing. That makes candidate Go-kyung. Jun lose the election. I'll give you 20 billion won, and what's more, I'll bring you onto the board at Fantasy. He clenches his fist as if his mind is made up. If you want to live abroad, just give me the name of the country. I'll set up a branch there and hire you. Of course. You'll receive all the benefits of a board. Member? Just then, Kyung-jun walks in. Kwan-hyuk asks, is everything going okay, sir? He immediately started cursing like a sailor. Kyung-jun grumbled irritably. They call me when they need me. But now that they've gotten what they want, they're playing me for a fool. He stammered in confusion. Why would the proportional representatives... He loosened his tie. The assemblymen in the Seoul area need money to move their organizations to their respective districts. An announcement was made to give them half of the election funds. Then, as Kwan-hyuk grew tense, he fell into a state of extreme conflict. Now wasn't the time to be verifying this, but this was the perfect opportunity to see a person's true colors. Kwan-hyuk finally spoke up. Mr. Candidate? He decided to test him. This might be a bit out of the blue, but Kyung-jun caught the strange tone and looked up. What is it? Kwan-hyuk quickly made an excuse. I'll need to be away for about a week. I have some personal matters to handle at home. He immediately caught an attitude. What are you talking about? Do you even realize how critical this timing is? Drop the family stuff for now. Kyung-jun shut him down completely. How can a sensible guy like you say something like that? He barked at him. Since when did anyone here have the luxury to balance family and work? I've been living out of a hotel for 2 weeks. I'm about to forget what my own kids look like. He began to feel a sense of resentment. Meanwhile, Kyung-jun continued to complain. Good grief, honestly. He ordered, treat the Seoul area assemblymen and the local committee members to a meal. If we're spending the money, we should at least make sure they see it. Kwan-hyuk looked visibly gloomy. I understand, sir. Kyung-jun suddenly called out, Oh, Director Kim! He replied instantly. Kwan-hyuk felt a spark of hope. That's more like it. He probably just didn't ask, because things are so chaotic right now. But then he asked, do we have last week's poll results yet? Hearing that, he was completely stunned. Excuse me? It took Kwan-hyuk a moment to snap out of it. He then informed him, yes, you're currently leading within the margin of error. Since the gap is continuing to widen, we should see even better results next week. Kyung-jun nodded in satisfaction. Good, you've been working hard. Kwan-hyuk stood there alone. He was clearly feeling quite a bit of regret. I just wanted to hear a simple, how are you? To ask what's going on. Kwang-hyo tried to keep his cool with the situation. Every single minute is as precious as it is right now. When the person who leads the election said he'd be MIA for a week, he should have at least asked what was up. He felt stabbed in the back. Up until this point, I've cared for my boss's personal life more than my own family and home affairs, and yet he couldn't even bother to ask how I am? As Kwan-hyuk grit his teeth in anger, feeling it was incredibly unfair, I served him for 15 years. Without ever voicing a single regret, he quickly pulled himself together. Kwan-hyuk continued to wait. No, I shouldn't be too quick to judge. He'll surely check in on me by tomorrow morning. Time flew by 1 week later. He was stress smoking. Kwan-hyuk lit another one. He crushed the pack of cigarettes in rage. Kwan-hyuk spat out a curse. Mother! Since it came to this, he took action that very night. Do-jun was caught off guard. Is it true that Fantasy and Sun Young are actually that close? Kwan-hyuk confirmed it immediately. Exactly. Our side has also acquired Sun Young Motors, he asked sincerely. I'm not talking about the relationship between two businesses, but the relationship between the top leaders. Is all of this ultimately for the purpose of turning the son-in-law into the mayor of Seoul? He paused to think it over. Does he mean that from now on, He'll just take whatever's handed to him and be satisfied, instead of doing things that don't matter anymore. Do-jun laughed and said it had nothing to do with that. For the Sun-Yang group, if we just wanted to help the son-in-law get elected, then we wouldn't have to jump through all these complicated hoops we are now. Guan-hyuk nodded. Fair enough. Let's talk straight from now on. He frowned and questioned him. Why does Sun-Yang want to make their son-in-law the mayor of Seoul? He naturally didn't answer. This is a trade secret, so I can't disclose it to outsiders. Guan-hyuk raised an eyebrow dramatically. Outsider? He slammed the table in frustration. I'm already a traitor now. If even your side considers me an outsider, then whose team am I even on? Do I not have a place to belong at all? Do-jun remained calm. You will be an insider. The moment candidate Go Kyung-jun loses the election, he stated coldly and clearly. Until then, just consider yourself a middleman. Guan-hyuk was tense. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Ha! So this is what it's like to be a turncoat. Only when the bridge back is completely burned. Do you truly get recognized as a traitor? This is a tough pill to swallow. Do-jun tilted his head. Director Kim? I'm sorry if this sounds a bit blunt. Breaking trust between friends and colleagues is called betrayal. He pointed out clearly, but breaking trust with a superior is actually just this end of a transaction. Guan-hyuk paused for a second. Do-jun poured the drink and asked carefully, Are you really that closely tied to Go Kyung-jun? Why did you serve him so wholeheartedly? Without asking for anything in return? He instinctively held out his glass. He was gradually drawing Guan-hyuk in. We're living in modern times now, not the feudal era anymore. The virtue of loyalty is long overdue to disappear. Do-jun's eyes suddenly darkened. The superior gives orders, and the subordinate follows like a dog. What loyalty is that? Subordinates aren't dogs. As if recalling his past life, he said, There should be mutual respect. Do-jun sincerely advised, Please just stop. You weren't respected at all, he confessed gloomily. I'm just a materialistic person. He accepted it calmly. Most people are just like that. But it's a pity that while they're materialistic, they don't actually make any bank. Guan-hyuk snapped. You think I'm any better? Just because I'm holding on to a large sum of money? Do-jun suddenly made a proposal. You have a chance to both keep your money and challenge yourself in the position you want. Stop being someone else's right-hand man. Why don't you try becoming a member of the National Assembly? He gave a firm assurance. We at Fantasy will give you our full support. He never saw it coming. Member of the Assembly. Do-jun had the whole plan laid out. There are 2 years left until the 16th general election. Whether it's the ruling party, the opposition, a local constituency, or a proportional representative, you don't have enough time or money to prepare on your own. Guan-hyuk fell into a silent contemplation. The atmosphere momentarily froze. He had made his decision. Quickly transfer the money to a Swiss bank, or somewhere similar, 2 days before the election. If I call, make sure the reporters are ready to go. Guan-hyuk laughed gleefully. I'm going to pull a massive stunt. He smiled in good faith. Don't worry about the money. I value integrity very highly. I have no intention of stabbing you in the back. Seo-hyun was anxious. Even though you're really concerned about this, I think things are going to be pretty tough. She was on pins and needles. The election was only 10 days away, but the gap in approval ratings just kept widening. Seo-hyun raised an eyebrow. There are still 10 days left. Are you throwing in the towel already? Seo-hyun expressed her thoughts. We don't want to give up either, but that's just how the situation is looking. If we want to flip the script, we need a major game changer, but everything has already been played out. Her expression darkened. Yang Keon once said, Fantasy invested 40 billion won in you guys. Don't underestimate Oh Se-hyun from Fantasy. He used American investors' money to buy out Ajin and build Daya Construction. He's holding the contract in his hands. The old man once warned that even if he isn't elected, if the two of you let him see a glimpse of wanting to quit, then I'm not sure what kind of trouble he might stir up. Yang John is the cause. Go talk to Oh Se-hyun. The man was lost in deep thought. Se-hyun suddenly stood up. How about I try to flip the script? He smiled with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, Se-hyun was totally clueless. At a banquet table, unmarked envelopes were discreetly placed on top. They sat there silently in their spots. No need to guess what was inside. Baek-hyun sneered and spoke. Director Oh, I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure I won't get an upset stomach from eating this meal, right? Se-hyun gave a forced laugh. Reporter Baek, it's just pocket money. Who would dare complain about pocket money given by a superior? Even the president tosses me his wallet sometimes. He took a deep breath. Well, that's true. At this point, he made a direct request. In return, please stop spreading rumors about the bleak future of Daya Construction, or the status of those held responsible. The other person was stunned for a moment. Huh? Sehyun made an excuse. I hope you understand my position. Everyone knows. We need them to cut out the rot. Baekhyun toyed with the envelope. Tisk! This really is an Achilles heel, isn't it? His brow furrowed again. That's all I'm asking of you. He raised his glass. Let's have a drink. The next room was also celebrating. Just drink up today. After the voting ends the day after tomorrow, candidate Go Kyung-jun will become the mayor of Seoul. Choi Jin widened his eyes. Go Kyung-jun. Hyun-woo took a sip of wine. Who? The one giving the green light? Sehyun waited leisurely. Here it comes. Yoo-jin wondered intensely. Is he one of the candidates? He quickly tried to stop him.
Shh, that voice sounds so familiar. Everyone shut up and listen.
Everyone simultaneously perked up their ears to listen. Everyone was locked in with intense focus. Sehyun groaned wearily. Oh, what is wrong with you guys? You're killing the vibe for drinks. Stop getting distracted. Let's just drink. Eugene immediately cut off the director. Keep it down for a second. I need to check something. The reporters were hungrily waiting for news. Their ears were fully perked, afraid of missing a single word. Sehyun had succeeded. Voices from the next room echoed over. There is only tomorrow left. Today? We're gathering to eat and drink to boost morale one last time. After the election is over, I will never forget the effort you all put in. Sir, you're certain the director will become deputy mayor, right? The big moment is finally here. What do you guys take Kim Gwon-hyuk for? Do I look like I'm that obsessed with that position? Everyone realized who the next deputy mayor would be. They stared at each other with wide eyes. Kim Gwon-hyuk? Jimin was also caught off guard. The people in the next room were the focal point of this election. Wait, Kim Gwon-hyuk? The reporters immediately switched on their recorders. The whole group remained all ears. On the other side, Jun-ho was flustered. Oh no! Director, you should be the one to inherit the next mayor's seat. Gwon-hyuk gritted his teeth and muttered, Inherit what? He slammed the table and shouted, I am the one who's getting candidate Go. Into the mayor's office! Inherit what exactly? Candidate Go should be the one taking me to Yeouido. I'm the one helping him scrub off all that stink after all. Seon-jae was bewildered. So those suspicions are actually true? Gwon-hyuk raised an eyebrow and shot back, What suspicions? The man suddenly brought up the military service exemption. Hearing that, he let out a mocking laugh. Seriously, dude, are you naive or just plain stupid? Gwon-hyuk confirmed it bluntly. Do you really think a high-level candidate like Go Kyung-jun would let his kid go into the military? He let out a low, disdainful laugh. Military service is only for commoners like us. Sehyun leisurely sipped his wine, his sharp eyes watching the reporters who were stiff with tension. Upon hearing the news about the exemption, the conversation continued. How on earth did his 3 sons manage to skip military service? Gwon-hyuk declared. I personally faked dozens of diagnosis papers. He smirked mockingly. He really should have. Had kids while he was working in the States. If they had U.S. citizenship, they wouldn't have to serve. Seon-jae immediately dismissed it. No way. Even if they were U.S. citizens, once he was nominated for mayor of Seoul, his kids would have to volunteer to enlist anyway. Gwon-hyuk nodded in agreement. That sounds about right. Won-lee suddenly asked, but why was his 3rd son only sent to the civil defense instead of a full exemption? He took a sip. That. Gwon-hyuk prepared to spill the beans. He said somberly, because he's not his biological son. The news was a total bombshell. The reporter's jaws dropped. An illegitimate son? Sehyun was just as stunned. Holy crap, even I didn't know about this. The conversation was still being eavesdropped on. That happened during the time. He was working alone in Japan. How can a man work abroad for years without a woman by his side? So, he had an affair with a female diplomat. Gwon-hyuk bragged smugly. He had no choice. It's a miracle his wife even let the kid onto the family registry. So they just sent him to do military service. The story dug deeper. Then why the civil defense? His eyesight isn't great, so he just went the standard route. The atmosphere fell silent as the man pondered. They did better than I expected, so I have nothing left to say. Sehyun wondered to himself, seriously, what is that kid Dejun made of? The reporters lit up their cigarettes, eager for more tea. The man suddenly spoke up. Wait a second, Reporter Choi. Reporter Park, both of you need to chill. Park Hyun whispered, What's wrong with you?
How can anyone stay calm about this?
Sehyun urgently tried to stop them. Don't leak this news right away. If you drop it tomorrow, the whole game will definitely flip in an instant. One day before the election, Eugene immediately asserted, Exactly. He's committed 2 sins that our country will never tolerate. Half the votes from parents whose kids are serving in the military will vanish. And as for the affair, Half the female votes will follow suit. Game over. He frowned and analyzed. That's what I'm saying. Sehyun acted all self-righteous. In terms of capability, Candidate Go is much better than Soon Yang's son-in-law, Choi. If Candidate Go gets canceled just over a few personal issues, it would be a real shame. Let's just bury this news. He objected vehemently. You're a journalist. How can you even say that? You should report what you know. The final call should be up to the voters. He gritted his teeth. Then Sehyun suddenly brought up. Could it be that you're only saying this because if Candidate Choi wins over Go, you guys will get fewer perks? Am I right? They all winced simultaneously. Jimin glared and snapped, What are you even talking about? The others also showed clear signs of annoyance. He said nonchalantly, My logic is sound. If the article on this case drops, the first media outlet to break the news will be the MVP, who helped Candidate Choi win. Do you really think Soon Yang is going to let that slide? Sehyun baited them on purpose. They'll double down on their advertising with you. He professionally set the hook. You might even score a year's worth of ad contracts. Sehyun muttered darkly to himself. Do these fools really need it spelled out? To see the value of a scoop? He laughed inwardly with pride. Well, I've given enough proof to flip even the editor-in-chief. Then Eugene stood up first. Director O, I'll buy you a drink next time. If you'll excuse me, I'm heading out. The five of them left one by one. Me too, Sehyun stammered. Wait a second, but no one cared. See you later. He looked dazed for a moment, then quickly poured himself some wine. Sehyun knew for sure he had nailed it. The next day came quickly, and the entire office was buzzing. Meanwhile, Kyungjun's face turned grim. He's toast. From the morning news to the morning papers, everyone was talking about the draft evasion and the illegitimate child. 3 employees were summoned. The approval rating tanked by 10%. Gwan Hyuk barged in aggressively. He demanded loudly, Which one of you scumbags leaked the news? Gwan Hyuk pointed straight at Wan Lee and asked, Was it you? Huh, punk? He didn't say another word, but he hit him hard. Then he turned around to kick someone else. Or was it you? Gwan Hyuk was clearly agitated. Well? The tension was sky high. Then he suddenly dropped to his knees. Gwan Hyuk kept bowing his head to the floor. I'm so sorry, sir! This is all my fault. He cried and begged for mercy. I had too much to drink and my big mouth got me in trouble. You can just kill me. Kyungjun stared blankly at the sky. Meanwhile, Gwan Hyuk was weeping sorrowfully. He was so scared he started sobbing uncontrollably. Gwan Hyuk tried to hide his smirk. Now I'm not the snitch, just a guy who made a drunken mistake. The real traitor is one of them. The crowd of supporters cheered loudly. Candidate number 2, always for the people. The right choice for Seoul City! They shouted at the top of their lungs to mobilize. The only candidate for the whole country. Everyone was full of passion. A vote for the future and the safety of Seoul. Yoon Seon sat in the car hearing the chant, Number 1! Number 1! He thought about it curiously. Compromising with Go Kyungjun's right-hand man. What kind of scheme is this kid cooking up now? Yoon Seon frowned slightly. I've seen many people throw their whole lives into politics. Those guys with big ambitions. They only make the money necessary to reach power. As for those subordinates, they see money as a tool to gain power. If he's already Go Kyungjun's right-hand man, he's definitely an ambitious person, not someone who just gets swayed by cash. The driver respectfully announced, Chairman, we have arrived. He tilted his head to look out. Yeah. Shortly after, at the corporation, the two of them looked up in surprise. They said almost in unison, Chairman, Grandpa Yang Cheon remarked with a smile. You two seem busy. Yes, Sehyun replied, quickly standing up. But we always have time. To talk with you, sir. The old man nodded, praising the director's vibe. Oh, you've changed a lot, haven't you? You're actually looking like a chairman now. He gave a forced smile and replied, Oh no. I haven't been working out lately, so I've just gained a little weight, sir. Yang Keon sat down comfortably. I'm not talking about your weight, but your attitude. Sehyun looked slightly flustered. Tea was quickly prepared. The old man observed with satisfaction, I saw today's news. Everything happened exactly as you said. Yang Keon asked curiously, How did you manage to strike a deal with him? Do Jun explained, Kim Gwan Hyuk isn't the type to settle for being second best or just a right-hand man. His ambition is so massive that he's willing to step on others, just to create an opportunity for himself. Sehyun mentioned, Chairman, have you received the data? Predicting the election results yet? He frowned slightly. Haven't you received it too? He smiled flatteringly. Your source of information is bound to be different from mine, of course. Yang Keon smirked triumphantly. A 7% gap. Dujun clenched his fist and said excitedly, According to our investigation, it's 10%. If nothing else happens, Choi will be the winner, he asserted confidently. With only a few hours left, what could possibly go wrong? There won't be any issues. Yang Qian asked Han. The project you're planning to run, it's already more than halfway there, isn't it? Here. Du Jun thought deeply. Only halfway. This is a Seoul City project, so I thought it should be at least 70% done by now. Or did I just lowball it too much? The old man read his mind. Listen, kid. The one who sets the table and the one who eats can't be the same person. Just wait and see. From now on, there won't be any more freeloaders jumping in to grab a bite. Yang Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. If they can't take a bowl of rice from me, they might just flip the whole table in a rage. He carefully weighed the words. He was a man who knew the construction industry better than anyone, so this definitely wasn't an empty warning. The old man suddenly spoke up. Director Oh and Do Jun. Do Jin replied, Yes, sir, Yoon Jong proposed. What do you two think about handing over the Media City Sangha construction? To me? He couldn't believe it. Pardon? Do Jin was shocked. Is he really the first one? Get to stick his spoon into the meal I just prepared? The old man smirked defiantly. What's with that face? Not happy about it? Se-hyun felt something was off. He spoke up quickly. Chairman, what do you mean by handing it over to you? Yang John said nonchalantly, exactly what it sounds like. He explained arrogantly. It means Sunyang Construction. We'll be the one signing the contract with Seoul City. Of course, Dae Construction will still play a major role. What? Se-hyun was momentarily stunned. So Sunyang will lead the project and Dae will just be a subcontractor. Right? Yang Qian burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Subcontractor? Why so cynical? His eyes were full of calculation. In times like this, we call it a joint venture. A cold shiver ran down his spine. No matter how ambitious he was, how could he just snatch away an opportunity that his precious grandson spent tens of billions of won to create? Du Jun lowered his voice. Grandpa, are you serious? Yang Qian leaned back wearily. Listen, kid, have I ever joked when it comes to business? He threatened him intentionally. Did I not make myself clear? People are saying this project is too much for you two to handle. Furthermore, the general situation right now is that construction companies are dropping like flies. He bit his lip, refusing to back down. The ones who are still standing won't just sit there and let a juicy prize like this go. Yang Qian justified it nonchalantly. Looked at from a certain perspective, this can be considered a matter of national business. And? Du Jun asked again. So your point is that we're not capable enough for this project, right? He confirmed immediately. Exactly. He frowned in confusion. Then you could just help us out. Why do you want to take the whole thing for yourself? Yang Qian denied it again. It's not even about helping. He stated firmly, if I don't step in, this project will be torn to shreds. The two of you would be lucky to keep 20%. Yang Qian analyzed coldly. Otherwise, the construction cartels will flip the script and set up a completely different game next year, or the year after, and of course, by then, Dae Construction won't even have a chance to catch its breath. Se-hyun spoke up indignantly. Chairman, most of the leadership at Dae came from Sunyang. In my view, that's already enough synergy. There's no need to drag Sunyang Construction into this. The old man clicked his tongue in frustration. Seriously, why are you young punks so slow on the uptake? Yang Qian raised his voice and scolded them. I'm not getting involved to help anyone. If you two can't hold on to that business, then naturally I'm the one who should take charge. Right? The atmosphere immediately turned cold. Du Jun was truly bewildered. I don't get it. Why is he suddenly saying this? He kept questioning himself. A man who doesn't even see Dae Construction, no. The entire HVK group as anything but a separate entity from Sunyang is actually this ambitious? Is it possible that as long as that business makes money, tons of money, he doesn't even give a damn about blood ties anymore? Du Jun gulped hard. Is this just how these chaebol chairmen roll? He spoke up tensely. Grandpa, Du Jun analyzed, the number of companies carrying the Sunyang Group brand, pressure is building. Since at some point he was only surrounded by yes men and people looking for favors. That's why. He never even had to step foot out of his study. He realized the crux of the matter. But now, he actually showed up here in the flesh. The old man's eyes flickered. Yang Qian cleared his throat nonchalantly. The weather was nice, so I just felt like taking a walk. Du Jun asked naively, oh really? Isn't it because you're getting FOMO? The old man looked at him with a side eye. Impatient? What on earth would I be stressed about? Du Jun laid it out straight. The second my uncle becomes mayor, I'm going to fast-track this project immediately. As of now, my company is the only one ready to take the field. he asserted with total seriousness. I have zero intention of letting other companies get a slice of the pie. Young Keon chuckled. So you're saying... He clenched his fist. You know as well as I do. If you don't lock down the project before it kicks off, the ship has already sailed. Right? Is that why you came running over here? The old man's face darkened. His fingers tightened slightly. Do-jun thought to himself, I have no idea if he's testing me right now, but I absolutely must. Show him my backbone. He decided to go all in. He might think I'm being a brat, but it is what it is. Do-jun pondered. If I keep playing nice, I'll be no better than my uncles or my aunt. He declared with certainty. We're still newbies in the construction game, so we definitely need your help. But we can't just hand the whole thing over to you. Do-jun didn't hold back at all. We will be the main players, and Sunyang Construction will be our trusted partner. He left Se-hyun speechless. This is my final offer, sir. Yang Keon pursed his lips and threatened in a booming voice. If you try to bite off more than you can chew, your mouth is going to get ripped wide open. Overconfidence in your own skills will only end with you getting a bloody nose. Do-jun didn't flinch. He gave a confident smile. Kids have to get a few bruises to grow up, don't they? I'll take my chances and see what happens. Yang Keon cranked up the pressure even more. Are you telling me you've decided to become my enemy? The tension in the room was thick enough to cut. Se-hyun broke into a cold sweat. Do-jun replied nonchalantly, Enemy, not at all. I still consider Sunyang Construction the best possible partner for this project. The old man slammed his hand down on the armrest. Going against my will makes you an adversary. Yang Keon stood up abruptly. Between now and when the election ends tomorrow, think long and hard before you speak to me again. Manager. Oh, you'd better think too. Without me, this game is going to be a nightmare to play. Then he stormed out, leaving the two of them standing there in shock. Do-jun let out a sigh of relief. A luxury car sped down the road. Yoon-seon sat deep in thought, looking out the window with a grim expression. Yoon-seon's gaze sharpened. The time had finally come. The news was broadcasting non-stop updates. The vote count from the mayor of Seoul shows candidate Choi Chang-jae currently at 42.1%. Do-jun called him up. Congratulations, uncle. Chang-jae was ecstatic. Oh, Do-jun, I'll definitely never forget what you've done for me. Let's keep up this great partnership in the future, okay? He pushed for confirmation on purpose. So you're saying you'll take good care of me? Right? Do-jun said suggestively. I'm already more than happy just having an uncle. Who is the mayor of Seoul? He hung up gently. Do-jun did the math. 30 minutes. The election results were just called on TV, so now is the perfect time for his thank you calls. At least he's not totally shameless. Se-hyun couldn't help but grumble, man, he actually won. But I'm not exactly feeling hyped about it. He questioned him loudly. So what's the plan? Are you gonna do what your grandpa said, or should we try to clap back? He had no other choice. I'll go along with his wishes one more time. After that, if it really comes down to it, then I'll counterattack. Se-hyun looked clearly annoyed. He had dropped hints to the heads of various construction companies about this. After hearing the news, they all tucked their tails and ran. Do-jun wasn't even surprised. Well, those guys are basically Grandpa's lackeys anyway. The older man let out a frustrated sigh. Se-hyun glared as if he'd been played. We partnered with Chairman Jin because we trusted him. From the start. We already planned to hand over all of Daya Construction to him. What a huge mistake. Do-jun analyzed the situation. That was the best choice we could have made at the time. If it wasn't for Sunyang Construction, we wouldn't have been able to grab such a big piece of the pie. He assessed it objectively. Thanks to them, I was able to recover the slush funds and also avoid interference from unnecessary businesses. The top-tier business divisions have been left behind, and the money-draining ones have been weeded out. Do-jun tried to console him. Look, uncle, it's all in the past now. We shouldn't have any regrets. In the absolute worst-case scenario, we'll just hand over the project, merge SMC and Daya Construction into Sunyang, and that'll be that. He was temporarily satisfied. I'll just consider the losses we took as tuition fees. This is exactly what I've learned from this. The older man was still grumpy. Well, if you actually learned something from this mess, then I guess I can breathe a bit easier. But still, we totally got stabbed in the back. Do-jun grinned widely. That's part of the lesson, too. Uncle, you just can't trust anyone. Se-hyun pouted, clearly unhappy. He did the math in his head. Even so, I still believe in Grandpa. Even if Sunyang is a giant corporation, well, Grandpa isn't the type of person who would blatantly rob everything from his own grandson like that. Do-jun frowned and pondered. What on earth is going on? He decided to ask directly. I'm going to see Grandpa now. If anything important comes up, I'll get in touch with you, Do-jun thought to himself as he walked. Either way, he let out a dejected sigh. I'll be the first grandson. To serve up a meal I worked my butt off to make for Grandpa. The two chatted for a bit. Did Uncle call you? Yes, sir. As soon as the election results were announced, he called me immediately. Yang Qian was instantly intrigued. How long after? Do-jun thought for a second. About 30 minutes, I think. The old man claimed arrogantly. The results were out. For less than a minute before he called me, he thanked me and said it was all thanks to me that he made it this far. I told him I didn't do a damn thing. He remained silent, speechless. Since you didn't lift a finger, he thanked you right away. To Grandpa, this was just a piece of cake. To get Uncle out of the way, Do-jun gave a bitter smile. One should indeed feel grateful when such a powerful person decides to go easy on them. He began to butter up his grandfather. You must have been very worried, sir. Even if you didn't say anything, Uncle would have known, and acted according to your wishes anyway. Yang Qian praised him. You've got a sharp eye. He suddenly put Do-jun on the spot. So what about you? He cautiously suggested. Before I give you my thoughts, there's something I want to ask you, Grandpa. Yang Qian said casually. Sure, ask away. Do-jun asked bluntly. Are you really that desperate for the Mappo project? Or do you have an ulterior motive? The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Ulterior motive? What on earth are you talking about? He replied vaguely. I'm not quite sure myself. Yang Qian calmed down. Look, Do-jun, you're overthinking things. He stated firmly. I don't have any hidden agenda. Because of the IMF, Sun Yang's coffers have completely dried up. Naturally, I had to do something about it. Do-jun was taken aback. So you're saying you stole my livelihood? From the hands of your own beloved grandson? Yang Qian didn't give a damn. So what? His eyes widened in utter shock. Well, the old man points out indifferently, you lent out $1 billion. Wait, no. It wasn't exactly a loan. Didn't you? Make a killing from those car companies by manipulating the exchange rate? Even if you adjusted the exchange rates to look fair, isn't that just a blatant shakedown? Do-jun was stunned. Could it be that he didn't forget about that? And is now clapping back? He hurriedly interrogated, Are you for real, Grandpa? Yang Qian replied casually. Of course, I'm being dead serious. The controlling stakes in the auto industry were calculated carefully. The group took a massive hit, you know, so I have to make up for it this time. Do-jun was completely flabbergasted. Yang Qian burst out laughing and advised him, Don't feel too salty about it. Even if Sun Yang becomes the owner of the business, I'll still make sure you're well taken care of. He asked skeptically, And just how well taken care of are we talking about? The old man rubbed his chin. Let's see. Enough for Daya to pay off its debts and clear the back pay for its employees. Do-jun frowned and got serious. Please be more specific, sir. Yang Qian was blunt. Daya will handle at least 30% of the entire project. Silence fell over the room. He made a serious assessment. The overall scope has been mapped out. While 30% isn't a massive amount, you could say it's more than enough to satisfy us. Apparently, this is the most reasonable number to ever come out of Grandpa's mouth. The executives at Daya Construction will also have to report to him regularly. Do-jun clenched his fists. Even though I feel stabbed in the back, I have zero intention of getting rid of them. He frowned as he thought it over. These are people who can actually be useful to me when I take over Sun Yang. Do-jun began to test the waters. You won't give me any more, will you? The old man gave a cold reminder. Don't be too greedy. You know that 30% is already a huge score. He became even more determined. If I back down now, the film empire my dad built will become useless. Since my goal isn't just to make money, even if 30% is already a sweet deal, I still can't agree to it. Do-jun broke into a cold sweat. I'm truly sorry, Grandpa, but Yang Qian glared at him threateningly. Before you say another word, you'd better think long and hard about this. But his eyes were full of resolve. It's too late to turn back now. The old man was slightly taken aback. Do-jun stated clearly, I've been thinking about this since yesterday, so I won't be changing my mind. He gave a calm smile. I can't budge on this one. Yang Qian's face twisted in shock. What? Do-jun didn't flinch. Even if my decision goes against yours, I'm still going through with it. Sorry. The old man roared in anger. Are you for real right now? Are you sure you won't regret this? He gave a firm assurance. Even if I don't get a single dime from SMC, I won't have any regrets, and I won't hold it against you, Grandpa. After all, getting this far was only possible because of your help. Yang Qian was deeply skeptical. Is that for real too? Do-jun replied teasingly. Yes, sir. However, since I just got totally robbed, I won't be getting in touch with you for the next few days. I hope you understand. It might feel a bit awkward. The old man fell silent. Yang Qian wore a mysterious smile. He looked intrigued. Threatening me like that is pretty selfish. Not even a courtesy call, huh? He stood up to leave. Yes, sir, but I'll try not to let it go past a week. Du Jun bowed. Well, then I'll take my leave. Then he decisively turned his back. Du Jun immediately tensed up. Starting now. I have to work my tail off, and I've got to strike first against my aunt and her husband. Yang Qian called out to him, Hey, Du Jun? Du Jun looked back, dazed. Yes, Grandpa? The old man's gaze softened. Come by early tomorrow morning. Let's go get some fresh air together, before the war actually breaks out. His eyes widened in surprise. Do Jun stood there blankly for a long time. Later that evening at the group headquarters, Young Ki frowned and asked, Right now I hold the most shares, don't I? Jong Hyun confirmed. Aside from the chairman, that is correct. He continued to press him. What if I secure the majority ownership? Could I go toe-to-toe with my father? Jong Hyun replied, That's highly unlikely. If you don't inherit his shares, you won't be able to lock down management rights. Young Ki searched his teeth. He clenched his fists in frustration. What if... But Young Ki took a dark turn. Hypothetically, if my father passed away, what would the ownership structure look like? The other two immediately widened their eyes in shock. They were visibly flustered. He laughed and waved his hand. Oh, man. Why do you guys look so shocked? Just think about my father's age. Even if he were to kick the bucket tomorrow, it wouldn't exactly be a surprise. The inheritance situation is still a mess, and we have no plan for such an event. That's the only reason I'm asking. The two men immediately relaxed. Ji-min explained, 23% of the chairman's shares would go to the madam. The children would each get an equal share of about 15%. If things stay like this, Young Ki brought up the will. What about a will? Is there no valid will? He answered honestly. We have no way of knowing. As of now, among this group's legal counsel, no one has personally received any will. However, sir, we don't know. If the chairman's private attorney has received one, Jong Hyun suddenly spoke up. But vice chairman, I don't think there is a separate will. He immediately questioned him. Why do you think that? He calmly analyzed the situation. If it involves the group's shares, the inheritance tax will be sky high. I have always been instructed to work on ways to avoid that. If a separate will exists, then aside from the group's shares, there is also the chairman's entire personal fortune. Land, houses, and all his private possessions. Young Ki pondered in silence, quietly agreeing. Unless it's an illegal inheritance, we'd have to pay a tax bill, somewhere in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. That's why most tycoons, while they're still alive, hand over management rights through shady gift assets. Illegal, huh? Young Ki smirked to himself. There's no way my old man would ever pay such a massive inheritance tax. He continued his probe. So what happens to the management rights? If there's no specific, will and the assets are divided equally? Jong Hyun stated, It will get very messy, sir. The chairman's position would shift depending on the share count. Young Ki brought up, What if my mother takes my side? He spoke cautiously. We'd still need an exact calculation, but... Jong Hyun suddenly remembered. Wait, isn't the third son? Director Jin Sang-ki on your side, sir? As long as the madam and director Jin Sang-ki stand with you, everything should be fine. He couldn't hide his grin. Young Ki tried to keep his cool. Even if you say it's fine, the most critical thing right now is to wrap up the inheritance issues before my father passes away. He smacked his forehead. Oh, wait, there's one more wild card. Jong Hyun pointed out. The shares of Sunyang Motors have already exceeded 17%. He probed further. I heard that. Oh Se-hyun from Fantasy and director Jin. Yoon-ki are very close. He stated with certainty. Yoon-ki only cares about movies. He doesn't give a damn about the family's internal power struggles. So there won't be any issues there. Young-ki rubbed his temples. Fine, I got it. You two can head out. They bowed respectfully and left. The two men quickly left and he let his whole body relax. Young-ki thought hazily. Now I even have to keep an eye on the youngest brother, who I thought I didn't need to worry about anymore. Young-ki lit a cigarette and took a long drag. Young-ki secretly grumbled, Father is really something else. Just how long does he plan on living? It's not like he can take it with him when he's gone, yet he's still trying to light a fire to make his children fight each other. He thought darkly, I've got to keep tabs on the youngest. I hope at least the kids won't get dragged into this mess. Young-ki was full of calculations. His older brother didn't know his thoughts, which made it even more concerning. Early the next morning, the car sped down the highway. Yang Qian stayed silent, leaving Do Jun confused. It's not even fully light yet. Where on earth is he going? He tried to guess. If we're on the West Coast Expressway, it must be Cheongnam, or Jeollado. The old man suddenly called out, Do-jun! Do-jun immediately replied, Yes? Yang Qian chuckled and asked, Aren't you curious where we're headed? He chose his words carefully. I'm dying to know. But since you look so serious, Grandpa, is it okay for me to ask? He looked out the window again. Yang Qian replied flatly, We are going to the place where Sunyang Group began. He surprised Do-jun by saying, It's Gunsan. He recalled his memories. Gunsan is the birthplace of Sunyang? This wasn't in any of the history I knew. When I researched Sunyang's history in my past life, it was the site of the Hosean rice farm, enemy property left behind by the Japanese after liberation. Grandpa had snatched the rice from the Joseon rice farm, which was known for its quality, and used that seed money to build the Sunyang Group we see today. Do-jun was stirred. Wait, does the Joseon rice farm still exist? Yang Qian was slightly surprised. You know about the Joseon rice farm too? He quickly composed himself. Do-jun quickly came up with an excuse. It's been featured in so many magazines, and you've talked about it in interviews before. Grandpa, every Sunyang employee knows about it. How could your own grandson not know? The old man let out a hearty laugh. This is exactly how you score points with me. Even if I have 10 grandchildren, all they know how to do is spend money. Only you know the history of how that money was earned. He breathed a secret sigh of relief. Yang Qian began his story. During the war, they heard the farm was being used by the U.S. military, so they abandoned it. It was only much later that I managed to get it back. He shared more details. Now it has become a history museum. I donated it to the country because I thought it held a lot of significance. Thanks to that, it has been meticulously preserved, without costing me a single dime. Do-jun asked naively, Since it's a history museum, are there any stories about you there? But Yang Qian laughed loudly. That's completely absurd. Why would there be a record of me being a thief? It suddenly clicked for him. Right. You stole the rice back then. The old man silently acknowledged it. Yang Qian, who was always ambitious, said, Back then I knew. A petty thief gets criticized and punished as a villain. But a big-time thief gets off scot-free. He turned to Do-jun. Do you know why? He replied softly. Is it because they're so powerful that no one dares to touch them? Yang Qian didn't deny it. That's not wrong. But the real reason is because the big-time thieves hold all the power. He answered simply, and if you give back just a fraction of what you stole, they'll look the other way. Do-jun realized the truth, the beginning of the collusion between politics and business. He trailed off with the question. So the rice stolen back then was also... Yang Qian immediately confirmed, That's right. I shared it with those in power. He looked toward his estate. I used that money to build factories and set up the company. I couldn't even count how much money I was making. Yang Qian shared his memories. At that time, I poured every cent I earned into expanding the company. The number of factories bearing the Sunyang name kept growing, and so did the buildings. He remarked indifferently. Now I have to protect them from being stolen. What a pointless task. Do-jun remained silent, feeling awkward. He frowned slightly. So the reason you cut ties with the eldest brother was to protect Sunyang from danger? Yang Qian stayed pensive and didn't answer. Do-jun carefully probed further. His curiosity was endless. Didn't Grandpa, known for being cold-blooded, even stab his own brother in the back? I wonder what he was actually feeling. The old man confessed, No, I simply did it to survive. Do-jun judged him coldly. He thinks he wasn't wrong. To betray his brother just to stay alive? Yang Qian continued. The military had taken power and started shaking down the rich to win over the public. At the time, my older brother was managing the factory. He knew absolutely nothing about running a business. He knew the situation all too well. In any case, Sunyang was a target for the government. It was either me or my brother. The two of us had to take the fall for the regime. Yang Qian's gaze turned intense. If I had been caught, Sunyang would have definitely fallen into someone else's hands. So I made up my mind. I had to sell out my brother. Do-jun analyzed the situation tensely. Was that a choice he was forced to make back then? Or a betrayal just to have it all? What's the real truth? Suddenly the old man changed the subject. What about you? He looked bewildered. Pardon? Yang Qian questioned him. I'm asking you, would you betray your family just to protect what belongs to you? Do-jun's eyes widened. He had to tell the truth. The old man's eyes were full of hope. He had to give the answer his grandfather wanted to hear. He hesitated for a long time. It was truly a tough call. Just as Do-jun was about to speak, they were hit by the accident. Do-jun opened his eyes dizzily. His vision was filled with the hospital ceiling. Only then did Dojun realize he was still alive. He thought he was a goner for sure. Baek-ha called him gently. "Can you hear me?" She softly advised him. "Please wait a moment. I'll call the doctor right away." Baek-ha gently stroked Dojun's head with a sincere smile. He drifted off to sleep again. Later, a light shone through. Yudan came in for the examination. "Follow my finger with your eyes." Dojun quickly asked, "What about my grandfather? Was he badly hurt? How is his condition?" He put his tools away and asked, "Was the man brought in with you your grandfather?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes." Yudan reassured him, "He's going to be fine. He should be waking up soon. Only one of the 5 victims from the accident actually needs surgery." "Don't worry too much." Dojun's eyes widened in shock. 5 people? Just how many cars were involved in that crash? He scrambled to sit up. "Doctor, my grandfather is the chairman of Sunyang Group. Please handle this quickly, before things get too chaotic at the hospital." He didn't seem to care. "The chairman of Sunyang Group? So what? You want special treatment? Just because of a minor fender bender?" "Huh? We have to call the police to investigate the scene properly," Yudan explained calmly. "This is just a local public health center. It's a small local spot. We don't have things like VIP rooms here." Dojun insisted. "I don't need VIP treatment. But if my grandfather wakes up, he'll definitely be looking for me. So I have to stay by your side. For me, seeing Grandpa is more important than getting checked out." He made a quick calculation. The decision to notify the family about the accident should be made by Grandpa. To a normal person, this was a no-brainer. But since this was Grandpa's car accident, it would definitely impact the market, the country's stock market. Dojun remained silent. The information must not be leaked unless it's through an official announcement. He hurried to find his grandfather. Yang Cheon was already awake. The old man teased him happily. "Oh my, you little rascal. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Dojun rushed over. "I just have a few scratches." "Grandpa, are you all right?" Yang Cheon replied. "The doctor said I'm fine." "I'm so glad you're okay." He gently patted the boy's hand. Dojun looked around in a daze. "But this is a VIP treatment room," Yang Cheon confirmed. "Even if it's only for a few days, we should at least have some. Peace and quiet, shouldn't we?" He laughed heartily. "I've handled everything, so just put this accident out of your mind." He relaxed with a sigh of relief. "Yes, Grandpa." Dojun stood there with Yang Cheon. Anyway, it was a real stroke of luck. He was still alive and his grandfather was still going strong. Recalling the crash, neither of them saw it coming. He didn't have time to think at all. He just shielded his grandfather. The moment he saw that truck charging at them, it was a purely instinctive reaction. Without any calculation whatsoever, Dojun knelt down by the bed. Now he truly understood his own heart. For a long time he had stopped trying to be the golden child, just to take over Sunyang. Dojun was almost in tears. This man really was his grandfather, and he was truly his grandson. The old man patted Dojun on the back. Yang Cheon looked at him tenderly as someone knocked softly on the door. Han-don asked cautiously, "I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, sir?" The old man sat up straight. "Not at all. Come in." He was recording some information. "I found the wallet of the person currently in surgery." Han-don handed over a piece of paper. "I brought it because I didn't know if anyone here would recognize who it belongs to." Dojun's face paled instantly. He stared at the business card. Why was this person here? Dojun couldn't believe his eyes. Why was someone who should have clocked out and been resting at home now lying on an operating table? Yang Cheon reached out his hand. "Who is it? Is it someone you know?" He didn't hide anything. "Yes, Grandpa, he's my close bodyguard. He drove me here this morning. I specifically told him to head home for the day." Dojun suddenly realized what happened. He replayed the situation in his mind. It seemed assistant. Kim had ignored his words and acted with total devotion. Dojun was in shock. He had tried to complete his mission of escorting me safely until I reached home. He was deeply shaken, so he put his entire body, even his life, on the line. The old man saw through it as well. Yang Cheon asked Han-don, "Will this young man make it?" He gave a flat report. "We are currently doing everything we possibly can." The old man made a sincere plea. "I need you to save him at all costs, because he just might be our savior." Han-don nodded slightly. "Yes, Chairman." He quickly left. Yang Cheon praised him. "You have a knack for picking good people. To think you'd encounter someone like that." Dojun fell into a somber mood. It didn't feel real to him at all, that someone would actually risk their life for him. The old man nodded in satisfaction. "Many people have gone to prison in my place, but no one has ever been willing to lay down their life for me. You should think about how you're going to repay this debt." He suddenly mentioned the debt. "It seems I'm not the only one who received a favor." Yang Cheon laughed. Is that so? So I'm also in this young man's debt. Dojun gave a strained smile. Please get some sleep, Grandpa. It seems that until the surgery is over, I don't think there is anything either of us can do right now. Yang Qian lay down. Right, let's catch some Z's. The old man quickly drifted off to sleep. He remained lost in thought. Dojun frowned, looking troubled. Meanwhile, at the authorities' office, Onrik confirmed, I've received word from the district chief. Hawk Jae inquired, Thank you for your concern. Have you grasped the situation yet? He replied while taking notes. We need further investigation at the scene, but this is the consensus of the experts. In the field of traffic safety, and Rick analyzed the situation. We checked the speed data, and it showed the chairman's car was waiting at the light. However, the truck heading straight toward the intersection, inexplicably, swerved and slammed it into the chairman's car. He raised an eyebrow slightly. If that's the case, the chairman should have been critically injured. He used his body to demonstrate exactly. But at that moment, there was another car behind the chairman. It was a BMW. That car rammed into the truck, right before the truck could hit the chairman's vehicle. And Rick explained, the tire marks are clear on the asphalt. They show the BMW suddenly flooring it. Thanks to that, the truck was knocked off course. Hawk Jae pondered in silence. He continued speaking. We assumed it was the secretary's car, escorting the chairman, but it seems that wasn't the case. He leaned forward slightly. Then don't tell me the BMW driver. And Rick confirmed they were critically injured. No matter how safe German cars are, if you get T-boned by an 8-ton truck, surviving is basically impossible. Hawk Jae regained his composure, so the chairman's car was struck twice. He immediately pressed for more information. Have you managed to uncover the identity or the name of that individual yet? He replied at once, Yes, we found his wallet. Are you familiar with Assistant Kim Yoon Seok from the strategy department? Hawk Jae searched his memory. Who could that be? Never mind, I can look into that later. He continued to probe. And what about the truck driver? And Rick assured him. He was also critically injured and is currently undergoing treatment. Don't worry, I've already dispatched a detective. He won't be able to escape. Hawk Jae stroked his chin, lost in thought. He showed genuine concern. Is there still something weighing on your mind? He immediately brushed it off. Oh no. It seems the truck driver fell asleep at the wheel after driving all night. Doesn't that happen all the time? And Rick gave a serious assessment. We are of the same opinion. But a further investigation is still required, Chief. Hawk Jae suggested. Before that, could you provide me with the truck driver's information? He agreed. Ah, yes. And Rick pulled out the documents. Here is the truck's plate number and the driver's background. As I mentioned, it still needs more looking into. He stated bluntly, the district chief will be in touch with you. I hope you can help cover for me. His eyes widened in shock. Hawk Jae didn't bother hiding it. As you're aware, the chairman's accident will have ripple effects across many sectors. The victim is our own employee, so there won't be any issues. And Rick was speechless for a long moment. He quickly understood the situation. Ah, I see. This is Sun Yang Group business, so we have to handle it with discretion, right? Just do whatever works best for you. He fell into a silent contemplation. The task here was finished. Hawk Jae hurriedly pressed on. Now all that's left for me to do is to get to the hospital and plug any leaks there. Yang Qian asked again, the investigation has been called off? Hawk Jae nodded firmly. Yes, I've requested the chief to personally wipe all traces, sir. I also met with the hospital director to remind him not a single detail of the accident must leak out. The old man fell silent, calculating his next move. He continued his report. And I've also ordered a secret investigation into the truck driver. If we dig deeper, we might find something. But Yang Qian's gaze turned sharp. Why? Why would there be something? Hawk Jae swallowed hard, feeling the tension. He lowered his eyes. Because we have to consider all possibilities, sir. After all, Chairman, you couldn't just ignore your own suspicions, which is why you haven't contacted the family yet, right? The old man let out a weary sigh. Today, Yang Qian tried to convince himself. No one knew I was going to Gunsan. It could really just be an accident caused by a drowsy driver. He made a decision. I'll confirm it once the truck driver wakes up. Hawk Jae noticed. Chairman, you took Dojun to Gunsan. He was quite perceptive. Could it be because of that? The Yosin rice mill in Gunsan, the starting point of Sun Yang Group. It was a secret location. Only a handful of people knew about it. Although it had been turned into a museum, the room in the basement was the real museum. The private museum of Chairman Jin Yang Qian. It was where he kept small items that could trigger memories from his childhood all the way to the present day. A museum of memories, so he could quietly reflect on his own journey. In that place, His eldest son, Jin Young-ki, and second son, Jin Dong-ki, had both been officially named heirs to Sun-yang. Dong-hyun was quite surprised. Could it be that the chairman intended to give the third title to Do-jun? He shuddered at the thought. Or rather, Yang Cheon bluntly confirmed it. That's right, what? Does Do-jun still seem lacking to you? Dong-hyun quickly denied it. No, not at all. I know very well that although he's young, he's exceptional. The old man expressed his view. My sons were absolutely thrilled. When I tell them to manage the group well, Sun-yang, I'm really curious. I wonder what kind of expression Do-jun will make. It would be a shame to miss it. He stood there dazed, not quite following. With his serious personality, wouldn't he just stay calm, sir? Yang Kaon figured he might just wave his hand and decline. Dong-hyun felt uneasy. Yes, sir? The old man burst out laughing with delight. Just how deep does that kid's game go? Then Yang Cheon asked. He's only 20 now. Yet he has subordinates so loyal that they'd risk their lives for him, Hak-jae. Would you be willing to die in my place? Hak-jae answered honestly. Right now I can't, sir. I still have a wife and 3 children waiting for me. Besides, I'm itching to spend my own money. How could I let myself die in such a pointless way, sir? The old man's eyes widened in surprise. You've really aged, haven't you? You're actually afraid of death. He felt a bit apologetic. Are you very disappointed, sir? Yang Keon couldn't help but chuckle. He brought up the past. But you did 3 years in prison for me. I don't say it often, but please know I've always been grateful. Hak-jae joked back casually. Instead of words, if you just gave me some cash, I'd understand your feelings perfectly. Yang Keon was in a good mood. If even Hak-jae is getting this bold with me, he looked outside. It must mean a lot of time. Has really passed, huh? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A voice announced, Section Chief, someone is here to see you. He quickly replied, I'll be right out. Hak-jae bowed. Just to be safe, I've called in some security personnel. I'll head out to handle things. Please get some rest, sir. Yang Cheon gave his permission. Fine. The old man watched him leave. Yang Cheon looked out at the evening sky from the hospital. He sent word out. The chairman has just finished surgery and is currently resting to recover. According to the doctor, we should have the results in about a day. Eun-ki was briefly taken aback. A whole day? Hak-jae observed them closely. Those two were visibly on edge. He waited in silence. Young-ki was the first to lose it. Why on earth is my father in a rural hospital? Hurry up! Transfer him to Sun-yang Medical Center right now, or call in every top specialist we have! Hak-jae replied calmly, Vice Chairman. What we must do now is wait. Even a slight shock could put the chairman's life at risk. Just wait a little longer. Once he's stable, we'll move him back to Seoul. He raised his voice in a confrontation. So I'm supposed to just sit here and twiddle my thumbs? Dong-ki was more composed. Section Chief Lee, what is the doctor's assessment? What exactly did they say? He answered, they aren't certain yet. Hak-jae's face remained stoic. There's nothing we can do but wait for the next 48 hours. The room fell into a heavy silence. Calculating stares and a silence thick with schemes, yet some were truly worried. He took it all in. But Young-ki lashed out again. Section Chief Lee, why didn't you report this immediately when you got the call? What's the deal here? Does it make sense for his own children to find out a whole day later? Does it? Hak-jae didn't flinch. These were the chairman's direct orders. I am simply following the protocol. He established for emergencies, sir. He didn't hesitate to bow. I apologize for disappointing you. The professional Hak-jae kept his head down. It was he who had suggested to the chairman, I think it would be best if we didn't notify them about the accident immediately. Yang Keon understood instantly. You want to see how they react? Hak-jae confirmed. Yes, someone clearly took action. What if this wasn't an accident, but a setup? The old man smiled with satisfaction. So you don't think this was just a simple crash? He nodded. I apologize. Wouldn't the chairman be suspicious about why he was moved to the intensive care unit? Yang Cheon agreed and gave his approval. Then follow through with your plan. Do it that way. Hak-jae's expression slightly darkened. The old man chuckled with delight. Thanks to you, I'll be able to rest for a few weeks. He tried to reassure Yang-jun. I'll speak with Do-jun as well. He's a smart kid, he'll understand. Yoon-ki asked, How's Do-jun, is he okay? He's currently in the process of recovering. Hak-jae prepared to leave. I'll let you all talk then. I'll go check on the situation for a moment. If anything urgent comes up, I'll report back immediately. He didn't show any vulnerability. Young-ki clicked his tongue in annoyance. Dong-ki suggested to his brother, Let's have a quick chat together. He agreed immediately. Fine. I also have something I need to ask. He couldn't bear to watch them anymore. Do you really have to come all the way here and act like this? Just stop it. He patted Yoonki on the shoulder. It's not what you think. Stop worrying over nothing. The two then walked away, leaving him all alone. Later that night, still at the hospital, the two talked as they walked. You knew too, didn't you? I was the only one who couldn't get through to anyone, yeah. I also heard that father intended to take Dojun to Gunsan. Dong-ki asked cautiously. What do you think? Young-ki prodded. Are you curious about my thoughts? Or do you want to talk about your own? He chuckled with interest. Aren't you also curious about what I'm thinking? He replied bluntly. No, I already know what's on your mind, so there's nothing to be curious about. Dong-ki's face flared with anger. Young-ki pointed it out directly. Right now you're suspecting that I caused the accident. Right? Because I'd have the most to gain if father suddenly passed away without handing over the inheritance. No need to explain it to that kid Dojun, he shot back immediately. Doesn't everyone already know whether you'd be the one with the most to gain or not? If we restructure the division, it'll take at least 6 months, right? He thumped his chest excitedly. I am the eldest son! If father passes away, I am the chief mourner. In the news and newspapers, it's my face that will be front and center. Everyone knows that I'm the one who will become chairman. When that happens, the shareholders and authorities will all side with me. Dong-ki frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it! The eldest son in a poor family is just a burden. But the eldest son in a rich family gets a reward like this. He threw out a provocative remark. Is that so? Dong-ki remarked. You've made quite a big play, haven't you? Young-ki's face paled. Dong-ki looked him straight in the eye. Young-ki fell into a pensive silence, then admitted. He tried to deflect. You already know the answer. He pressed firmly. Stop dodging the question. Young-ki admitted flatly. It's sad and unfortunate that father might never wake up again. But for me, there's no downside at all. He didn't bother hiding it. That's my answer. Dong-ki said nothing more. He tapped his forehead and commented, however, no matter how stupid you are, there's no way you'd stage an accident as messy as that one. Dong-ki brought up the boy. What about Dojun? Young-ki dismissed the issue entirely. Handle it yourself. Making people submit to you is your specialty, after all. He made his stance clear. Promise me you won't touch the kid. He let out a contemptuous laugh. Why don't you stop acting so nice? Young-ki pointed out. If Dojun becomes a threat, you'd be the first to take him out, even before I would. Dong-ki didn't object. A music program was playing on the TV. Dojun was with Yang Cheon. 2 doctors entered. His eyes widened in surprise. Why do they have those looks on their faces? The old man spoke first. Is there some bad news? Has my friend Kim, Yoon Seok's condition taken a turn for the worse? Han Dol denied it. No, that's not it, Chairman. He glanced at Nam Jiu, signaling him to take over. Kim Yoon Seok has recovered unexpectedly fast. Looking at his vital signs, it seems he will wake up very soon. At this, Do-jun was visibly overjoyed. Yang Kian, however, felt the opposite. Then why do you all look so grim? He announced that the chairman's test results were in, and we have discovered a small tumor. He immediately became agitated. Do-jun stood up, completely shell-shocked. A tumor? Doctor, do you mean cancer? The old man remained calm and composed. Do-jun. The doctor hasn't finished yet. He was extremely restless. I'm sorry, sir. Han Dol explained, it's not that concerning. Judging by its size, it seems to be in its very early stages. If we operate, we should be able to remove it completely. Yang Qian continued to question them. If that's the case, why do you look so worried? Namju informed them. The tumor was found in the brain, which is a very sensitive location. A chill ran down the old man's spine. Dojun was also stunned. A brain tumor? He was lost in thought. I have no idea how the real Jin Dojun actually died in the previous timeline. I only know that the cause was an accident. Since I'm still alive, it means that hasn't happened yet. Maybe I'll also die in an accident later on. Dojun looked down at Yang Cheon, but I still remember clearly. Grandfather's brain tumor is a different story. Jin Yang Cheon, the man who spent his whole life building Sun Yang Group, is supposed to pass away at the age of 78. That would be next year. According to my memory, it was due to natural causes. Dojun was stunned. Could grandfather's death have been caused by a brain tumor? He explained, there are currently no signs of metastasis, but because the tumor is so small, it's difficult to determine if it's malignant or benign. But we're lucky it was caught early. The old man looked suspicious. I had a full checkup just last month, and I didn't hear a word about any tumor. Namjo diagnosed, if that's the case, it's very likely to be malignant. Regardless, it would be best for us to proceed with surgery as soon as possible. Yang Cheon made a quick decision. Then please make the necessary arrangements for me. I am ready for surgery at any time. The two doctors were taken aback. Handol explained with some hesitation, "This is just a local public hospital. To be honest, our equipment is a bit subpar, sir. It would be very difficult to perform a surgery here with absolute perfection." They both believed that, furthermore, we also cannot overlook the immense status of the chairman of Sun Yang Group. Our hospital has never handled a VIP patient before. If we can't handle the pressure, it could lead to critical errors. The old man pondered the dilemma. I thought I'd finally get some peace and quiet, but it seems that's not in the cards. Yang Qian started making urgent preparations. No way, right? So who is the top surgeon in this country? I have to live long enough to see this kid get married. Do-jun stared in a daze as Yang Qian chuckled. The old man made a request to them. Discuss the details of that matter with Manager Lee. The two of them bowed. Then he said gloomily, "Grandpa." "Yes." Yang Qian squeezed Do-jun's hand tightly. He looked at him with great affection. "You truly are my lucky star. You've saved me so many times now." Do-jun was bewildered. "Yes, me?" Yang Qian pointed out, "Your right-hand man saved us. And as for you, when the accident happened, didn't you quickly shield and protect me?" The old man recounted happily. "And isn't it a stroke of luck that, thanks to this accident, we were able to catch and stop my illness just in time?" He bit his lip. Do-jun replied cheerfully, "Not at all, sir. You just need to live a long, healthy life. The surgery will be a success." Yang Qian smiled and replied, "Right." Then there was a knock. Hok Jae rushed in frantically. "Chairman, I've heard the test results." "Are you all right?" The old man observed calmly. "I'm fine, it's just a simple surgery." "So there's really no need to get all worked up, is there?" Luckily, the tumor was caught early. He fell into a pensive silence. "Now then." Yang Qian pulled himself together. "Manager Lee, I'm okay. So don't make that face. Now let's figure out our game plan." Hok Jae reported, "Yes, sir. The doctors here have recommended Professor Kang Jun-sik from Yongin University Hospital. I'll track him down personally and set a date for the surgery." The old man made a quick decision. "Fine. Tell my children that I need to have a follow-up surgery." He was surprised. "Won't they be shocked if they hear it's a follow-up surgery?" "Why?" Yang Qian argued. "If they're shocked and panicking, they'll only end up making mistakes." Late night at the office. Seo Hyun greeted politely. "I hope my coming over this late isn't too rude." Seo Hyun replied warmly. "Not at all, it's not even midnight yet." He looked around, confused. "But where is Mayor Choi?" "I was planning on congratulating him on his election win." She stated her position. "He's in a meeting with the party to finalize the staff for the Seoul Metropolitan Government. In the capital, Seoul. We're well aware of Representative Oh's hard work, so I've come on his behalf to express our gratitude." Seo Hyun was quite surprised. "But what brings you here at this hour?" Seo Hyun smiled, her wheels clearly turning. "I just got word a moment ago. My father was in a car accident." He read between the lines. Judging by her face, it must have been a fender bender. "But why is she telling me this?" Seo Hyun asked with concern. "The chairman is okay, right?" She was indifferent. "I heard he was moved to the ICU after his surgery. Even if I rushed there now, I wouldn't be able to see him." He couldn't hide his shock. Seo Hyun judged her silently. Her father is at that age, lying in the ICU, yet she's acting like it's no big deal? He thought tensely. Seo Hyun chuckled, her mind full of schemes. "Should I make a scene?" Seo Hyun gulped in fear. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Seo Hyun probed him thoughtfully. Seo Hyun smirked and declared nonchalantly, "That's just how we live. If my father dies, I'll be more worried than heartbroken." Seo Hyun was crunching the numbers. "Since I haven't received a single dime of my share yet." His face turned cold and judgmental. Seo Hyun quickly accepted it. "Being born into the Jin family means letting go of emotions and a normal life." "I get it," she said, relaxing. "So you do understand, don't you?" He also stated his piece. "Since you seem like a normal person, I feel comfortable saying this. It seems Chairman Jin is eyeing the Mapo SMC project. He told us to stand down." Seo Hyun was surprised. "My father?" she confirmed. "Yes, he made his intentions clear to Do-jun." She covered her mouth. Seeing Representative Oh's pointless worry, it's honestly hilarious to me. He didn't quite get it. Pointless worry? Seo Hyun was certain her father wasn't thinking about that. Would he really snatch something away from the grandson? He wants to make his heir? Seo Hyun's pupils dilated. Heir? She informed him. The place where my father had the accident was Gongju, South Chungcheong Province. Of course, Do-jun was there too. His expression shifted instantly. Seo Hyun jumped up in agitation. Do-jun too? Is he badly hurt? Seo Hyun clicked her tongue. Representative Oh, Save that memorable look for next time. We don't have time for small talk. He was impatient. What are you talking about at this hour? She posed a hypothetical. If my father and Do-jun never wake up, what's your move, Representative O? Seo-hyun was absolutely livid. What the hell are you talking about? How can you say that? Seo-hyun played innocent. Don't be so dramatic. I'm merely proposing a plan. He calculated his moves with a grim expression. Even though Do-jun and I aren't blood-related, if Do-jun gets hurt, I'd be worried sick. Isn't that just basic human nature? Seo-hyun was anxious as hell. And yet, this person calling herself a daughter is talking about some nonsense proposal, while her father is lying there injured. She did the simple math. If my father passes away, without a designated heir for the group's shares, then Hyun-ki and I would each inherit 11% of the shares. That's 22% in total, right? Seo-hyun continued nonchalantly. Of course, looking at the controlling interest. It might be 15% or even less, since my two older brothers already hold some shares. He frowned deeply. Calculating shares at a time like this? She plotted, but Sunyang Motors is currently HVK Motors. Isn't it? That company holds 17% of the controlling interest. Combined, that's at least 30%. Seo-hyun was incredibly ambitious. With 30%, that should be enough of a foundation to take over. The chairmanship of the group, wouldn't you say? Seo-hyun was stunned. Why was she laughing? Seo-hyun laid out her terms. If you help me become the leader of Sunyang, I'll hand over 10 of our best subsidiaries to you. If that company merges with HVK Group, Representative O, you'll become the head of a massive corporation, ranked among the top 20 businesses in Korea. His face was stone cold. Seo-hyun gave a dry laugh. You've got your math all wrong. Her eyes widened. What? What do you mean? He analyzed the situation calmly. Hyun-ki is my friend. He's closer to me than an older sister who shares no blood. Beyond that, we have no connection whatsoever. If the two of us join forces, then Director Jin's shares will mean absolutely nothing. So it should be the other way around. Seo-hyun was stunned. Dad? Seo-hyun gave a devious smile. Please help me. If Hyun-ki becomes the head of Sunyang, I'll give you 15 solid subsidiaries. Now that is an accurate calculation. She felt a flash of tension. Seo-hyun grinned broadly and spoke frankly. You're certainly no ordinary man, are you? Since you've put it that way, I'll also reveal what I've been keeping under wraps. He raised an eyebrow. A secret? Seo-hyun calculated her next move. If my father passes away, my mother will also receive a massive amount of shares. So why on earth would I need to team up with Hyun-ki? Right now we can barely even stand the sight of each other. Seo-hyun had to weigh her options. He cut straight to the chase. What did you mean by saying Do-jun would become the heir? She clicked her tongue in distaste. Do-jun might not be my father's sole heir, but like it or not, the boy has already been recognized as one of the successors. He shared his assessment coolly. If Do-jun is indeed one of the heirs, then there's even less reason for him to side with Director Jin, right? You don't even have any shares. Seo-hyun waved it off. Currently, Do-jun is only in his 20s. Do you really think he'll inherit Sunyang? Even if he gets it, he won't be able to keep it. She asserted with total confidence, because he doesn't have the true power behind Sunyang. Seo-hyun caught on. You're talking about Sunyang's network of connections, aren't you? Seo-hyun smirked. Sharp, exactly. See, if my father makes one phone call, the Prime Minister comes running. But if the person calling is a 20-year-old kid, do you think the Prime Minister will show up? He countered in a low voice, unless there's an official announcement or recognition from Chairman Jin himself. The Prime Minister wouldn't come, even if Director Jin were the one calling, right? Just as expected, she was speechless. The name echoed through the hospital. Do-jun! Hyun-ki and Seo-hyun rushed over. Do-jun! You're recovering very well. Do-jun was a bit surprised. Dad, uncles? He asked anxiously. Are you okay? Are you seriously hurt anywhere? He quickly replied, I'm fine, Dad. It's just a few scratches and some bruises. Hyun-ki asked worriedly, Are you for real? Do-jun tried to reassure them. Yes, I had a full head-to-toe checkup. Everything is totally fine. So please stop worrying. He patted his shoulder and he smiled with relief. Seo-hyun couldn't help but wonder. Why on earth were you heading to Gongju anyway? Do-jun answered. I was on my way to Gunsan, to the Joseon rice granary in Gunsan. Later, he recounted, when I explained why I had to leave so early and the significance of the Joseon rice granary, Seo-hyun slapped his knee in excitement. He raised his voice enthusiastically. So that's it. So that trivial ritual was the Joseon rice granary. Hyun-ki had no idea what was going on. What kind of gibberish are you talking about? Seo-hyun was fed up. Man, a father who only sees his son like you wouldn't even know why. He explained it step by step. Listen up, the chairman intended to name Do-jun, your kid, as the heir to the Sun-yang group.
That's it!
Even if he isn't the sole heir. He was stunned. What? Do-jun was also shocked. He finally understood. So that was it after all? It wasn't just a museum, and it wasn't just a casual outing. Do-jun felt the pressure. He had become the third heir after his two uncles. Seo-hyun took notice. Look at this crafty little punk. Does he look like someone hearing the news? He's been waiting for all along? No, you already saw this coming, didn't you? Do-jun looked up abruptly. Wait, how did you know? He complained, looking exhausted. I ran into your aunt before coming here. He was quite surprised. Aunt? Seo-hyun recounted the story. Exactly. I also intended to talk about the SMC matter, which is why I met her. But perhaps because of the accident in Gongju, Jin Jung-ji and Oh-nam already seemed to know something beforehand. He mocked him bluntly. It's just your dad who's completely in the dark. Hyun-ki stated clearly, I know too, but I don't have high hopes. Seo-hyun looked bewildered. Wait, what? Do-jun couldn't keep up either. He assessed the situation. My two older brothers, Young-ki and Dong-ki, were appointed as heirs right there. It really was a childish ritual. Father said this when looking at the history of Sun-yang Group. This is your history. Yoon-ki's face was somber. Son, keep this history going. His face turned pale. How do you know about that? Don't tell me you also... He gave a bitter, pained smile. After my oldest brother returned, he bragged about it. He was so happy, saying that starting today, he would become the heir. Seo-hyun wondered, so what? Why did you say you have no expectations? Do-jun is also an heir. Maybe he'll get a third of Sun-yang. Yoon-ki had seen through it long ago. Look at the shares of Sun-yang, as they are now. See? Both the eldest and the second brother received less than 10% in shares. It's been almost 20 years since they were appointed as heirs. Don't they know yet? He fell silent. Do-jun, Yoon-ki lowered his voice seriously. Your grandfather, a hint of sorrow crossed his eyes, has immense ambition. Yoon-ki affirmed with certainty, ambition so great that an ordinary person couldn't even imagine it. He absolutely hates having to give away what belongs to him. He gave a clear warning. Even his own children are no exception. Seo-hyun swallowed hard, full of tension. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy. Do-jun pondered in silence. Well, I agree with what Dad is saying, but I can't say for sure if that's true. He knew all too well. The way grandfather looked at Dad was different from how he looked at me. Do-jun assessed the situation. According to what Dad said, grandfather's greed is immense. But compared to that greed, he has another desire. Something even greater, he thought to himself. It's the prosperity of Sun-yang. Do-jun analyzed. Why is it that after nearly 25 years, my two uncles are still just heirs, owning less than 10%? It's because grandfather only has 10% confidence that Sun-yang will continue to thrive under them. He smiled with confidence. Do-jun stated, Dad, if I don't expect anything, then I'll be grateful for whatever I'm given, right? Yoon-ki was a bit confused. What do you mean by that? He hazarded a guess. It seems my destiny isn't to be the heir of Sun-yang, Dad. Think about it. Didn't that accident happen as if fate itself wouldn't allow it? So even if I only receive a small portion of the inheritance, I can only feel grateful. His eyes widened in shock. Son! Seo-hyun looked down, his expression grim. He frowned judgmentally. Look at this kid. I see what you're trying to do. Look at him talking total nonsense with such a straight face. Hyun-ki patted Do-jun on the shoulder. He was delighted. That's right. I'm impressed you can think that way. Seo-hyun forced himself to hold back. Early the next morning, Hak-ji reported to the chairman. The directors and executive board are starting to waver, sir. Yang Keon was slightly surprised. Are there rumors already? He denied it. No, sir. The public still knows nothing about the car accident. The old man grasped the situation. Then it must be my children causing a scene, right? Hak-ji confirmed. Yes, sir. They're frantically digging into the share status of the other subsidiaries. Yang Keon gave a devious smile. This is the perfect chance to find out for sure. He was setting the trap. Which directors are backing? My two sons? He broke into a cold sweat. When the chairman's surgery ends, it will also be the start of a bloody war. Yang John asked further, has anyone tried to pull in outside investors yet? Hak-ji regained his composure. Not yet, sir. Regardless, we still have to be careful about any information leaking out. He added information. It seems both of your children were not involved in this accident. He was truly surprised. How is that possible? Hak-ji confirmed. I eavesdropped on their conversation. At the very least, they both understand clearly that if the chairman passes away now, the succession structure will be destabilized. Yang Keon nodded in satisfaction. Well, that's a relief. Knowing the group structure is like walking on thin ice means they aren't total idiots. He informed him, although there are still suspicious points. It's highly likely that it was just a random accident. He acted indifferent. We'll know more after further investigation. Enough. Sunwoo knocked and rushed in. Chairman, are you all right? He looked delighted. Oh my. It must have been hard for you to come all this way. He was sweating profusely.
Of course I had to come, sir.
How do you feel? What if we transfer you to the Sunyang Medical Center? Right now, our surgical department has so many talented people, like Professor Jang Jun-sik. Yang John spoke politely. My friend, do you think I'm staying here because I don't trust our hospital? I'm here scouting Jang Jun-sik, who's been highly praised in your medical field. Just watch. I'll bring him over to work under you. When that happens, make sure you treat him well. Yes, Sunwoo said, trying to maintain a smile. He was sharp, too. Don't be fooled by that smile. He suddenly spoke up. But by the way, Sunwoo startled and stood up straight. Yes? Yang Qian threatened him furiously. What's this about a tumor? Didn't you tell me just a month ago that everything was fine? His face turned dark with anger. As expected, he was holding him accountable. Sunwoo broke into a cold sweat. If I say the wrong thing now, it's game over. He trembled and made an excuse. I'm deeply sorry to say this, but a month ago, the tumor was impossible to detect, sir. Sunwoo tried his best not to stutter. It might be an acute tumor. Since we haven't done a CT scan yet, I can't give you any more details. The old man pressured him, fuming. So you're saying you're certain there was no tumor? During my general checkup, he quickly bowed deeply. Yes, Chairman. Everything was checked and thoroughly confirmed by dozens of doctors.
Please, you must believe me.
Yang Qian grumbled in annoyance. Oh, come on. I didn't say anything yet. I'm just double-checking. Good grief, you're making me look like a jerk for no reason. Sunwoo bowed even lower. I'm so sorry, sir. The old man let out a weary sigh. Yang Qian lay back down on the bed. Fine, get out. I need to get some rest. He gave a final warning. Oh, and one more thing. The fact that I'm having surgery here is for your eyes only. You understand what that implies, right? He felt like he'd just dodged a bullet. Yes, Chairman. The hospital room fell silent. Yang John asked for an opinion. What do you think? I don't think he's doing this on purpose. Hokji didn't disagree. The medical staff at Myung University also said the same thing, sir, that anyone could have missed it. The old man couldn't set his mind at ease. It's a total mess and everything is just too coincidental. The hospital hiding the brain tumor and the accident happening at the worst possible time. It feels like everything is playing out, according to someone's script. Yang Qian ordered, keep a close eye on the hospital director. Hokji replied, I've already put someone on him, sir. I'll find out exactly who he's been in contact with. He was very decisive. Right. And in a few months, call a board meeting and have him sacked. He was quite surprised. You mean fire him, sir? Yang Qian reconfirmed. Yeah, no matter how I look at it, it's frustrating. Just fire him. Hokji took the order. I understand, sir. In the evening of the same day, Du-jun bowed deeply. Thank you. Yoon-seok was finally awake. He seemed very happy. He hurriedly checked on him. Are you having any trouble speaking? Yoon-seok confirmed. No, sir. My pronunciation is a bit fuzzy, but I'm okay. Du-jun relaxed a little. He instructed him carefully. I'm curious about a lot of things, but I'll ask you later. For now, just focus on resting up. Go ahead, ask away. He joked around comfortably. I've been resting for 10 days now, so my mouth is actually pretty itchy to talk. Do-jun felt truly apologetic and went along with Yoon-seok's wish. Then can you tell me a bit about the day the accident happened? Just tell me what you remember. He thought back, and Yoon-seok began his story. I thought the secretary's escort car for the chairman would follow, but only one car was moving. He was very responsible. Even though the manager told me to head home, getting off that early in the morning didn't feel right. Yoon-seok also mentioned it was a coincidence. And honestly, you had swapped cars, sir. So I followed along because I wanted to get used to the new car, and I wanted to test the brakes again. I figured the roads would be empty at that hour. Do-jun noted flatly. I see. Then swapping cars must have been an act of God, because even after such a horrific accident, you were still able to survive. His eyes widened with emotion. Manager, he continued to prompt him. Go on. Yoon-seok thought for a moment about the accident. He provided more info. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Yoon-seok still spoke out. But that truck didn't just lose control while it was driving. Do-jun was startled and panicked. What do you mean by that? He recalled the memory. Yoon-seok had seen it. The silhouette of the truck that caused the crash. The driver was idling. He said it was already there, lying in wait. A chill ran down his spine. Do-jun stood there frozen. He couldn't believe it. Lying in wait? Yoon-seok reaffirmed. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what it looked like, sir. Do-jun tried to find more clues. It wasn't an accident. It was a hit job disguised as an accident. How and who? Who's the culprit and who exactly was the target? He kept questioning himself. Is Grandpa hiding the fact that he's awake? Because he still doesn't feel safe? Why can't Do-jun find anything? He carefully gave a heads up. It's a bit awkward to say this, but don't get me wrong. Even if it sounds like I'm interrogating you, I'm not doubting your intentions or anything. He seemed taken aback. Do-jun asked bluntly, why did you sacrifice yourself? You could have died out there. The fact that you're even alive is a straight-up miracle. Yoon-seok thought for a while. He confessed, maybe I just made a split-second judgment. In that brief moment, I thought this was the perfect chance to secure the best deal possible. He didn't quite understand the deal Yoon-seok mentioned. Do you remember? What you said to me and Captain Sin when we became your men? He had etched it into his heart. That you weren't asking for loyalty, but quite simply, you were just cutting a deal with us. The manager would pay us a ton of money, and in return, we had to provide something worthy of that cash. Do-jun confirmed, yes, I remember. He thought to himself, I said that, to motivate them to better themselves, but I never imagined things would be handled like this. Yoon-seok's confession after waking up from his coma, I've thought about it very carefully. How much is this deal worth? I've put your safety and your life, manager, on one side of this contract. So as for the other side, how much should I write to close the deal? He smiled confidently. Now, it's up to you to fill in the blank, manager. It has to be something worthy of my life and my entire future, sir. He remained silent, not offering a response. Do-jun observed inwardly. This man is definitely no loyal pawn. He questioned himself. This guy has really leveled up. Could it be that he changed like this after cheating death? Do-jun flashed a professional smile. He generously kept his promise. What exactly do you want? Do you want a massive lump sum payment, or would you prefer a lifetime of steady payouts? Yoon-seok was stunned. Pardon? He fell silent, deep in thought. Yoon-seok decided, I'll take the steady payouts, because I can just collect the savings from the chairman. Do-jun suddenly remembered, oh, and there's Grandpa too. He did the math for him. Take your time to think it over. If you take a lump sum from me, it means Assistant Kim will receive a huge amount of cash. It would be like tripling or quadrupling your net worth instantly. Yoon-seok said firmly, no need for that. I've already made up my mind. I'll take the steady payouts, sir. Do-jun asked again, are you for real? He gave a simple excuse. Of course, sir, because I don't really know the thrill of burning through cash yet. But I do know that kind of fun would get old real fast. Yoon-seok had set his mind. However, if I stay by your side, manager, then maybe that kind of excitement will be way bigger than just spending money. His eyes widened in surprise. Do-jun pursed his lips and gave a small reminder. Assistant Kim, I'm not sure if you still remember, but what I said before still stands. He had forgotten. What did you say, sir? Do-jun affirmed. If you don't have the skills, then I won't keep you by my side. Yoon-seok didn't even look surprised. He explained simply, I know very well. Nothing can truly repay you for saving my life. The only thing I have is money, so I'll show my gratitude through cash. Do-jun weighed the pros and cons. But if you say you want to ride with me, then that's a whole different story. He raised his voice with determination. I'll sharpen my skills and abilities to be worthy of working for the manager. If you ever feel like I'm falling short, please let me know anytime. I'll step down immediately. He held up 3 fingers. Do-jun declared solemnly. I'll give you 3 passes. Whether you make a big mistake or slack off at work, you'll have 3 chances. He gave a clear warning. But if you mess up a 4th time, then our professional ties are officially cut. Yes, Yoon-seok forced himself to speak loudly. I'll do my best to never use even one of those chances. The atmosphere in the room settled down. Do-jun smiled contentedly. He kindly instructed, just focus on recovering. I'm heading back to Seoul now. In the evening of the same day, someone knocked on his door. Yes? Hakji walked in, and Yoon-seok was very surprised. Following behind him was Yang Cheon. Yoon-seok's face went pale. Yoon-seok tried to sit up. Chairman? The old man waved his hand. Just stay lying down. Yoon-seok greeted him politely. In a hospital, a severely injured patient is the VIP, so there's no need for all that for this old man. He intentionally took his hand. Yoon-seok didn't understand what was going on. Yang Cheon expressed his gratitude sincerely. Thank you. Risking a young life to save the life of an old man is no small feat. He carefully chose his words. No, not at all, Chairman. It wasn't just me. There was another young man far more capable than I. Pardon me, sir. You really don't need to trouble yourself over it. The old man showed a look of interest. Is that so? So it wasn't for me, but for Dojun. Yoon Seok was flustered. No, it's not necessarily like that. Yang Cheon cut him off. Nonsense, thank you. He expressed his sincerity. Even more than saving my life, I'm grateful that you prioritized saving my grandson's life. Yang Cheon was being completely genuine. He sat down by the bed. Oof! Then Yang Cheon began to repay the debt. Now then, this old man wants to settle the score. You've been quite generous. Tell me what you want. Whatever it is, I'll give it to you. The young man's eyes wandered as he thought. The old man spoke first. No need to mention things like a house or your children's tuition fees. I've already moved your family to an apartment in Gangnam, and I'll take full responsibility for the kids' education. Not just the entrance fees, but I'll cover their entire tuition, so let them study to their heart's content. Yoon Seok was truly stunned. Yang Cheon was expectant. Now you can't use family stability, the top priority for anyone, as an excuse anymore. Since I've handled the housing and the kids, go ahead and show me your real greed. Show me what life looks like in the big leagues. He was speechless, finally managing to say, Thank you, Chairman. The old man spoke fancy words. Don't mention it. This is only what I ought to do. I'm actually quite embarrassed that I can only offer money to the man who saved my life. But what can I do? When I have nothing to give you but cash, Chairman Yoon Seok was hesitant. I don't need that much money, sir. He believed that. For people like me, having a home to worry about, and the kids' education is the whole world. Since you've already eased those burdens, Chairman, I really couldn't ask for anything more. It was Yang Cheon's turn to be wide-eyed. He couldn't believe it. Even if you asked for tens or hundreds of billions, I would have given it. So you're really not going to ask for anything? This is your shot to flip the script on your whole life. Yet he just passes on it. Yoon Seok smiled contentedly. Yang Cheon went silent, then put on a wry smile. Man, this world is full of greedy people. But you're turning down money from an old man? Is it because I've got nothing but cash? He bared his heart. Chairman, honestly, even I don't really know what it is I'm actually looking for. Yoon Seok affirmed that he was being dead serious. The old man closed his eyes in thought. Yoon Seok suddenly brought it up. I'm sure you've heard that opportunity. Knocks 3 times in everyone's life, right? Yoon Seok replied, Yes, sir. The old man warned him. Well, you've already fumbled it twice. Yoon Seok was confused. You mean I missed 2 chances, sir? He looked totally bewildered. Assistant Kim thought this was the first one, but he's already struck out twice. If you don't get it, start paying close attention to the chairman. Jin and Yang Cheon explained. The first chance is being born to the right parents. If you're born with a silver spoon in your mouth, then you're already halfway to your dreams. All you have to do then is not mess it up. He asked bluntly, Are your parents loaded? He answered immediately, No, sir. Yang Cheon concluded, So you already missed out on the first one. Now, do you know what the second one is? Yoon Seok guessed, Is it college, sir? The old man nodded in agreement. Exactly. The world today is different from back in the day. In this era, even ordinary universities are a major opportunity. Yang Cheon believed that in this country, connections are forged. At the university level, it's no longer about where you're from or what high school you went to. College is the best place to find your tribe. It's where you get that golden ticket to level up your social status in one go. He grimaced slightly. Yoon Seok looked the old man straight in the eye. Chairman, are you saying I'm down to my very last shot? Is that right? Yang Cheon asserted. No. What I mean is that final chance is happening right now. He was utterly shell-shocked. Yang Cheon lowered his voice with a seductive tone. How about this? I'll give you a sum of money that even those hotshot graduates from Seoul University with bright futures, or those rich kids with wealthy parents, could never even dream of matching. Is this enough to satisfy you? Yoon Seok was truly stunned. The old man chuckled with amusement. Look at him. So, you really dove in headfirst to save. Dojun, not me, didn't you? Hakdae fell silent, lost in thought. He didn't deny it. Well, I am manager Jin Dojun's driver, sir. Yang Cheon was still a bit skeptical. You bet your entire life on my grandson. Is this what you're really after? Yoon Seok hurried to explain. I didn't mean I wanted to gamble. My whole life on manager Jin. Dojun, sir. What I meant was I want to be as close to him as possible. The old man questioned him. Why? He looked blank. Pardon? Yang Cheon applied the pressure. I'm asking why you'd risk your life just to stay close. To my Dojun, what's your angle? He glared fiercely. Yoon Seok gulped hard from the tension. He replied, I wanted to step up to the front too, sir. Yang Qian was baffled. Say what now? Yoon Seok opened up sincerely. I've always been invisible to others. Just a shadow, and I felt ashamed of that. Earlier, manager Jin Do. June told me to state my desires. Sir, what I want is to be able to stand tall, at the front, without feeling ashamed of myself anymore. The old man's finger tightened. Yang Qian gritted his teeth in fury. How dare a nobody like you? Hakdi remained in respectful silence. He stood up abruptly, agitated. How dare you even think about clinging to my grandson and sucking his lifeblood like a leech? Just because you risked your life for him once? People like you are just a drag on Dojun. Yoon Seok flinched, paralyzed with fear. He raised his voice in protest. Chairman, I've never thought of it that way. If I ever do anything to get in manager Jin Do, Jun's way, I'd rather resign than— Yang Qian cut him off instantly. Zip it, you're too noisy. At this very moment, your third chance was just thrown away by your own hands. He spat out insults. People like you are all the same. Always acting like a total clown. You can't even tell apart a gold mine from a dumpster. Yoon Seok was left speechless. Yang Qian stormed out in irritation. I won't take back what I've already given you. But as soon as you're recovered and back on your feet, I'm kicking you out. He stated firmly with absolute certainty. If you even think about hanging around Dojun, I will personally make sure you're finished. He tried to explain further. Chairman? But Yang Qian didn't give a damn. Yoon Seok froze as his mood tanked. A bag of fried chicken was brought in. Do Jun greeted him. What made you call for me so suddenly, grandfather? I wasn't sure if you'd like some seasoned chicken, so I just picked some up on the way. Yang Qian frowned. Do Jun sat down by the hospital bed. Yeah, the old man's displeasure was obvious. There's this guy who's dying to be your lapdog. Were you aware of that? Do Jun instantly knew. You mean Assistant Kim Yoon Seok? Yang Qian probed. Yeah, that's the one. Even after I offered him a boatload of cash. He actually turned it down, saying he wants to stay by your side. Don't tell me you've already agreed to this. He confirmed it casually. I've decided to give him a shot, with a few strings attached. The old man was quite surprised. A shot? Do Jun didn't hide a thing. Yes, I plan to forgive him 3 times, even if he completely drops the ball. Since he saved my life, I've given him those 3 strikes. With that, wouldn't that be enough to square the debt for saving me? Yang Qian hummed in deep thought. The old man suddenly asked, what do you think is the greatest virtue of a dog? He was a bit taken aback. A dog, sir? Do Jun thought it over carefully. He shared his own interpretation. Isn't it loyalty to its master? That's why we have the term loyal hound, right? Because besides dogs, that kind of loyalty isn't really attributed to anything else. Yang Qian frowned deeply. Wrong. Du Jun was confused. Huh? The old man argued that true loyalty must go hand in hand with living uprightly. Loyalty is what helps a master stay on the right path. That's why they won't hesitate to give their master some tough love. Yongjun asserted, when the master picks the wrong road, loyalty means stepping up to stop them, and loyalty itself will open up a different path. But he added, even if the master isn't heading in the right direction, wouldn't just following them be considered loyalty too? Because there's also something called a blind loyalty, isn't there? The old man sneered, claiming that was the mark of a sycophant. Yang Qian made his stance clear. Devotion is the true virtue of a dog. He expressed his perspective, sacrificing everything without a second thought. Dedicate your whole body and heart to your master. How it differs from loyalty. Yang Qian looked Do Jun straight in the eye. Is that it's unconditional? He probed with suspicion. Do you really think that guy will be fully devoted to you? His gaze was cold. As of right now, yes. Yang Qian was intrigued by Do Jun's bluntness. He didn't hide his own feelings. He thought to himself, no need for long explanations. Aren't you the one who only hears in the key points anyway? The old man scowled. But that guy already made a mistake. Do Jun was startled. With you, grandfather? Yang Qian nodded as he recounted the story. The nerve of him coming to me saying he wants to serve you. He wasn't pleased at all. A dog that has already chosen its master, yet still goes looking for someone else's permission? His eyes instantly widened in surprise. Yang Qian realized that in that man's heart, I actually hold a higher rank than you do. Do Jun made a silent judgment. If you call it trivial, it really is a tiny detail. Since he's my grandfather and the group chairman, I thought he would have the final say. He felt a sense of injustice. But this isn't just about hiring an employee. It's about someone who will become my right-hand man. Is it really not allowed? Even for the smallest thing? Even if it's lacking? Do Jun tried to keep his cool. Another mistake, sir? The old man looked down on Yoon Seok. That guy who wants to be your dog. He said he wants to be someone who's confident in himself. Since when do dogs have self-esteem? Yang Qian scoffed with disgust. Even if they get kicked by their master, don't dogs still wag their tails every time the master reaches out? He started to feel the tension. That's mistake number 2. Do-jun spoke up cautiously. Is there a third mistake then? The old man was truly taken aback. You still want to give that guy a chance? He immediately confirmed it. Because I gave my word. I don't want to be the kind of person who easily breaks a promise made to a subordinate. Do-jun kept it in mind. If a subordinate's virtue is devotion, then a superior's virtue is keeping one's word. He made a silent resolution. There's no way I'm going to end up like Jin Yang Ki or Jin Yang Jun. Yang Qian strongly objected. That guy has way too many flaws. Do-jun immediately countered. I don't think he's flawed. He's just lacking proper training. The old man barked at him. Sun Yang is already crawling with talented people who have no flaws. You just need to pick someone from there, he replied calmly. I don't have that luxury. Those people, once they've made it, can become my people at any time. That's all there is to it, isn't it? Yang Qian was left speechless by those words. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Yang Qian got up from the bed. He declared confidently, Follow me. I'll show you his third mistake. In the blink of an eye, Yang Qian reminded him, watch closely. See who he's truly afraid of. And who he's really playing. Do-jun was a bit surprised. I know exactly what he's trying to test now. He also understood clearly. If Assistant Kim, Yoon Seok is determined to be my man, then he shouldn't care about how my grandfather looks at him. According to grandfather, if he's a truly devoted hound, then his eyes should only be fixed on his master. Do-jun calculated. But would it be that easy? He looked at the old man's back. After all, he is the chairman of Sun Yang Group, a master who, for now, is much bigger than I am. Naturally, it's more likely he'd watch and follow him instead of me. The two of them entered the patient's room. The atmosphere was stifling. Yoon Seok felt a chill down his spine. Do-jun silently observed. Where was that gaze heading? He was shaking with fear. Who would he speak for? Yoon Seok hesitated before speaking, bowing his head low. Manager, I'm sorry. Yang Qian didn't see this coming. Yoon Seok was backing out on his own. I guess our journey together, manager, ends here. Since I'm still so full of flaws, I'll only end up letting you down. The old man had just played himself. Do-jun remained perfectly calm. He wore a calculating smile. The tension was through the roof. Yoon Seok bowed deeply. Do-jun thought for a moment before remarking, I don't know what's going on, but you're giving up pretty fast. He was incredibly self-deprecating. It's because I overstepped my bounds. I've just come to my senses, sir. Even though it was by chance that I saved the manager with this body of mine, I did have the ambition to achieve something much greater through that incident. I won't deny it. Yang Qian listened in silence as Do-jun offered encouragement. Everyone has ambition. Of course, you have to seize the opportunity when it comes and use it to satisfy your own drive. Yoon Seok dismissed himself. But I lack both the ability and the actual skills. Yet I only knew how to let my ambition lead the way. He was grateful. It is thanks to the chairman for waking me up. I sincerely thank you for that, sir. The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment. He glanced over at Yang Qian. Assistant Kim had set the grandfather aside and told me everything first. Do-jun was truly curious. He wondered how grandfather would take Kim's attitude. How would Yoon Seok be handled now? Yang Qian requested, Do-jun, step outside for a moment. I have something important to discuss with him. He stood there for a second before Do-jun bowed. Yes, grandfather. He quickly made his exit. The old man sat on the chair by the bed. Do-jun glanced back to check. Yoon Seok's expression looked terrible. Yang Qian still didn't trust him. Are you for real? After risking your very life, and all you get back is an apartment and some coverage for your kid's education? You don't feel cheated? He pursed his lips tightly. Yoon Seok stated, I'm trying to be satisfied with the dream. That was short but spectacular. He wanted to see right through him. Yoon Seok was being genuine. Yang Qian praised him. Very well. I commend you for knowing when to gracefully bow out.
I'll give you enough money.
So you can live the high life without ever hitting a single snag. You won't have to worry about a thing ever again. He quickly declined. That won't be necessary, sir. I'm still young. I can't just live a life of idleness. On a handout from you like that, Chairman? The old man had already made up his mind. Stop being so needlessly shy. Just take the money and live a comfortable life. This is your chance to live it up, without ever having to lift a finger. Yoon Seok hesitated, giving a bitter smile. That used to be my dream, too. Wouldn't it be amazing? To live without having to grind so hard? Yoon Seok opened up. But after seeing manager Jin, Do-jun, I finally realized just how foolish and naive I really was. Yang Qian was surprised. Do-jun? What about him? He spoke honestly. I work in the strategy department, so I've heard bits and pieces about the manager's cousins. Jin Do-jun also lived like that. No matter how much they spent, the money never ran out. And those credit cards with no spending limits. To anyone looking in, their lives seemed so glamorous and enviable. Incredibly so. The old man frowned and waited. But Yoon Seok showed sincere admiration, even though manager. Jin Do-jun is also a third-generation chaebol. He has never wasted a single day or even a single hour. He used to keep an eye on him. He arrives at Yoido for work at 7 in the morning, Yoon Seok observed carefully. After grabbing a quick, simple meal at an ordinary restaurant near the office, he goes right back to work. Of course, I don't know exactly what he's working on. Yang Qian listened in silence as he expressed his thoughts. If I accept this huge sum of money from the chairman, I won't have the confidence to live like manager. Jin Do-jun. I just squander it all and waste the rest of my life away. I don't want to live like that. The old man leaned back as Yang Qian laid out the cold, hard truth. No matter how loud you scream that you'll live a hard-working life, no one is going to listen. This world is full of people who work their tails off, but still can't make ends meet. Do you really want to waste your life struggling like that? He asked, but Yoon Seok didn't budge. Isn't working hard still better than just being a free rider, sir? The old man continued to press him. I heard Do-jun said he'd give you 3 chances. It's because you're so incompetent that it even came to that. He knew his place. I can only be grateful for his generosity. What else is there for me to say? Yang Qian brought it up. Why didn't you ask me before? With just one word from me, you could have officially become Do-jun's man. The old man really didn't get it. You turned down that opportunity. Yoon Seok toyed with his fingers. You're right, Chairman. I realized that I'm just getting in the way of manager Jin Do-jun. He remained firm. If he keeps someone around who only drags him down, wouldn't that just be out of pity? I don't want that anymore. Fine, I won't cast you aside. Since you finally realized where you belong, just keep working at the company. He felt hesitant. Didn't I just say it a moment ago? I don't want any more handouts or sympathy. Yoon Seok was quite annoyed. Whatever. If you don't like it, I won't force you. The old man suddenly remembered. Oh, and one more thing. There's something I wanted to ask you. But we've just been small-talking this whole time. Yoon Seok quickly replied, Please, go ahead, Chairman. He scrutinized him. About that truck you blocked. Do you really think it was just an accident? He was determined not to say a word. Regarding that, I've already spoken to manager Jin. Do-jun about it. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Huh? What? Yang Qian finally realized. He meant that since he'd told Do-jun, he should just get the story from the boy. He chuckled. This kid really knows how to hold a grudge. Do-jun was waiting outside when Yang Qian pushed the door open. He quickly stood up to greet him. What did you two talk about? He replied wearily. You don't need to know. Seriously? Yang Qian lowered his voice and asked, He told you about the accident, didn't he? What was that all about? Do-jun realized. The accident? So Assistant Kim didn't say anything to grandfather. That's a pretty solid attitude. He chose his words carefully. He probably kept quiet, because he wasn't entirely sure himself. But he did tell me that there's a chance it wasn't an accident, sir. The old man's expression darkened. Not an accident? Do-jun added, yes. Although he wasn't positive, he had a feeling that truck was waiting there for us. He explained the whole situation. It's just his memory, though. Nothing has been verified yet. Yang Qian had a plan. Fine. I'll take care of this. Do-jun wondered, then what about Assistant Kim Yoon Seok? Is that it for him? The old man affirmed, Leave that to me as well. He had acknowledged him. I'll make sure Yoon Seok fulfills his duty. So just wait. If he can't prove his worth while by your side, he'll just end up being a major headache. He was truly shocked. Grandfather? Really? Yang Qian noted, Yeah, he has one quality worth utilizing. Do-jun was curious. What's that? He trusted the concept of respect. But Yang Qian taught him that is the very first requirement, and the most vital trait for a subordinate when following a superior. He respects you. Do-jun's eyes widened in surprise. The old man was quite satisfied. He's got almost all the basics down, so we've got to put him to work and train him. Without a mind for the job, one way or another, they'll always be trouble, regardless of whether they have the basics or the right qualifications. Early the next morning, luxury cars drove in. They pulled in one after another. One of the cars came to a stop. Men stepped out of the vehicle slowly. They entered the house together. Then young Ki spoke up politely. Sorry for causing everyone so much trouble. Since there are so many eyes on us lately. Everyone was present. All eyes were focused on him, listening intently to every word. He began. Have you confirmed what I talked to you about? Sun Woo reported immediately. I've checked everywhere at Myungin University Hospital. Myungin. I heard the surgery was a success. And his health is good enough that he's ready to be discharged, sir. Young Ki asked again, what was the surgery for? He replied right away. It was a procedure to remove a malignant brain tumor, sir. Everyone was in total shock. Some eyes went wide, while others started whispering and gossiping. Young Ki's gaze swept over them, appearing to size them up. He raised his voice and called out, Mr. Director! Sun Woo looked up when his name was called. Yes? Young Ki adjusted his glasses and mentioned the malignant tumor again. He asked bluntly, what's the chance of it coming back? His face paled instantly. The whole room seemed to hold its breath. Sun Woo swallowed hard. Breaking into a cold sweat, he explained, the brain is the most unpredictable area. Because malignant tumors always have a chance of recurrence, that's why they're called malignant. Losing patience, young Ki cut to the chase. In my father's case, what are the odds of it recurring? Sun Woo continued, for elderly patients, the chance of recurrence is always over 50%. The reason the probability is only half, while everyone was as tight as a drum, is because elderly patients usually pass away from old age before the tumor even has a chance to come back. No one dared to speak a word. He suddenly broke into a bright smile. Mr. Director, you really have to be careful all the time, don't you? Our chairman must live a very long life. Sun Woo bowed deeply and replied, yes, I will do my absolute best. Good. Young Ki dismissed him as soon as the business was done. In that case, it seems the director doesn't have much time to spare. Don't linger here, you should get going. He took the hint and stood up immediately. Ah, yes. Sun Woo bowed deeply. He left the room as if he were running for his life. The man sat there taking a sip of his tea. Young Ki asked softly, I assume all the directors of Sun Yang already know the significance of the Yosian Rice Farm exhibition. At Gunsan, right? His eyes were cold and sharp. A few days ago, the chairman even took his grandson there. The directors' faces paled. They were all caught off guard. Everyone understood what it meant. It meant he had shattered the succession structure, intended for his two sons, and split the pie into 3 pieces instead. Do-jun was the new player on the board. Young Ki gently pushed up his glasses. We don't know when the chairman might pass, and the group's future is currently a total blur, which means our business situation is only going to go south. He made a rough calculation. Right now, 1/3 of the group's shares, or perhaps even the whole lot, is in the hands of a mere kid who's only 21 years old. Young Ki was shaking with rage. It's all because of his grandfather's twisted affection. The chairman is already quite advanced in years. No one dared to interrupt until he finally cooled down. An assistant entered carrying some items. Documents were pulled out and placed neatly in front of them. Young Kai explained, this folder records the current status of the shares that you all currently hold. Min blurted out in confusion, wait, why? The other directors were just as clueless. He had been quietly plotting this. Gentlemen, all you need to do is apply your company seals. Young Ki laid it out for them. Then every single share held by your companies will be consolidated under Sun Yang Precision Machinery. CNC Sun Yang, which means CNC Sun Yang will buy up all those shares. Their hearts skipped a beat as they realized. Wait, isn't CNC Sun Yang where Vice Chairman Jin Yang is the largest shareholder? The directors were collectively stunned. If that were the case, then he would have enough power to shake the entire group. All eyes were fixed on him. Young Ki flashed a devious smile. Isn't the transfer of company assets well within your authority as directors? Jae-hun was somewhat fearful. Vice Chairman, signing off on this contract is a total abuse of power. Even if we had 3 or 4 lives, we wouldn't survive the fallout, sir. The others remained silent in agreement. He nonchalantly steered the conversation. Oh, come on. With you all looking at me like that, what am I supposed to do? I'm merely pointing out the power that you already hold. I never said to overstep your authority right now. Young Ki's voice turned into a hateful snarl. When some wet-behind-the-ears punk is acting like he's already the chairman and getting cocky, his malice was palpable, while others are whining about the group being torn apart and threatening to walk away. Then Young Ki continued his casual rant. Then here I am simply talking to you about exercising the powers you already possess. He glared at them threateningly. Do you understand? The room fell dead silent as evening approached. At the mansion, 3 people sat in silence. Young Ki was lost in thought. Young Jun spoke up with a suggestion. Dad, how about I go meet Do-jun? Surprised, he asked. You? He replied with a smirk. Yes, I'll go poke around and see what that kid is actually cooking up. And then I'll talk him into giving up ASAP. Young Jun presented his plan. Stop wasting time on useless things. Since the accident happened on the way to Gunsan, it's possible that nothing was really said yet. Young Ki clearly showed his displeasure. If you do that, it's basically like feeding intel straight to Do-jun. He plotted further. Well, isn't that just checking his vibe, sir? I already know that Do-jun has already pocketed quite a fortune. He might just end up being a trust fund baby living in leisure. Young Jun furrowed his brows in thought. That's possible. Maybe the kid doesn't give a damn about the group's affairs, and it's just Grandpa who insists on handing it to him. He seemed to be convinced. Seo Yang spoke up in agreement. Exactly. What Young Jun said might be right, Dad. Young Ki pondered for a moment before dismissing it. How could that be? She provided more info. I heard that lately. He's been seen everywhere, with a Powercy business card in his hand. If he just wanted to learn about investing, there's no reason for him to be clutching that business card so tightly. He could just sit in an office and stare at a computer screen all day. Young Ki closed his eyes tightly. Young Jun's expression darkened. Seo Yang continued her report. The representative, Oh Se-hyun, has been bringing him along like a personal assistant. It's obvious he's learning the ropes of M&A. The reason he went to law school is likely because law is an essential field for M&A. She gave a simple conclusion. So the group probably isn't on Do-jun's radar. At all, sir. He considered it seriously. Young Ki turned to Young Jun. You said you'd convince Do-jun to back off. Do you think you've got what it takes? Young Jun's gaze turned venomous. I've talked to that kid before, right when he just finished high school. He asked me back then, instead of inheriting some mediocre subsidiary, why not become the second most powerful person in the Sun Yang group? Sun Yang. He was quite surprised. What, second in command? He confirmed. Yes, Do-jun is sharp, isn't he? He would be perfect for a kingmaker role. Young Ki was curious. And then, what did you say? Young Jun continued. At the time, I was young, so I didn't quite get it. He suddenly mentioned, but Dad, you know how the baby of the family always is. Then they'd much rather just chill under the shade of a big tree than actually grind through the hardships themselves. He couldn't deny that. Young Ki thought it over for a moment. After feeling out Do-jun's true intentions, striking a deal with the kid wasn't a bad idea either. After all, he was the most sincere and top-performing student in the family. If he could be utilized as a kingmaker, it would be even better. He decided to delegate. Fine. It wouldn't hurt to meet him once, since the kid just got into a car accident. Go ahead and check up on him while you're at it. Young Jun said confidently, Yes, sir, just leave it to me. Young Ki gave a stern warning. Don't cross the line. Just feel him out and that's it. Then he turned around and walked away. Seo Yang smirked triumphantly. Got it. Young Jun snapped, Why did you butt in while Dad was talking? She looked over, bewildered. Excuse me? He interrogated her angrily. I told you to. For this entire year, lay low and keep your mouth shut like a dead mouse, didn't I? A chill ran down Seo Yang's spine as she bit her lip to stay quiet. Shortly after, as evening fell, Do-jun was lost in deep thought. He glanced inside and the 2 bodyguards immediately bowed. Do-jun gave a forced smile in return. Then he turned away again. Young Jun arrived and asked, What are you looking at? He was dressed to the nines. Do-jun asked simply, How many pyong is this place? This is my first time in such a massive villa. Young Jun replied, I'm not exactly sure. Roughly over 200 pyong, I guess. He sat down across from him. I thought it would be the perfect spot. To grab a meal and have a drink solo, while brainstorming business strategies. Looks decent, right? He judged him silently. Decent? More like complete BS. One look was enough to see his real motive. Do-jun knew full well. As a high-end villa with tight security, this was the prime spot for partying and calling over girls. But he couldn't say that out loud. Obviously. He bought this villa with company funds, and the interior design was likely paid for, with company money as well. But it probably never crossed his mind that this is a clear case of embezzlement. Do-jun instinctively clenched his fists. Unbelievable. There are countless salarymen who spend their hard-earned overtime pay just to have one meal like this. Jin Young-jun maintained his smile. He kept wondering about Jin Young-jun. Why would he suddenly demand a meeting? The two were preparing for a psychological duel. Is he trying to dig something up from me? After finding out why we went to Gunsan, Young-jun poured wine for his guest. He asked solicitously, Oh man, I almost forgot to ask, how are you feeling? No lingering side effects, I hope. Do-jun saw right through him. Talk about a late check-in. After all, the guy didn't give a damn about this in the first place. Yes, sir, he replied innocently. The accident wasn't that serious. Grandpa is frail due to his age, so he suffered a major shock. But for me, it was just a minor bruise. Young Jun acted relieved. Good thing it was only a light injury. Since Grandpa has been in the hospital so long, I thought it was a catastrophic wreck. Do-jun claimed the hospital was just overreacting. He made a blunt observation. You know head of department Lee Hak-jae, right? He pulls these stunts to prove he's still relevant to our family during times like this. Do-jun rattled off, like bringing the staff to the hospital, locking down the premises, transferring back to Seoul like it's some top-secret mission, and even controlling the media to keep the news from leaking out. He frowned. Keeping it out of the news was a good move. Young Jun looked at him like he was an idiot. Just look at how the stock prices have plummeted. There's total chaos out there. So about Grandpa. Already. I heard the surgery was a complete success, right? He lied through his teeth. I haven't seen Grandpa since we were at Gongju Medical Center, because I was discharged shortly after. He didn't seem to buy it. Really? Silence fell over the room. Young Jun began to fish for information. But why on earth did you go to Gongju? He feigned sympathy. Is it okay for me to ask about this? Is it some kind of private secret between you and Grandpa? Do-jun acted naive. Why do you ask? Do you have your own secrets with Grandpa too, brother? Young Jun quickly denied it. Me? No way. Grandpa hates my guts. He casually changed the subject. Is he still like that these days? He grumbled. I haven't even seen him. Once since I got married. My dad told me to just focus on work for the time being. If I do, then maybe Grandpa will reconsider. But young Jun wasn't easily fooled. Anyway, what's the deal? Why Gongju all of a sudden? Do-jun explained nonchalantly. Let's see. I don't really know either. Out of the blue. Grandpa called me and just said, let's head to Gunsan, the birthplace of the Sun Yang Group. He got excited. You mean that warehouse called the Yosin Rice Mill? He continued to play dumb. Yes. Maybe it's because he's getting older. He just wanted to take a trip down memory lane. Young Jun asked tensely. Nothing special happened? Do-jun found it amusing. He must be dying of curiosity, wondering if I've been officially named the successor. So he asked point blank, should something special have happened? Is Gunsan that significant of a place? Caught off guard, he said, no, I'm just asking. Do-jun expressed, brother Young Jun, is there something you want me to say? If so, just spit it out. It's a bit annoying when you keep beating around the bush. Young Jun was quite taken aback. He burst into laughter. Wow, you really are sharp as a tack. Young Jun immediately tried to recruit him. How about coming to work with me? He had anticipated this. Everything was going exactly as he had predicted. He was trying to cut a deal with me before I could officially become the successor. Not much time had passed. He remarked, when I'm working as an executive, it's hard to find someone as capable as you. Do-jun acted naive. What do you mean by that? Young Jun widened his eyes in surprise. Do-jun chuckled to himself. He must be speechless, because he's just throwing compliments at me, without having a clue who I really am. Do-jun mocked him internally. At the office, if he just says, there's no one quite like you, then the employees would probably be over the moon and grateful as hell. Does he seriously think that same tactic works on me? He gestured animatedly. Exactly like that. I guess I have to be specific with this kid. Well, it's that kind of vibe. Young Jun struggled to find an excuse. The people working under me have great academic backgrounds and impressive credentials, but it's hard to put into words, they just lack something. Do-jun flat out rejected him. That's a decent offer, but it doesn't really suit me. He grimaced. What, you and I don't mesh? Do-jun acted sincere. No, it's not that. What I mean is, I find it quite uncomfortable working with other people. I prefer flying solo. I study alone, and I work the same way. Young Jun was totally confused. Then why on earth are you gaining experience at an investment firm? Do-yun gave a logical explanation. Well, that's just how investing works. You just look at the data, gather information, and make the call yourself. Since it's not a job that requires constant teamwork, it seems to fit me better. He mused, investing? Young Jun came to a conclusion, which means he has no interest in the group. What should I do? He suddenly had an idea. Hearing that makes me a bit greedy too. Do-jun looked genuinely puzzled. Huh? Why? Young Jun explained, I'm actually quite weak in that area. Planning and analysis. I'm really only good at managing people. But numbers, definitely not. Do-jun was floored. If he's bad with numbers, doesn't know how to plan, and can't analyze anything, doesn't that mean he's basically clueless? He forced a sycophantic smile. How can you say that? You've gathered and managed all the top talent in the country. He let out a sigh. I told you that's not it. It looks flashy on the outside, but inside it's totally hollow. Do-jun thought to himself, I've already thrown out the first bait. He adjusted his posture. Brother Young-jun. Young-jun replied, yeah? Do-jun calculated. If I ask this, it'll really throw out the second bait. He chose his words carefully. Hypothetically. Just hypothetically. He waited. I get it, just say it. Do-jun asked again. If I stop investing, I'll have to do something else. And? The only path left would be working for the group, right? Young-jun confirmed, of course. He lowered his voice and probed, working with you. What exactly does that mean? He chuckled. Young-jun announced arrogantly, it means you'll become my Lee Hak-jae. Do-jun questioned, so you're saying I'll be in charge of managing the group's affairs? He declared, precisely. In fact, you'll hold even more power than head of department. Lee Hak-jae, Young-jun, pointed out, head of department Lee is essentially a stranger. To put it bluntly, he's just a hired hand. But you're the owner's family, and my little brother. The directors of the subsidiary companies won't show any jealousy, envy, or opposition. Isn't that right? He asserted, when we, the third-generation heirs, take over the group, then you'll truly become the second in command. You're the beloved grandson of the founder of that group. Who could possibly have a problem with you? Do-jun acted hesitant, fiddling with his wine glass. Young-jun painted a picture of the future. I'll just hold the fort, focus on the big picture, and empower you. To be honest, so-called investing is just playing around with money. So compared to that, building Sun Yang into a global enterprise, isn't that way more exciting? The scale is totally different. But Do-jun didn't care. If that's the case, won't I still just be another salaried employee? He was stunned. Huh? What do you mean by that? Do-jun cut straight to the point. Even if we share the same blood, what does that actually matter? I don't own a single share in Sun Yang Group. Young-jun was speechless. Do-jun continued his attack. Why are you suddenly quiet? Didn't you just say it yourself? That I'm the owner's family, isn't that right? He stammered. Huh? Oh, no, of course you're family. Do-jun raised his voice, acting agitated. Are you saying that just because we're cousins, you have no intention of sharing any equity with me? He shouted angrily. What's this? You said let's work together, but in the end, you were just planning to exploit me. Like some corporate slave? Young-jun flinched, intimidated. He slammed the table and stood up. You brat, how could you take it that way? Do-jun stood his ground. But it's true, whether it's family or relatives. How are they any different from employees? Young-jun pounded his chest and demanded, do you really see me as that kind of scumbag? He went silent as if deep in thought. Do-jun waited expectantly. Since he suddenly raised his voice, like that, he must have come up with a way to counterattack. Then the two stood face to face. Young-jun raised his voice and asserted, right now I don't own a single share either. Just like you, kid. So there's no reason to talk like that. What we're talking about now is the future. The long game. Do-jun frowned as he listened. He's smart, even if grandfather hands the group over to your father. It'll take at least 10, no, maybe even 15 more years before it's your turn. Who can be sure about what will happen 15 years from now? He had it all figured out. Of course, this guy won't trust my words 100%. But I can't keep acting like some naive kid who has zero ambition for the group's shares. If I show just the right amount of ambition, he'll probably buy what I'm saying more easily. Do-jun didn't back down. So, you're telling me to wait 15 years before I even touch any shares? He also stood up abruptly. Just trust that and work under you? Are you for real? Unbelievable. Young-jun quickly backtracked. Hey, what do you mean under me? You're my right-hand man. How is that being under me? Do-jun glared back. The other man held his head, exhausted. Young-jun humbled himself. If you're really worried about that, then I promise you. Of course I'll share the equity with you. I mean, your pockets have to be full for you to have the drive to work, right? He didn't believe it for a second. His acting was pretty decent, though. He tried to negotiate. Fine. While we're at it, just be straight with me. How much do you want? Do-jun calculated silently. I need to give the perfect answer here. I have to say just enough to make him think. I have no ambition for the group's management rights at all. He thought about it carefully. What's the magic number for a guy like this? Do-jun gave his answer. 25% of the Sun Yang Group shares that you will hold in the future. Yang-jun's jaw dropped. He had anticipated it, but it still felt surreal. A number that's neither too much nor too little. Do-jun thought to himself, but the way he's unable to answer is just pathetic. After all, this is a matter for the distant future. He waited and observed. He was merely testing the waters. with absolutely no intention of actually giving it to me. In moments like this, shouldn't he just shout it out? Deal! In his past life, Do-jun was once asked, if you won the lottery jackpot, how much would you give me? Back then, he froze. Do-jun's wife asked again. I asked, how much would you give me? He stumbled, thinking, well, that split-second hesitation led to a huge fight between the couple, and he had to deal with his wife's cold shoulder for a whole week. He learned his lesson. Since winning was impossible anyway, he should have immediately said he'd give it all to her, just to make her happy. Because even if he did hit the jackpot, he could have just kept it a secret from her. What else? Do-jun realized he looked exactly like that back then. He began to analyze. The 25% I'll be holding will be a permanent friendly stake to protect your management rights of the group, Do-jun asserted. And when you step down, to pass it on to your son, who is also my nephew. I'll hand those shares over to him at a low price. The man's eyes widened in shock. Yang-jun laughed with delight. Even for a kid who hasn't even been born yet? Leave that 25% stake to your son, who's also my nephew, he replied with a smirk. Do-jun wondered, if grandfather saw this, I wonder if he'll pass out from the shock. Or the two young grandsons who just left, brother. We were just discussing things together. How absurd can it get? He expressed that he felt a bit awkward, for real. I haven't even decided what I'm going to do yet. He acted nonchalant, like it's no biggie. It'll become your life's plan B. If the things you want to do don't go smoothly, then remember today's promise. I won't forget it either. Do-jun calculated. At times like this, you have to adjust the vibe properly, he replied sincerely. Thanks, brother. To be honest, I didn't expect this. That you'd look out for me this much. Young-jun quickly brushed it off. Hey, knock it off. Do we really need to say things like that between us? But he thought to himself, that's the only way I can throw out the second bait naturally, he said excitedly. That's still a story for later, but the important thing is that you and I understand each other. Let's push and support each other to take Sunyang Group to the top. Do-jun raised his glass. Yes, brother. If I work at the group, then I will definitely always be on your side. The two clinked glasses. Young-jun downed it in one shot, he observed calmly. Now it's time to scatter some bait, isn't it? Here, Do-jun put down his glass. But brother, do you have any money? He was surprised. Money? Why, do you need some? He casually denied it. No, would I ever be short on cash? Young-jun couldn't understand at all. So what? Do-jun's eyes lit up. I just want to show you that I'm really on your side. He frowned. What? I'm giving Young-jun information. I don't know if you know this or not, but Representative Oh Se-hyun has backed the election with a lot of money. The mayoral race for our uncle-in-law. He widened his eyes. What? For real? Do-jun confirmed, yes. Initially, she came to me and asked me to chip in some money for the election, but I already dumped all my money into fantasy. So I introduced Representative Oh to her. Young-jun figured it out, so that's it. She's cutting a deal with Oh Se-hyun. He pried further. Do you know what she promised to give him? He couldn't help but let out a laugh. Do-jun emphasized, that's exactly the main point. Young-jun was a bit stunned. He blanked out for a moment. Young-jun immediately ordered, everyone take a break. I'll call you when I need you. The two bodyguards bowed and left quickly. He said urgently, what is it? Could it be Media City? The thing our uncle-in-law promised during his campaign? Young-jun felt tense. Is that why he acquired Day Construction? Why didn't you deny it? Yeah, some of the management from Sunyang Construction have already moved over to Day, Do-jun informed him. Grandpa and Representative O are actually in a partnership, but they've kept that information under wraps. He was dazed again. What information? He lowered his voice seriously. The location. Young-jun still didn't get it. The location? Do-jun explained further. Yes. Media City hasn't been announced yet, as in where it's actually going to be built. It's understandable, though. Since it's such a massive project, it's hard to avoid rumors and talk. He nodded in agreement. That's true. The moment it's announced, land prices will skyrocket. Announcing the project, selecting the developer, everything has to go step by step. He dropped the bombshell. It's the perfect way to bury more money. Young-jun hummed and took a sip of his drink. Right. His reaction was quite slow. Young-jun got worked up. Do-jun, do you know the location? He pressed him. Where is it? Where? Young-jun swallowed hard in tension. Do-jun gave a slight smirk. He actually said it. The entire area of Sangam-dong. In Mapo-gu. His face turned pale. Sangam-dong. Young-jun was bewildered. Sangam-dong? Do-jun replied, yes. But most of Sangam-dong is state-owned land. Or at the very least, it's city-owned, he said skeptically. City-owned land? So is it just all for show? He analyzed further. Not at all. Just cross a small road in Sangam-dong. And you're already in Susek-dong. It's in Unpyeonggu, you know. It's so cheap it's practically up for grabs. Young-jun was stunned. If the land prices in the main hub go up, the surrounding areas will follow suit. Do-yoon nodded. Exactly. In the documents I reviewed, it mentioned Sangam-dong and the surrounding vicinity, so it will likely include the Susik area as well. Since our uncle-in-law is the mayor, how could he pass up the chance to get support? And from both Mapogu and Unpyeonggu? He pointed out calmly. Obviously, Media City will span across both Sangam-dong and Susik-dong. It was like he'd struck gold, Young-jun thought simply. Then all I need is a few plots of land in Susik, right? At least I could scrape together some pocket change. Do-jun cautioned, of course. But brother, don't overdo it. Just throw in some of your spare cash, because we don't know exactly how far the project will actually extend into Susik. Into Susik? He began to plot. Do-jun, whenever you're unsure about something, you've got to play the odds to your favor, right? He folded his arms expectantly, right? This was exactly the reaction I was waiting for. Greedy Young-jun calculated his move. At the very least, there will be a ripple effect. So buying up a lot should do the trick. Whether I make a little or a lot, or even if I lose some, it'll all turn into a profit in the end. So I've got to buy as much as possible, right? Do-jun pointed it out like that. Wouldn't the risk be higher too? He didn't back down. If you've got the cash, you might as well go all in for once, because this is a game that I simply cannot lose. If I have enough ammo in my hands. He acted surprised. Do-jun exclaimed, "That's dope." Suddenly a voice called out, "Hey, bro!" Young-jun stood up to greet him. "Oh, you're finally here!" He just gave a thin smile, not understanding why the guy stood up. Do-jun excused himself. "I'll be heading out first." Young-jun was confused. "Wait, why?" He smiled casually and replied, "I've got to go see my girlfriend. It's been a while since we last hung out." He was quite stunned. Early the next morning, Donkey said crossly, "By now you should know." Exactly what Dad is thinking? Yoon-ki played dumb. There's no need to be so touchy. Our big brother is getting up there in age now. That's why he decided to go to Gunsan to bring a gift to his favorite grandson. The uncle was quite concerned. Regardless of the reason, the results are what matter for the company. Since Do-jun is still young, everyone's focus will shift toward you. What do you plan on doing? He fell silent in thought. Yoon-ki saw right through Dong-ki. Stop grilling me. Let's hear what you've got planned instead. After all, you came here to pitch your plan, not to ask for my opinion, right? The uncle didn't even try to hide it. I've told you before, haven't I? You just need to be my little brother. He made his attitude clear. Don't just strong-arm me. So blindly. Talk to me about the approach. If you do, I'll always be your good little brother. Dong-ki was shocked. Wait, what? Yoon-ki declared. If Do-jun's dream is to become the chairman of Sunyang Group, what will you do? Will you actually go to war with your own nephew? If that happens, then I won't be able to be your brother anymore. At that point, I'll be the father of my son. The uncle tried to convince him, that's just a pipe dream, so you should step up and stop it from happening. He made it very clear. A father's role isn't to block his son's dreams. Dong-ki fell silent, thinking it over. And Yoon-ki added, so you should come up with a real plan. There's only one chairman's seat. At Sunyang Group, you just need to take on our eldest brother. He gave a warning. Don't even dream about asking Do-jun to back down unconditionally, or using your power to crush him. Aren't you a businessman? It would be better if you find a solution that satisfies both sides before you bring this up again. Talk about this later. The uncle was left speechless. Seong-ki understood perfectly. He hated the idea of his son being dragged into a succession war. But that didn't mean he was going to give up everything. The uncle finally decided, fine. Seong-ki acted like he didn't care. Then I'll talk to Do-jun myself, since he's the key to solving this mess. Sure, Yoon-ki said, seriously requesting permission. Can I join you guys too? The uncle immediately agreed, of course. Dong-ki loosened his tie. Why not have a few drinks before Do-jun arrives? He was quite surprised. Wait, this early in the morning? The uncle sneered in response. Yoon-ki just had to go along with it. That same evening, Do-jun pushed the door open and walked in. I'm home. Laughter could be heard all the way outside. He was surprised and greeted them. Oh, uncle, you're visiting. Dong-ki teased him. This kid? I heard you stayed out last night. You haven't even graduated yet. So what's with this coming and going whenever you want? Do-jun was a bit flustered. They were showing up in order, huh? He didn't even need to ask. He already knew the reason. Why his eldest and second uncles had come to see him. The uncle brought out the liquor. You should come and sit with us too. Have a drink from your uncle. He raised his glass to Dong-ki, pouring while addressing Do-jun. Do-jun replied. Yes, sir. His uncle probed bluntly. Do you want to become the chairman of Sunyang Group? What? To the point that you'd accept leapfrogging over generations? What the? Yoon-ki was startled. Donkey reassured him. He's fine. Besides, Do-jun isn't some naive kid like the other grandkids. You shouldn't treat him like a child and try to bully him. The uncle calmly persuaded. I just want to hear about Do-jun's plans. He's a nephew who's already a real player in society. If we don't know what the kid is thinking, this conversation is going nowhere. You think so too, don't you? He fell silent, deep in thought. Do-jun expressed himself. I know exactly what Gunsen represents, but I also know the cold, hard truth. That it's simply impossible. The two of them were stunned by what they heard. He continued his story. You asked about my plan, right? I intend to take everything Grandpa gives me, and then I'll just sell it back to whoever wants to buy it for a higher price. Donkey was completely blindsided. Sell it back, so your goal is just the money? Do-jun shook his head. I don't think that the payment for a product must be in cash. The uncle's eyes widened. Then what? He smiled confidently. I don't know yet. Since I haven't even received the product, it's hard to say what it is. Once the product is in my hands, then I'll be able to decide. Donkey was speechless. Do-jun calmly sipped his liquor. That brief answer was enough for the uncle to start guessing his intentions. Regardless of whether his answer was for real or just a bluff, his uncle praised him sincerely. You're very cautious, and quite the hustler, too. Yoon-ki stayed silent while Donkey tried to keep his cool. You mean you're going to put your two uncles on a scale and weigh them against each other? If they can't handle the pressure and end up siding with the one who folds first, then the price of the product will skyrocket. He gave a knowing smile. Since that whole process is a pain, I might as well just sell it off from the start. I've got to hand it to you. You're something else. Do-jun thought it over carefully. This guy isn't falling for it, is he? Donkey stood up as if making a declaration. It's clear that Do-jun is the brightest one in this family. His gaze was warm. If it weren't for the fact that you're the youngest, you'd be the third-generation chairman for sure. He caught the hidden meaning. His uncle didn't mention the second generation. Do-jun quickly assessed the situation. He must have his mind made up. He won't let the next chairman position slip away. Late at night, Do-jun was cleaning up the mess. Yoon-ki suddenly asked Do-jun, Are you really giving up your ambition to lead Sunyang Group? Are you just walking away? He didn't deny it. Just for now, Dad. He stepped closer. So you're saying things might change later? Do-jun wasn't sure. Of course, it all depends on Grandpa. On what he gives me and how much. Yoon-ki chuckled and advised him. If you ever need help, just tell us. That's what parents are for. The next day at the hospital, Yang Cheon received a report. Vice Chairman Jin Yoon-ki just held a breakfast party. And with the directors of the smaller subsidiaries, sir. Old man, is that all you've got? You still don't know what they talked about? Hak Jae spoke cautiously. We can make a pretty good guess. But is it really necessary to call every single one of them? To ask? He added. Doing that would just tip them off. It'll only make the vice chairman more guarded and sneaky. Let's not. It'll make it harder. To keep tabs on them later, Yang Cheon demanded. Then let's hear your theory, Hak Jae. To be honest, most likely, he asked the subsidiaries to support him with the group shares they are currently holding, and once he becomes chairman, he will treat them as the MVP contributors. That is exactly what I'm thinking. He was quite surprised. Just that, he added. He asked his son, Jin Young-jun, to go meet Do-jun. Besides, Do-jun also met with director Jin Dong-ki in person. Yang Cheon was startled. Dong-ki? Hak Jae confirmed again. Yes, sir. He went to Yoon-ki's house and they drank together. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Forget about the eldest, but now even the second one. They are all going wild trying to pull Do-jun to their side. He speculated. Perhaps they feel threatened not knowing whether the deciding vote is in Do-jun's hands or not. Yang Cheon despised those fools. If they just did their jobs well, there'd be no problem. Yet they don't realize that. Hak Jae pondered. He suddenly asked, How far are you considering? Hak Jae was also suspicious. Do you really think Do-jun is truly worthy enough to be given the deciding vote? Yang Cheon probed, What do you think? He believed, Shouldn't we avoid risks that could cause the group to implode? He disagreed slightly. Are you saying I should just give it to one person? And Do-jun isn't one of them? Hak Jae stood his ground. We can't ignore the age factor, sir. Yang Cheon observed. War doesn't just happen at home. Even on the outside, there are enemies everywhere. He asked him again, Hak Jae, if the person with the deciding vote can shake things up, the other two will keep a close eye on him immediately, won't they? Hawk Jae confirmed, "That's right, sir." Yang Qian led the way. "Then who is the strongest player?" "It's the one who makes others waver. The one those two are keeping an eye on." He swallowed hard. Hawk Jae wondered to himself, if it's a power that can shake up management rights, then in the end, how much wealth did he actually leave behind? He questioned curiously, "Are you planning to let Do-jun sit in the center to balance the scales?" The old man fell silent, reflecting. Yang Qian's gaze was ice cold. He remained very composed. "First, draft a plan to inflate the controlling interest already, and also find a way to move my shares." Hawk Jae was briefly taken aback, then hurried to comply. "Yes, I will prepare that immediately, sir." Yang Qian continued, "What about the investigation into the accident?" Hawk Jae reported, "Yes, I've had the truck driver tailed closely," he stated firmly, "because we're keeping a tight eye on him 24/7. If there's someone pulling the strings, they'll be exposed soon." The old man fell into a deep, somber thought. Yang Qi asked impatiently, "Did you check it out?" The employee reported, "Yes, sir. There's almost no private land left. Worth developing in Sangam-dong Mapo?" "It's Mapo." He rested his chin on his hand. "Not much?" Yang Qi frowned. "What?" Jimin said, "Someone has already made a clean sweep of it, sir. I checked the copies of the registry, and the transactions were carried out around April. Or May, sir." He was livid. "It must be Oh Se-hyun and that woman. And those political hacks, too," Yang Jun screamed. "What about Susik-dong? Was that area snatched up, too?" They reviewed the papers. "No, sir. There's almost no business activity there. So you can trade freely, Director. Just give the word, and we will proceed with the buyouts immediately." He clutched his head. "Fine, get out now." The two of them quickly retreated. Yang Jun clicked his tongue in annoyance and snatched his phone. "Yes, Yankee here. Have you checked with the bank yet?" The other end of the line replied, "Yes, sir." "An unsecured credit loan? And for the director can go up to 2 billion, sir." He snapped irritably. "Is that it?" The other side explained, "It's likely due to the limits set for each branch, sir. However, the two material supply companies owned by the director could potentially get up to 20 billion and 16 billion, sir. But the condition is..." Yang Jun lowered his voice. "What is it?" As the other person informed him, "Even though it's just a formality, they require a mortgage on the director's personal assets. He didn't care about the risk. Just do it. And I need a cash advance from Sun Construction, sent to my transportation company. About 10 billion, but it's still not enough. To transfer that kind of money, we need the representative director's approval, sir." The other end continued. "Furthermore, after the crash, during last year's IMF crisis, many apartments and commercial buildings haven't been sold, sir. The company's financial situation isn't looking too good." "If we take out 10 billion, Young Jun roared. "I already know that, so just do it. I'll talk to Director Hong Song-cheon. He'll understand, so just send it over." Better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Don't you get it? He was losing control. "I'll buy land with that money and use that land as collateral for many other loans. If there's any problem, the advanced amount will be paid back." "Got it? Yankee, stop the BS and be decisive. Hurry up and get the paperwork ready, so that once I give the order, everything is processed within a day. Understand?" The other person confirmed, "Yes, I understand." He slammed the phone down. Yankee calculated it still wasn't enough. "I have to scrape together a bit more from the company's other branches. I need to drop around 100 billion to get it." He felt like he was finally holding on to some real cash. He's pissed off. Damn it. Young Key slammed the table. "I should have married the daughter of the new bank owner. If I had, then at a time like this, how much easier would it be to score a loan?" At the company building, Chang Jae stated, "Both the Blue House and the National Assembly have reached a settlement. Since it's in the name of reviving Seoul construction and is part of the cultural policy, it's receiving a lot of support." Sahayan said happily, "That's great news, Mr. Mayor. Anyway, I assume that it will be announced during the inauguration ceremony on July 1st, right?" He calculated, "No. I plan to just issue a press release without a formal announcement, because that's more advantageous for executing the contract with Dame Construction. And of course, I'll also put out a notice as part of the bidding process." Changji mentioned, but Representative O looked uneasy. "I still haven't been able to meet my father-in-law. So if Sunyang Construction decides to interfere, there's nothing I can do. You know how it is, right?" He laughed and replied, "Yes. If Chairman Jin blocks us, the project is a no-go. That's why Do-jun is going to help us out." Chang Jae looked over at Do-jun. He confirmed to him, "That's not exactly it. Since grandfather is still in the hospital, he won't be chasing after this, sir. Anyway, I'll put in a good word with him, Uncle Chang. She grabbed Do-jun's hand. He looked visibly thrilled. Exactly. Do-jun, please back us up on this. Chang-jae skillfully requested. Also, Do-jun, I have something to discuss with Representative O. So could you give us some space? Sehyeon grew wary and spoke up first. Mayor Choi. There is nothing here that Do-jun can't hear. Wasn't Do-jun the one who started all this? And besides, I'm going to fill him in anyway. So please, just go ahead and say it. He was taken aback. Oh, I see. Then I'm sorry, Do-jun, he said as Do-jun sat back down. Chang-jae. My term will end in June 2002. He dropped a hint. You probably already know this, but the presidential election will take place at the end of that year. Sehyeon wasn't surprised at all, as expected. He's no different. So it's about the presidential race? Do-jun observed cautiously, thinking to himself, well, I don't know if this is my uncle's own ambition. Do-jun was certain, but definitely. The one pulling the strings behind this is her. Sehyeon raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you want to run for president? Chang-jae acted lofty. The era of the two Kims is coming to an end now. Shouldn't I? It'd be the one to make South Korea younger. Besides, with my background as a prosecutor, and having served as a member of the National Assembly and the mayor of Seoul, even if I run for the presidency, no one would question my qualifications. He didn't object, and the uncle agreed. Of course. How could you not be qualified? Sehyeon found it hard to support him. It's just that being the mayor of Seoul is fine. But you're a son-in-law of a chaebol family, so I wonder if the public can accept a president. And who is a member of a chaebol family? He was overconfident. I still have 4 more years left. I just need to achieve something glorious. And during that time? Besides, I'm just a son-in-law, not a biological son. So that might help fade the chaebol image. The uncle nodded, letting it slide. Fair enough. Putting that aside for a moment. Sehyeon pointed out sharply. What exactly did you want to say to me? It's not just simply to announce your presidential a bid, is it? Do-jun smiled with satisfaction. He silently praised him. Uncle, you're quite the old fox. He clearly knows what Uncle wants to talk about, but he's making him say those awkward words himself. Chang-jae couldn't evade it. If I want to shake off the chaebol label, then I can't accept money from Sunyang Group during the presidential election. The funding for a presidential campaign is no chump change either. The uncle asked skeptically, so are you saying you want Miracle to foot the bill for those funds? He quickly denied it. What I mean isn't that I want everyone to take full responsibility. Actually, the biggest obstacle on my path to the presidency, ironically, is the chaebols of our country. Chang-jae plotted maliciously. Don't you think that if I get into the Blue House, then Sunyang Group would be like a tiger with wings? That's why I intend to take money from other chaebol groups. Except Sunyang. I have to let them know that I am not their enemy, you see. Do-jun listened in silence. He knew all too well. The words his uncle was saying were exactly what his aunt was thinking. Do-jun wasn't surprised. Since she can't get a hold of grandfather's weakness, she has no choice but to point the spear at Sunyang. She must have calculated that. If she eliminates on her brothers using the president's power, then Sunyang Group will automatically fall into her hands. He clenched his fist. This is the perfect opportunity for me. Do-jun spoke up. Uncle, I'll help you. Completely wipe out your chaebol-affiliated image. His eyes widened. What? Chang-jae was agitated. What do you mean by that? Do you have a way? He calmly proposed, there is one easiest way, though it's not exactly a walk in the park. Do-jun warned in a low voice, because blood might have to be spilled. Sehyeon instinctively swallowed hard. He acted nonchalant. I wasn't a butcher at the prosecutor's office for nothing. I'm not exactly the type to be afraid of getting my hands dirty. The uncle worriedly reminded Do-jun, don't let your thoughts get too carried away. He deliberately led him to the person who displeased him the most, someone who wouldn't really affect Sunyang Group, even if they take a hit. Someone who deserves it, given the crap they pull every single day. Do-jun said calculatingly, Uncle, please pick someone. Chang-jae pondered. He stated with certainty, if we consider the damages Sunyang Group would have to shoulder, we definitely have to rule out the second generation. That only leaves the third generation. Do-jun waited. Isn't the third generation of the chaebol already being slammed? For their lack of social awareness? He stared expectantly. Come on, think about it. He was silent for a long time before Chang-jae finally spoke. With those conditions, it could only be Song-jun. As expected, he had made his choice. He's married now and being more careful. But over the years, he's been the biggest embarrassment to this family. Scandals with celebrities, driving under the influence. Salt. He's always stirring up some absolute nonsense. Do-jun gave a cold smirk. So it looks like We know who's going to have to take the fall. He continued the attack, even though he's the eldest grandson of Sun Yang Group and the mayor's nephew. And to create a fair and just soul, Do-jun nudged him further. You have to be willing to sacrifice your own for the greater good, right? Chang-jae was taken aback. He thought about it for a second. If I use my nephew as a scapegoat, there's nothing left to worry about. But if I cross my in-laws and screw up, I could be crossing a point of no return. He knew for a fact that, however, Uncle, you can't make this decision. Because the one who can actually decide this is Auntie, not you. As expected, Chang-jae was flustered. But even if the kid gets mixed up with celebrities and causes accidents while driving wasted, then the mayor of Seoul wouldn't be able to say a word. Do-jun gave a slight shrug. You'll have to figure that part out yourself, Uncle. He dropped a few baits. I'm just trying to tell you, Uncle, that if you sacrifice one family member, you'll finally break through the barrier of being just a son-in-law to a tycoon. Chang-ji's eyes widened in surprise. Do-jun waited expectantly. Even though this helps you break through and earn public praise, it's still too early to say now. For now. Why don't you go home and pitch this plan to Auntie? He fell silent for a moment. Si-hyun also remained pensive and quiet. A moment later, Chang-jae stood up and announced he would sleep on it. He shook hands with Chang-jae, just as he had anticipated. Do-jun smirked. That night at the apartment, Hwa-young welcomed him. Oh, has my nephew finally arrived? She praised him. You look more and more like your mother as you grow up. Do-jun politely replied, Is that so? Hwa-young was acting very chummy. Exactly. Now have a seat first. He sat at the table. Is there a reason you called me over, Auntie? She went straight to the point. You mentioned something quite interesting to your uncle, didn't you? Do-jun put on a sincere face. So you've already heard. Since Uncle wanted to get rid of the label of being just a son-in-law to a chaebol family, I just shared it with him. Hwa-young sighed. She remarked, You're a pretty sneaky little guy, aren't you? You knew your uncle was an easy mark, didn't you? He immediately played dumb. What do you mean? Hwa-young shrugged. Stop playing innocent, all right? And I'll give it to you straight. She was far more devious. Is this greater good sacrifice thing even possible? Do-jun said cautiously. You can make it happen, Auntie. If so, I'll rack my brains to come up with an idea. Wait, what? Hwa-young was caught off guard. She stared in shock. Wait, so do you actually hate Seong-jun? He didn't deny it. Do-jun started talking smack. Yes, it's just that I hate the way he flexes and shows off all day long. He thinks he's all that, just because he happened to be born first. Even after doing all that, he'll still try to put others down just to stay above them. Seo-yoon looked at that brat with pure disdain, but she also knew that even if Seong-jun gets chewed out a bit, his father wouldn't truly lose his temper. So I'll be the one to do it. He silently noted that the people in this house aren't worried at all about the harsh judgment of the law, since they can easily dodge it anyway. Do-jun recalled that look in their eyes. Instead, they only fear the judgment of their grandfather. He calculated his next move. He thought since Seong-jun is the grandson and the eldest one at that after a little lecture or a short scolding, everything would be settled. Do-jun hid a devious smirk. But will this situation really just end like that this time? He sat up straight. Then I'll put my trust in you, Auntie. Please tell Uncle, and that when the Media City project is announced, he just needs to add one more location. Do-jun emphasized, don't just announce Sangam-dong. Announce Sangam-dong along with a part of Susik-dong. She was slightly surprised. Susik-dong? He continued, yes. And then I have another idea. Seo-yoon caught on and smirked. Seo-yoon looked intrigued. Do-jun, she asserted, you didn't just come up with this on the spot. You've been calculating this whole thing for a while, haven't you? The two of them sat together discussing the details. Do-jun confessed, not all of it, Auntie. Just the rough outline. Seo-yoon nodded understandingly. No wonder Father loves you so much. He replied humbly, It's only because I am the youngest grandson, Auntie. She set her teacup down. Do-jun, Seo-yoon started to reel him in. Once I have that power in my hands, and if you add what you have to my pile, then I'll give you a 50-50 split. Think about it carefully, because my brothers probably wouldn't even give you half of that. Do-jun asked bluntly, What exactly is this power you're talking about, Auntie? She asserted with arrogance, It's your uncle, who's currently sitting in the chair, carved with the image of a phoenix. He spoke with a hint of a reminder. But I heard that, even if Uncle becomes the president, he still can't just touch Sun Yang Group, can he? Seo-yoon wildly claimed that the National Tax Service, the National Intelligence Service, the Prosecutor's Office, the Board of Audit and Inspection, and the Fair Trade Commission, all those powerful agencies, will all fall into his hands. But like you said, he might not be able to touch the group directly. Right, she continued suggestively, but he can certainly touch the people in it, can't he? Dojun gave a thin smile. He tested the waters. The people you're referring to, Auntie? You mean my uncles, don't you? Seo Yoon calculated her position. If we clear out all of my brothers, I'll be the only one left. Then the shareholders will realize that they have no other choice but me. She enticed him. Join my side as a shareholder, and I'll give you half of everything. Dojun remained silent. He began weighing his options in his head. One person says they'll help me become the second in command. Another says they'll buy me out at a premium price. And the last one says they'll split everything with me 50-50. Dojun chuckled to himself. He spoke up nonchalantly. Auntie, that sounds like something that's still 10 or 15 years away. So let's just take things slow. Dojun added casually, besides, if grandfather plays his cards differently, I might just end up being nothing more than his youngest. A grandson, after all. Seo Yoon didn't want to wait. Then we'd better hurry up, right? Before father starts acting out of character, he was quite surprised. Evening at the hospital. Yang Kyo did not hide his displeasure. Seo Yoon won't even give me half? No way. Dojun reported to the old man, Grandfather, she's really being too much. Giving me only that much. How am I supposed to make a living, let alone survive? He was extremely frustrated. That's Sunyang Construction. Even without those assets, it can still hold its ground. But for Jaya Construction, losing them means an instant collapse. You know it too, Grandfather. We've poured so much money into it already. And Yang Cheol noted, nothing in this world comes for free. I've heard rumors that the Daehyun Group has been tempting your uncle. If he messes up, he'll be betrayed in a heartbeat. Dojun pleaded, please take care of that for me, Grandfather. You said yourself you'd put a stop to it. In return, I'll give you a 30% cut. The old man sighed in exasperation. Stop talking about making money. Through construction projects only. Don't you have a guy like Oh Se-hyun on your side? Yang Cheol saw right through him. Tell me the truth. You've already snatched up the land in Sangam-dong and the surrounding areas, haven't you? Right, with just that? You've already made a killing. Dojun immediately denied it. I'm not investing in land, Grandfather. Isn't my uncle the mayor? Representative O and my father are friends, so there won't be any misunderstandings about insider development info being leaked. He understood perfectly. Furthermore, this is our first project since taking over Jaya Construction. Jaya, I never did anything shady from the start. The old man praised him with satisfaction. Well done. Yang Cheol decided, fine, let's go with 30%. The old man generously gave a bonus, but instead I'll let you keep part of it as a debt. What I mean is I'm giving you a 20% discount. Dojun agreed. It was a successful negotiation. He knew it for a fact. But as far as the old man was concerned, it wasn't a negotiation at all. It was a handout disguised as a debt. The two of them continued their chat. Using such pushy words and aggressive behavior is just Chaebol 101. Young Ki asked, Young Jun, what have you been up to lately? Young Jun was caught off guard. Nothing much, Father. Why do you ask? He had already caught wind of it. I heard you've been running around buying up land. Is that true? He flinched. Young Jun looked visibly annoyed. Which snitch ratted me out? Young Kai interrogated him. Why the silence? Is it true or just a rumor? He panicked. Father, please let me explain first. He was fuming. Explain? So the rumors aren't baseless after all, are they? Young Jun swallowed hard. Young Jun never thought that being married would be such a stroke of luck until now. If he were still single, he would have taken a punch to the face before the conversation even started. Since his daughter-in-law was watching, he managed to hold back his fist. Young Ki allowed it. Fine, explain. I'll listen and then be the judge. He rushed to say, Father, have you heard that Dojun and I, met up recently? And that we had a really great talk? The man nodded. Right. That kid said he's very fond of you. And that you two are totally on the same wavelength. Young Jun said timidly, Yes, that's where the whole story began. He continued to spill everything. Young Ki listened in silence. So Yoon felt something was off. As he finished, the whole room went dead quiet. His face darkened. So according to your story, you actually believed Dojun's words and dumped money into those plots of land? Is that right? Young Jun tried to explain further. No, Father, I did my homework before buying it. Dojun also told me the exact same thing that Uncle mentioned during his inauguration. He was completely delusional. I even checked with Seoul City officials and confirmed that development is a sure thing. It's a guaranteed win. Young Ki suddenly asked, Daughter-in-law, when did you find out about this? Startled, she replied, Excuse me? He continued to grill her. You also dropped money on land, didn't you? Seo Hyun felt cornered. Yes, Young Ki pointed it out directly. Did Young Jun do this just by blindly trusting that kid? He was left speechless. She tried to play it down. Well, but I also verified it. Through some journalists. Madam Sangam-dong in Mapo District. And Susek-dong in Unpyeong District. Everyone knows that. These two areas are a lock. That's why land prices there have already skyrocketed. He scowled deeply. Where'd you get the cash? Did you borrow it from your parents? Seo Hyun broke into a cold sweat. Yes. Young Ki facepalmed. So, now your own parents know that their in-laws had bought up massive amounts of land. She was speechless. How is this any different? From taking money from your husband's family to fund your own? Seo Hyun was terrified. Since we live in a time where information is basically money. He gripped the armrest. You two are unbelievable. Young Ki sighed. You two really are a match made in heaven. Young Jun snapped and yelled, Father, the intel is solid. And making bank off development info isn't exactly a new concept. The foolish Young Jun raised his voice. I seriously don't get why you're so pissed. Seo Hyun gasped as his cheek burned. He finally lost his cool. Young Jun was stunned. Father! Young Ki shouted in disbelief. You little punk, where did you get the money to buy that land? He was startled. He shouted in a rage. I took out a loan by mortgaging my personal assets. So, it doesn't matter if I lose everything, because it's my own property. If it had just stopped there, then I would have just turned a blind eye. Young Ki couldn't take it anymore. But isn't it true that you even siphoned money from the company's other branches? Wasn't that supposed to be the construction advance? He demanded loudly, Are you even in your right mind? The tension was through the roof. Young Jun didn't understand what the big deal was. Land prices are skyrocketing, and once we sell, the profits will cover it all. It's basically a wrap, right? Young Ki saw right through him. You think I don't know what you're thinking? You probably think as long as you pay it back, it's cool, right? He was totally speechless. He suddenly mentioned, If I know, don't you think grandfather knows too? Do you even realize that? Young Jun was shocked. What? Then, Young Ki explained, You don't know why grandfather knows everything, yet hasn't said a word to you, do you? It's because he's someone who lets things slide, as long as the bottom line is good. He is sure to turn a blind eye in that case. Even if the process was a total mess, he sighed with relief. What a relief. Since the outcome is already a lock anyway, Young Ki gave a fair warning. Look, the damage is done, so I won't nag you about it. But if the result... Go south, don't you dare come begging for my help. He reminded him coldly. You have to own your own actions. Yes, father, Young Jun said confidently. Please don't worry, because the result is going to be a home run. So Yang remained silent in the upscale restaurant. All the dishes were top-tier luxury. Yang Qian snarks. When I had to undergo brain surgery, you didn't even show up once. Yet now you're asking me out for a meal, just because of some business? Isn't that a bit too shameless? Yang In smirks. You really have a long lifespan. It's a shame you didn't go to hell. Right in the operating room, the old man taunts. If I had kicked the bucket first, then what? Were you planning to just tough it out and live through those lonely days? You need me around so you don't get bored. He takes a sip of his drink. Yang In asks abruptly. Speaking of that car accident, did they catch the culprit yet? Yang Qian praises, you've got sharp ears. You even found out about that? He sneers. It would have been fine if you just split it up evenly. How much more convenient would that be? The old man shows interest. So you've already distributed everything? Yang In sets down his glass. I have many sons after all here, Yang. Qian mocks, how proud of you. They should have been in the same boat. What kind of woman did you find? He says nonchalantly, there wasn't one before, but suddenly I have money. And naturally, women followed. The old man gives his take. Leaving it all to one kid is the way, because obviously if you split it, they'll just fight each other anyway to grab the whole thing. Once you've moved on to the next life, Yang Qian shows disgust. It's like making them slaughter each other, just so their father can rest in peace. But Yang In munches away, that's their problem. I won't be watching them from the great beyond. So whether they tear each other apart or not, what's it to me? The man laughs, calling him a cold-hearted old geezer. The two begin their meal. Yang Qian eats composedly as the atmosphere turns heavy. The old man brings up a certain matter beforehand. Don't poke your nose into what my son-in-law is doing. That's none of my business anyway. He raises an eyebrow. Oh, really? So you're just letting it slide too? Yang Qian confirms, that's right. We have to keep an eye on how the government sees things. It should be the turn for companies of that size this time. Even without it, we can still make a living. But there are tons of companies lining up, hoping this project will bring them back from the dead. He isn't surprised. They'll just snatch it away. The Blue House knows that too. That's why the permit was granted so easily. Yang In reiterates, but even for a piece of rice cake that fell on the ground, even if one wants to pick it up, they still need your permission. Yang Qian warns, if you already know that, then don't overdo it. Just stay quiet and wait. The old man declares confidently, I'll settle everything, so don't make a scene. He gives a wry smile. Then I guess I'm footing the bill for the drinks today. Yang Qian doesn't mind, of course. Yang In's gaze turns cold. He mentions again, but speaking of your son-in-law, rumor has it he's planning to run for president after his 4-year term as mayor is up. Yang In probes, are you just going to let that happen? The old man slams the table. Presidential election, my foot! Yang Qian is livid. That guy is nothing but my daughter's puppet. A guy who can't even get a meal. Without his wife wouldn't dare dream of the Blue House. He pours the drink calmly. What does that matter? After all, the people are the ones who vote. Once he gets media attention and becomes popular, it won't be a pipe dream anymore. Yang In assesses. If he prepares step by step starting now, his chances will be quite high. The old man waves it off. That will never happen. Career. His political life ends after his term. As mayor for 4 years. Yang Qian glares. But it seems Chairman Zhu, of ours. You seem quite interested in my family's business, don't you? He laughs. I'm just asking to be safe. Wouldn't it be a huge mess? If the son-in-law of Sun Yang Group becomes the president? If my Dae Hyun Group gets targeted? We won't be able to do a single thing. He sneers triumphantly. Yang Qian asserts, if that guy becomes president, Dae Hyun will be second best. The top spot, of course, belongs to Sun Yang, Yang In exclaims. As expected. Your daughter sure is ambitious. The old man takes a sip of wine. Since she's the only daughter in the family, she was spoiled rotten, and that's why she's like this now. Her ambition is just too much. He intentionally reminds him, then hurry up and split it all evenly. Yang Qian ignores it. Stop nagging me. Get up already. Yang In sighs. Oh boy. I've kept an old man who's not feeling well for too long, haven't I? He sees the guest off. Go ahead. I still have someone else to meet here. Then Yang Qian says arrogantly, if you've given everything you have to your children, then just live like a retired old man. Don't be so conceited. But Yang In replies, as long as I'm alive, I still have to work. I have to pay for this meal after all. He just gives a wry smile as he sees the guest out. The door slams shut, and Yang In's expression becomes unreadable. He turns around. Yang In approaches the side door. He opens it. Yang In carries an overwhelming aura. He walks in. Goodness, I've kept the busy Mayor Choi waiting. It's been a long wait, hasn't it? My apologies. Chang Jae's face turns pale. As soon as Yang In sits down, he says, you probably haven't been eating properly, since you've been on duty day and night. You must eat your fill today. He finds an excuse to back out. I'll just have some raw fish bibimbap. I've already wasted too much time here. The old man shrugs awkwardly. Oh boy, I've really made a huge blunder now, Chang Jae snaps. The chairman might be arrogant, but if you have something to say to me, then say it right now. Yang In quickly replies, man, don't get me wrong. I simply wanted to meet and congratulate you on your election win. Chang Jae warns, then consider your congratulations received, but you should give up on Sangam-dong. Just as my father-in-law said, I will strictly stick to the rules and exclude major conglomerates like Sun Yang and Dae Hyun. Yang In chuckles to himself. He really did overhear everything the chairman said. Jin was in the next room. Everything is going according to plan, huh? He reassures him, not at all. Reviving construction companies in crisis is a solid policy that must be followed through. Please don't misinterpret me, I'm being dead serious. Chang Jae clenches his fists. Then I'll take your word for it, Mr. Chairman. Right here. As for the meal, let's do it some other time. Yang In quickly stops him. You're a strange one. How can someone aiming for big things be so hasty? Is that even allowed? Chang Jae's expression falters. Big things? Yang In drops a tempting line. Sit back down for a bit. Chang Jae actually complies. Yang In acts sympathetic. As you know, Mayor Choi, being a son-in-law living with in-laws isn't exactly easy. Of course, you're watched by your wife, which is something all men in our country deal with. But being watched by both parents-in-law, hell, you're even being watched by your nephew. Chang Jae is annoyed. Chairman Zhu, hurting my pride isn't going to end well. Messing with Dae Hyun Group, using Seoul City permits as leverage, is no difficult task. Yang In laughs. Oh my! So scary, barking so loud outside. That is the common struggle for men who marry in and have to walk on eggshells around their in-laws. Chang Jae raises his voice. Chairman Zhu! Yang In suddenly says, I'll help you break free from them. He asserts with confidence, I will pave the way for our Mayor Choi on the road to the Blue House. What do you think? Greed stirs. The two of them talk big business. Yang In mentions, your father-in-law has already drawn a line in the sand. Didn't you know? He warns him, not only will he refuse to pave your way, but he'll also set up roadblocks to stop you. Yang In creates a rift. He even hesitates to pass anything down to his own flesh and blood, much less a son-in-law. He's truly a hater who doesn't want to see others happy. Changji is fuming and confused. I don't get why you, Mr. Chairman, are telling me all this. Yang In explains, don't I always invest in people? Once an administration ends, a new era must be born. He voices his perspective, whether it's democracy, dictatorship, or the era of Yang. And Kim, a new player, has to step up. Yang In dangles the first bait. After all, who's to say the mayor of Seoul won't become the big boss? He smiles with calculation. Changji reminds him, I'm a Sun Yang group man. You know, but Yang In doesn't care. Where exactly are a politician's roots? They just drift around here. Whether they push away, pull in, or embrace someone, that very place becomes their root. Changji's already swayed. Yang In continues to entice him. Whether it's the mayor of Seoul or the president, one must have a grand heart. Only then can you embrace Sun Yang all at once. Sun Yang and Dae Hyun. Changji's greed starts to kick in. Gaining power from both conglomerates at once, his heart starts racing. Yang In gives a cold smirk. He continues, let me give you one more piece of advice. Changji sits up straight. I'm all ears, sir. Yang In mentions, I've had 3 wives. 2 of them are officially on the family registry, and there's still one who isn't. Changji says casually, isn't that an open secret by now? And for someone of your generation, Chairman, having 3 wives isn't exactly something to be ashamed of. Yang In says calmly, that's exactly it. Things aren't that different these days. There's nothing wrong with divorce and remarriage. He hints cryptically, so having 2 or 3 wives' names on the family registry is no big deal, right? Changji freezes. He waves his hands. Now that's a bit much. I have absolutely no intention of divorcing my wife. Yang In drives another wedge. Who's telling you to divorce her right now? Just live together as long as you need to, and pull the trigger when the time is right. There's nothing wrong with staying put and playing the good little soldier for now. He flatters him, but the truth is, from the moment you became mayor, you were the one holding the handle of the knife. Changji is startled. He's been totally sold. Without me, forget about Sun Yang. They couldn't even build a single Sellian mall. On the other hand, since I'm the mayor of Seoul, I have every right to dream of the presidency. Changji starts daydreaming. If I become the president, then SEO Yoon won't be using me anymore. I'll be the one using SEO Yoon, and then I'll just take over Sun Yang Group myself. Yang In calmly sips his drink. Changji speaks up. How much longer until that raw fish bibimbap is ready? My stomach is suddenly growling like crazy. Yang In bursts out laughing. The next day at City Hall, Seo Yoon asks nonchalantly, how much has Young Jun managed to scrape together by now? Changji, fill us in. After the development plan was announced, speculators swarmed in like crazy, so it's tough to pick out Yang Jun specifically. He sits down on a stool. Do Jun is sharp. What did he notice? The atmosphere has suddenly shifted. She also looks at him, reading the situation. Auntie Yang Jun was trying to buy in at double the market price, but the price suddenly spiked. So he's been whining about them jacking up the price 4 or 5 times higher. He must have gone all in on this. Seo Yoon smiles triumphantly. So if we cancel now, Do-jun asserts, it's going to be a devastating blow. He won't be able to bounce back from that. Changji slams the table hard. He declares, great, let's get it done. She raises an eyebrow. Honey, hold on a sec. Let's see the big picture first. But Changji cuts in. No, I just thought of something. If we call out Young Jun from the get-go, then both you and I are going to be in deep trouble. His eyes widen in shock. What's this now? Do-jun doesn't get it. The goal was to make Jin Yang Jun vanish completely from Grandpa's sight, but now he's saying he wants to change the target? He looks over at Seo Yoon. She looks flustered too. Honey, you have to go after Young Jun directly to shed that label of being just a chaebol son-in-law. He acts smug. Of course I'll do that, but there's no need to do it. Right from the start, the first shot will be fired somewhere else. After that, I just have to step on Yang Jun. Once he's already taken the hit. Do-jun's face darkens. Things are getting harder. A puppet who only did what he was told now has schemes of his own. He wonders curiously. He's changed. Is this sudden change all because of the title of Mayor of Seoul? Changji is visibly smug. How long do you think I've been a prosecutor? When planning an investigation, you have to start from the outside first. If you just charge straight in, it'll look suspicious. Like it's just a targeted hit job. He plots his move. So, the National Tax Service will be the trigger man, and the prosecutor will be the one holding the knife. All I have to do is pick up the spoils. So just sit back and watch. Jun is on guard. Could he have a hidden agenda? At a press conference, I cannot stomach the pain and the anger boiling over in my heart. To overcome this IMF crisis, which is nothing less than a national emergency, everyday citizens have even pawned off their most precious heirlooms. Changji roars with indignation. Yet the wealthy are hoarding gold, while its value skyrockets and snatching up land, stocks, and buildings that have crashed in price. As if they're on a shopping spree, he raises his voice in condemnation. This project was created to boost construction and showcase our culture, so we wouldn't lose steam during these tough times. Changji speaks with righteous fury. That's why we designated public land as the people's property. However, we have discovered real estate speculation, where people are taking advantage of this to turn a dirty profit. The city of Seoul has launched an inquiry into current speculation and has confirmed that serious, foul play is happening in the Susik ward of Unpyeong district. He makes an official announcement. I will absolutely not let this go any further. Therefore, we have put the development plan for New Seoul City under review. The reporters are in an uproar, scribbling frantically. Changji takes a gulp of water and slams the glass down. Changji lowers his voice and declares firmly, we will exclude Susekdong, Unpyeong district, from the designated area for New Seoul City. It will be restricted to Sangam-dong, Mapo district, and the scale will also be downsized. He shows clear determination. As long as I am the mayor of Seoul, I will crack down on real estate speculators, ensuring they don't see a single cent of profit, not even 10 won. The news spreads like wildfire. Jun calmly reviews the situation. He knows for certain that, since the mayor of Seoul has come forward to express his outrage over the excessive speculation, the appraisal agencies won't be able to stay quiet either. The country is in shambles because people are broke while others flip land, so they won't be able to ignore public opinion and must launch an investigation immediately. Hyun whistles. The uncle notes with satisfaction, that guy, after becoming the mayor of Seoul, is actually looking the part, huh? Jun adds, he was a prosecutor after all. When he locks onto a target and wants to take it down, Uncle's true colors come out right away. Hyun concludes he's got a good head on his shoulders. To think that, he could take down Jin Young-jun without getting his hands dirty. Perhaps even Chairman Jin won't find it too hard to swallow. He suddenly mentions, it seems Uncle has changed. The uncle doesn't deny it. It could be exactly as we've seen. Jun continues, is that so? Hyun leans back. Is that guy trying to run for it? It looks like he's putting all his effort into escaping. He smiles in response. Escaping a life under his wife's thumb, you mean? The uncle makes a guess. Exactly. That guy couldn't even voice his own thoughts, his beliefs, or his viewpoints, even though he became mayor on his own merit. No matter how much his wife supported him, this is Mayor Choi's own capability. That's why he's so full of confidence now. Jun falls into a silent, deep thought. Hyun can already guess it. From now on, that couple will be at each other's throats every single day. Just watch. By the way, didn't your aunt already leave the hotel and move back home? He nods in agreement. Yes, it's an unavoidable situation now. The domestic disputes that Jun is certain of. But before the mayor of Seoul and his wife start their discord, the newlywed couple will start first. At Young Ki's house, Seo Hyun is extremely restless. She is terrified at Young Ki's mansion. Seo Hyun is trembling. I dumped all 5 billion I borrowed from my parents into that, and now it's all gone down the drain. She's a bundle of nerves. The bigger issue is the money her parents poured in. Seo Hyun bites her nails. Though they didn't specify the exact amount, the atmosphere now feels like a funeral at home. Someone brings a message. Madam, the vice chairman is looking for you. Her face immediately turns pale. Seo Hyun heads downstairs. Young Kai clicks his tongue. Everyone looks like a total mess. He interrogates his daughter-in-law in a loud voice. Did you drink too? Haven't sobered up yet, huh? She hurriedly denies it. No, that's not it, father. I'm just feeling a bit under the weather. Young Kai frowns. To the point where you skip breakfast? Seo Hyun stays silent. He obviously knows everything but keeps grilling her. He sternly orders his daughter-in-law, from now on listen very carefully to what I say and go repeat it to your family. She can only comply, yes, sir. Young Ki suddenly says, you have never bought a single plot of land. Got it? Seo Hyun is shocked. What? He glares at her threateningly. No matter how much land was bought, under your own name, you don't know a thing about it. Young Ki declares, your father? No, someone from your side of the family bought the land, without your knowledge, and you've never said a word. Just say they used your name as a front for everything. Bottom line is, you have absolutely nothing to do with this mess. Got it? Seo-hyun struggles to reply, "Yes, father." She's really dug herself into a hole with this one. Didn't she personally scout all over Susekdong with those real estate agents? Furthermore, she's the daughter of a media mogul. With just a few visits to those offices, even a rookie journalist could figure out that she personally went to verify and buy the land. Seo-hyun remains awkwardly silent. He analyzes the situation wearily. "Do you still not understand what I'm saying? What do you think will happen if people find out that the very first thing the eldest daughter-in-law of Sun Yang did after getting married was to go land speculating?" "Exactly," Young Ki affirms. "If even a single line in a news article points the finger at you, then it's not just you, but your entire family who will have hell to pay." She bows her head, trembling. "Yes, father." One problem solved. He turns his attention to young Jun. "And as for our young Jun, he looks like he's lost his soul." "Yes, father." Young Ki glares at him. "Look up. At least do that much, so I can slap you across the face. You're all grown up, so I can't exactly smack the back of your head anymore. Your brain is already useless enough as it is. Why make it even worse?" Young Jun grits his teeth, his pride wounded. He declares, "Father, I will handle this." He doesn't trust him one bit. "And how exactly?" Young Jun confesses. "Only a small portion of the land was bought under my name. Most of it was purchased under the company's name. Furthermore, I have already transferred the land under my name back to the company at the original purchase price." Young Ki questions, "And?" He thinks we should just leave it as it is until everything blows over. He can't believe his ears. "Just leave it? Land prices are still tanking as we speak." Young Jun feels helpless. "But we can't exactly sell it right now anyway, can we? Even if we list it, nobody's gonna buy it." Young Ki mocks him. "How much money did you blow to buy a piece of land that no one gives a damn about?" He boldly declares, "Once Sangam-dong starts its development, that land will regain its rightful value. Isn't there a road passing right through it? So the price will definitely bounce back. By then, we can just sell it off to cover the damages." He seems quite taken aback. Young Ki nods as if it finally clicked. "So you're saying you'll get your money back one day? The development takes 15 years, so you mean 15 years later?" He lashes out, "You brat, how can you even talk such nonsense?" Young Ki raises his hand. Seo-hyun quickly speaks up. "Father, I'll go see my uncle." "No, I'll go see my aunt to handle this matter." Young Jun is fuming. "You keep your mouth shut!" But he stops his hand. Young Ki sneers, "Right. How could I forget about my daughter-in-law?" "Fine then. If you have a better plan, let's hear it." "Speak up." She trembles while explaining. "Even though my uncle held an official press conference, we only need to drag out the additional procedures. During that time, I'll spread word to Gangnam businesses that this is just a stunt to cool down the speculation, and everything is still going according to plan." He is speechless. Seo-hyun concludes, "If we do that, we can flip the land in a heartbeat." He laughs sarcastically. "Oh boy, I never knew my daughter-in-law was this sharp." "Did I?" "Even so, to think you'd come up with such a sneaky play." In an instant, her face turns pale with fear. Seo-hyun trembles. She forgot that what people like him hate most is having to repeat the same thing twice. Young Ki orders his daughter-in-law, "Go back to your parents' house right this instant. Don't you dare come back until you've scrubbed every single trace of your involvement in this mess. Understand?" She straightens up and replies, "Yes, father." Seo-hyun tucks tail and vanishes. The room falls into a heavy silence at Yoon Ki's house. Do-jun weighs the situation. Uncle always played by the script, but now he's starting to go off book. Even though he said the outcome would be the same, I still have a bad feeling about this. If he makes even one wrong move, it'll only cause more trouble, without bringing any actual benefit. Right now, I need to keep a close eye on every move my uncle makes. He calculates his next move, and it's time for me to start putting my other plan into action. Looks like things are going to be a bit tougher this time, Do-jun observes. Because this plan isn't about using knowledge of the future, nor is it a direct play to take down an opponent. He looks up with a sharp gaze. I have to ignite greed in someone who lacks grand ambition. Yoon-ki asks him, seeing his son's pensive expression. You're really starting to make me worry. What's with that serious look on your face? Do-jun thinks to himself, the man without any grand ambition is looking at me right now and smiling. He answers him, usually one should be smiling. While saying this, I know. But I just can't do it, father. Yoon-ki is surprised. If it's good news, you should be happy about it. Why can't you even crack a smile? Do-jun corrects him. It's not just good news, it's a massive deal. He looks dazed. A massive deal? He confirms with absolute certainty. Yes. This is the very first piece of a giant puzzle That will take 10 or even 25 years to complete. And I've already prepared the piece for the main section. But I don't have the right person to piece this puzzle together, Father. Yoon-ki falls silent for a moment. He finally realizes what's happening. So you're telling me all this because you need me to help you find that person? Is that it? Do-jun confirms, yes. Yoon-ki is ready to back him up. Then tell me exactly what's going on. That's the only way I can see if there's anyone suitable. He mentions, you've heard about it too, right? The new Seoul City project. That uncle announced, the one called Media City. He adjusts his glasses. That's the project you and Se-hyun started, isn't it? Do-jun says that's right. But I don't see it as just another standard construction project. Yoon-ki is quite surprised. Then what else is it? He declares with determination. It's exactly what the name implies. I'm going to build a true media city. He still doesn't quite get it. Yoon-ki realizes, so it's not just the exterior shell, but you want the contents inside to have that same core as well? Do-jun expresses his ambition. Yes, we're in an era where everything is shifting, from analog to digital. That's the true symbol of the new millennium. He says, full of resolve, I want to fill Sangam-dong with major media corporations. Yoon-ki understands. There are many media-related businesses, like film companies, independent production houses, record labels, and entertainment agencies. But in this field, there's a very strict division of labor. You can't just grab everything in one go. Do-jun gives an example exactly. You don't have to look very far. Just look at Sun-yang Group right now, Father. He points out the facts. They own everything from electronics to food. He listens in silence as Do-jun continues ambitiously. Not just movies, broadcasting, and music. I'm even thinking about getting into the TV channel business. Yoon-ki shows interest. A TV channel? You mean a broadcasting station? He immediately confirms, yes. Yoon-ki is quite surprised. Do-jun realizes he missed a beat. Oh, right. I need to explain this a bit more. He looks at the problem from their perspective, because in this day and age, whenever someone mentions broadcasting or a TV channel, people only think of terrestrial broadcast waves. Cable broadcasting is still very limited. Do-jun quickly clarifies, don't get me wrong, Father. I'm not talking about regular network TV. I was thinking that maybe we should try starting with cable TV channels. We should just start small. Yoon-ki immediately objects. Kid, you call this starting small? Do you think the cable business is a walk in the park? From business registration to getting permits, nothing about it is easy. Besides, right now, most cable companies are bleeding money. He reassures him right away. That's exactly why I said we should keep it simple. That's enough, because we can start by acquiring a broadcasting company that's already in the red. He's stunned. Acquire one? Do-jun suggests yes. Isn't there already one up for sale? Yoon-ki immediately remembers DMC, a movie channel launched in March 1995. Even though it's a free-to-air movie channel, it's suffering heavy losses after reckless investments to secure foreign currency. Furthermore, now that it's entering the multiplex theater business, the company is caught in a foreign exchange crisis and is on the brink of bankruptcy. He ponders. Cable TV, huh? He continues with his argument. Father, cable channels dominating the airwaves is not some distant future. Just look at the United States. Do-jun tries to convince him. Basic cable channels like USTNX Fox, MTX, and CP, as well as premium channels like Show, X-Time, and STRZ, led by HBX, are blowing up right now, especially in the States. Besides just rerunning network TV broadcasts, they're even producing their own original series. Yoon-ki frowns. Let's see. Will our country really end up like the US? Aren't there already tons of things to watch on the 3 main terrestrial networks? He concludes that winning or losing is decided by unique programming and great movies. Don't you think? Do-jun points out, even a hole-in-the-wall restaurant. If the food is fire, customers will find it, no matter how hidden it is. He confirms the strategy. Isn't the key to running a successful channel simply high-quality content? What about the quality? He hesitates. In theory, yes. But Do-jun assures him, right now this market is wide open. He guides Yoon-ki along. After all, shouldn't we just stick to the basics to get the results we want? He adjusts Do-jun's glasses. Yoon-ki analyzes the situation. Many people will tell you that your plan is feasible and ask you to hand it over to them. They'll talk big and promise to do a great job. He warns him, but most of those people are just scammers. Do-jun is taken aback. What? He's completely stunned. Doesn't Father realize I was planning to entrust this whole thing to him? Yoon-ki continues his passionate lecture. Unless you find a legit businessman, starting a company with just anyone is going to be a nightmare. You need someone who can take the heat and cover the losses. For at least 10 years. Do-jun listens to everything in silence. He nods, confirming his point. Those guys who claim they'll make bank from day one are nothing but frauds. He lets out a satisfied laugh. Do-jun looks thoughtful. Then the trustworthy person you have in mind. Is there really no one else but him? Yoon-ki asks, surprised. You already have someone in mind, yet you're asking me? He happily confirms. Yes, father. No matter how much I think about it, that person is the only candidate. You could say he's the top choice. I asked you because I thought maybe you could recommend someone else. He eagerly asks, then who is it? Do I know him? Does Dad know? Yoon-ki guesses, is it perhaps Oh Se-hyun? Do-jun immediately denies it. Uncle Se-hyun is already buried in his current work. He starts to drop hints. The person I'm thinking of studied management and economics properly in the U.S. He's been in the media industry for 15 years. Do-jun looks him straight in the eye. And he's currently running Chungmuro. He freezes for a moment. As Yoon-ki falls into deep thought, he finally speaks. Me? He smiles and confirms it. Evening at the estate. Young-ki sits formally. Yang-chil waits majestically. He stammers, Father, young Jun borrowed a sum of money from the affiliates. June has borrowed a sum of money from the affiliate companies. The old man replies gloomily, I've already heard about that. You actually have the nerve to tell me that? Yang-chil narrows his eyes slightly. It seems like all that money has gone down the drain, hasn't it? Young-ki is terrified. I'm sorry for not raising my son properly. The old man suddenly remarks, like father, like son, truly. He remains silent, trembling. Yang-chil adds, Isn't it because you're just like me that you failed at raising your own kid? The old man wonders. But isn't that kid, Do-jun, supposed to be obsessed with making money? Why did he suddenly go and buy real estate? Young-ki is confused. What? Yang-chil analyzes the situation. Does he really think I stayed put because I didn't know where the development areas were? The country is in chaos, and this is Choi's first major project. So he needs to watch his step, because that could attract unnecessary gossip. But why did Young Jun act that way? He thinks anxiously. Young Kai confesses, actually, the boy got wind of the development info ahead of time. The old man isn't surprised. Is that so? Was it son-in-law Choi? Or was it Seo-yoon? At that moment, it clicks for him. Young-ki quickly concludes it was Jin Seo-yoon. Seo-yoon definitely played Young Jun using Do-jun and brother-in-law Choi. They betrayed us. He's fuming. But I can't let father know that I got schooled by my own little sister. Young-ki quickly covers it up. No, it's not like that. It seems like Young Jun accidentally stumbled upon the development plans. And apparently the secret leaked out while the two kids were out drinking together. He tries to hide the truth. Young Jun took what Do-jun said as a hint and started poking around. Starting to look around, Yang Keol is surprised. Do-jun? Young-ki quickly explains. It was probably just a slip of the tongue. This is all on Young Jun's greed. The old man says wearily, what's done is done. What matters is what happens next. He hurriedly reports, I've already taken care of it. Please don't worry too much, father. Young Cheol gives him a cold stare and calls out, Young-ki. He answers blankly, yes? Yang Cheol sees right through him. I don't want to see my son getting played by his younger sister. He raises an eyebrow mockingly. Young-ki panics. That won't happen, father. I'll handle everything perfectly. Yang Cheol gives him the nod. Fine, you may go. He scampers off. Yes. Young-ki bows deeply. As the door closes, the old man leans back in his chair. That works too at that age. I couldn't even tell who was aiming an arrow at me. Yang Cheol sinks into thought. He is filled with anticipation. Now then, Do-jun is finally starting to show his claws. Yang Cheol figures that if Do-jun wrote the script, he easily concludes, there's no way he'd just end it here. Early morning at City Hall. Chang-ji is presiding over a meeting. Right, have you looked into it yet? Have you checked it out yet? Yes, as expected of a third-generation chaebol. Hyun-soo reports, this could be seen as a total sweep. Jin Young-jun didn't use his own name. Instead, he used the names of two companies where he is a major shareholder. He rests his chin on his hand. Where did the capital come from? Hyun-soo confirms, from the Sunyang group, of course. Chang-ji smiles triumphantly. Ji-sung adds, but the local prosecutor's office has buried this. If we dig deeper, they could definitely be charged with misappropriation or embezzlement. But they covered it up as soon as the name Sunyang popped up. He acts indignant. Since those jerks all got scholarships from Sunyang, of course they feel they have to pay them back. Everyone goes quiet. Hyun-soo speaks up hesitantly. But sir, we've also received funds from Sunyang through you. Isn't this something we shouldn't even touch? Changji acts self-righteous. I'll handle that. You guys were just dragged along, he asserts, and don't sweat it. My father-in-law isn't the type to brag about handing out subsidies. Just draw a line under it. You know it too. No one gets off scot-free after taking Sun Yang's money. Everyone falls silent. They are clearly flustered. Chang Jae seizes the moment. He announces loudly, "Hey, you guys! I'll take the fall for everything, so just chill out." They all bow. "We appreciate it, sir." Changji is pumped up. This time we have to nail both of them. We must take down Jin Young-jun and whoever is covering for him. And then you guys will step in to take their places. Jisung is stunned. The person you're talking about is the chief prosecutor. Why don't we just stop at Jin Young-jun? He clenches his fist. Are you seriously lowballing the power of the mayor of Seoul? He quickly denies it. No, not at all, sir. Chang Jae stands up abruptly. Listen carefully. When the mayor holds the mic, every media outlet and TV station will act as my megaphone. He raises his voice. Right now, the prosecution and the Ministry of Justice are siding with the ruling party. Holding that power, I will team up with the opposition party to demand a thorough investigation and a special prosecution. Changji lays out the script. My nephew will call his lawyers and get off the hook, because buying land is a business move, not embezzlement. He is extremely decisive. The main goal is to purge the prosecution office, tied to the ruling party, the ones who covered everything up and did a half-assed job. The key is to build a foundation, so that after my term as mayor, the prosecution will give me their full backing. In the election for the next president, the entire room is shaken. They are all in shock. Are you really planning to run for president, sir? Chang Jae smirks. That's right. The first step toward the presidency is to step over my in-laws and clear out those prosecution hacks. So just wait and see. He bows at the press conference. Although I was unaware of the situation, my family has become involved in an unacceptable incident. Once again, I sincerely apologize to everyone. Reporters snap photos continuously. Chang Jae continues his speech. A few days ago, he explains the situation. To prevent real estate speculation from becoming a serious problem, we announced the revision plan right here. Since then, there have been numerous reports of illegal activities. During the property acquisition process, the Seoul Metropolitan Government has handed over all that information to the prosecution. Everyone focuses on taking notes. Chang Jae speaks up to denounce them. However, until now, there has been no sign that the prosecution has even started an investigation. On the contrary, there is information that suspicious individuals rushed to Susik-dong, demanding the deletion of transaction details. He raises his voice. How could this even happen? Chang Jae declares, I am stating right here and now that my own in-laws encouraged this real estate speculation, and despite knowing the truth, the prosecution still played along. This news is a total bombshell. He slams the table. As the mayor of Seoul, I can no longer turn a blind eye to this. Therefore, I am submitting a request to the National Assembly. Chang Jae appeals. If the prosecution won't act, then I beg the National Assembly to take action. The news is being broadcast live. Young Ki is watching. He's livid. That piece of work, Yang Cheol asks sternly. What kind of game are you playing? Why are you messing with the prosecution? Doo-jun plays dumb. Pardon? He looks at him confused. Yang Cheol is fuming with rage. Doo-jun realizes his grandfather has the wrong idea. You seem to think I'm trying to get both sides into deep trouble. He quickly explains. Since Uncle wanted to lose the tag of being just the Sun Yang group's son-in-law, I only made a suggestion. To help him wrap things up reasonably. Forget it. He raises an eyebrow. Was that Young Jun? Doo-jun panics. Yes, everything would have ended once Eunpyeong district. Specifically, the Susik area was cut from the development plan. But I didn't expect Uncle to backstab the prosecution like that. Yang Cheol lets out a sigh. Impressive. Now, you aren't even trying to hide anything from me anymore. He confesses tensely, you'd find out everything anyway. So what's the point of hiding it? Doo-jun knows that at times like this, it's better to just be upfront about everything. If he hid the fact that this was his plan, it would only make the old man more annoyed. He carefully probes him. There shouldn't be secrets between close family, right? Yang Cheol plots his next move. So what now? What do you plan to do now? Doo-jun is out of options. There's no room left for me to intervene. I'll just have to see how far it goes. He probes him deeply. Yang Cheol asks directly, you think you have Chang Jae in the palm of your hand, don't you? There's a 40 billion won campaign funding contract after all. He remains indifferent. Not exactly. It's more like an insurance policy. He drops a warning. Whatever it is, don't go thinking everything will be fine, just because you're the one holding the reins. Du-jun confesses that's only part of it. Yang Chiol smirks. It's no good. He suddenly concludes, because of this incident, that young pony you're holding the reins of didn't grow up right, and eventually died. He's a bit confused. Pardon? Du-jun is suspicious. From now on, I need to raise him properly, and turn Chang-jae into a useful horse. Could it be that this whole thing was Grandpa throwing a wrench in the works? He hurriedly asks for help. Grandpa, could you explain that to me a bit more? Yang Chiol kindly points out Chang-jae. You're overlooking something. Du-jun isn't sure. Is it the prosecution? Anyway, that's where Uncle came from, so he probably thinks they're no big deal. He suddenly mentions, it's not them, but the in-laws. Chang-jae's wife's family. A chill runs down his spine. I forgot about Hansung Daily, Korea's media giant. That's Hong So-yeon's maiden home. Yang Chiol analyzes, your sister-in-law's family isn't a pushover. Whether they're loaded or not, those in-laws dumped everything they had into buying that land, right? That's not just a small scratch for them. Do-jun goes silent. He continues to point out, and the one who caused this mess is your own uncle. He swallows hard, feeling the tension. Yang Chiol asserts, what reporters fear most. Are dynasties like ours? Because we're the ones signing their checks. But there are boundaries you should never cross. Du-jun adds, and that's politics. He smiles calculatingly. Exactly, that's the one place where you can flex your power legitimately. Yang Chiol's gaze turns predatory. Because they're a media company. Politicians are naturally terrified of them. He sees right through it. So once rumors spread that the mayor of Seoul screwed over Hansung Daily, then what? Naturally, they'll be branded as a useless media outlet. Yang Chiol smirks. That would be such a disgrace. Du-jun is stunned. I didn't see this coming at all. He finally realizes, if Korea's oldest media company starts targeting the mayor of Seoul for the next 4 years, forget the presidency. Du-jun breaks into a sweat. He wouldn't even be able to run for re-election. Don't even think about it. And he clenches his fist. Once Hansung Daily decides to swallow Media City whole, the real war begins. Then no one can tell how much public opinion might shift. Yang Chion suddenly calls Du-jun. The old man asks for his take. Do you think the price this time is pretty steep? Du-jun doesn't quite get it. What do you mean, Grandpa? Yang Chiol confesses, I couldn't stop the kids from clashing with each other, and I even egged them on. My grandson is in a real bind, but for some reason I'm actually happy. He reflects pensively. Grandpa, everyone has a different side to them, right? The old man lets out a satisfied laugh. Yang Chiol observes, I've noticed that you don't seem to be hiding your true intentions anymore. It looks like you figured it out after the Gunsan trip. Du-jun immediately confirms. Yes, I could totally see it, by the way. Aunt and uncle were always trying to win me over. The old man asserts firmly, only those who fight and win get to keep it. Yang Chiol knows him too well. That guy is a taker who only wants handouts, and I've never once seen him hold on to them. The old man gives his blessing freely. Do you know how many conglomerates have vanished in the 55 years since liberation? It's all open season for you. He speaks up to express his thoughts. Grandpa, I've been wondering if I should even join the fray. I'm sure you're quite curious too. But Yang Chiol sees right through him. Nonsense, haven't you been in the game for ages? I'm just wondering how much more I need to fork over to you. Du-jun frowns slightly, a bit puzzled. What do you mean, give more? When you haven't received anything in return? The old man retorts irritably. Good grief, kid. Did you forget I gave you a 17% stake in the Sunyang cruiser? Du-jun corrects him. No, sir. I took that as a loan and received the interest. Isn't that literally just interest? Yang Chiol's eyes widen and he suddenly raises his voice. Listen here, you little thief. What are you talking about? After speaking, Yang Chion went silent. Then he burst out laughing. He offered a reminder. Grandpa, there are some things you should never forget. What else is Yang Chiol paying attention to? Du-jun plays the gratitude card. That is, I saved your life during the accident. The old man laughs delightedly. Look, I'm doing just fine after that accident. His eyes are full of calculation, and Yang Chiol realizes it too. The old man calls out again, Du-jun! Du-jun politely replies, Yes, Grandpa. Yang Chion remarks, just like someone who is crying, just to get an extra piece of rice cake. He couldn't understand it. Suddenly saying something so weird. Why would he say that? The old man continues to explain, That's what my mind tells me when I look at you. Poor child. My Do-jun still does a great job, even if I give you a little bit less. If I gave you as much as them, then they wouldn't stand a chance in the competition. Du-jun remains silent and doesn't respond. But Yang Cheon says that's just my thought. Both of them fall into deep thought. He secretly concludes that he understands his grandfather's feelings. This bloodline really exposes the truth in a terrifying way. Du-jun realizes, even though he and they share the same blood, don't they all have an invisible barrier between them despite being relatives? He silently watches the old man. Sadly, that is his own bloodline. Yang Cheon is lost in thought. Otherwise, I would have wrapped everything up myself. Du-jun can say for sure. But I understand that Grandpa is proud through those things. He suddenly says that starting tomorrow, I will cry and show my true colors. Du-jun gives fair warning, but until today, I will still be a good grandson. The old man is truly surprised. Wait, what? He slowly stands up. Just do as you wish. Doesn't the Sun Yang group belong to you? Yang Cheon is stunned, while Do-jun smiles. Someone who cares about the Sun Yang group, even more than his own descendants. And what I'm looking forward to is exactly that concern. The next morning at the company, Hyun slams the newspaper down, looking worried and calculating. Why are you overexerting yourself for no reason? At this rate, SMC will get cancelled by public opinion. He calmly reads,